Dina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Victoria.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good.
I cannot see you.
Okay, no, I'm just making sure there was some problem before with me getting on. I can't see you either, if that's any consolation.
That's because I have my camera off.
I know, it was a joke. I'm trying to imagine you laughing. So what's else going on, Dina?
Stephanie, are we ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the open session of the July 7th Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Olivares.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Great. Thank you. So I'll remind council members to keep your audio on mute unless you're speaking. Staff will remain muted until needing to speak. As members of the public join the meeting, you'll be participating as an attendee. Your microphone and camera will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. If you're calling in from a telephone and choose to speak during the public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to resident and the last 4 digits of your phone number. Madam City Clerk, could you explain how public comments will be heard at today's meeting?
Yes. At each agenda item, the item is presented. The mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for the agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The host will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will then play voicemail public comments. If you provided a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda items under items 13 and 17. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Item 13, non-agenda matters, public comment period will begin no earlier than 5 p.m. and is limited to 10 speakers selected via the Zoom hand-raising feature. Each comment period is limited to 3 minutes each. Item 17 is the second and final public comment period on non-agenda matters. Each public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. If you have spoken under item 13, non-agenda matters, you will not be permitted to speak again at item 17. For this meeting, email and recorded public comments and e-comments received for non-agenda items will be played under agenda item 17. Email and recorded public comments and e-comments are limited to 3 minutes.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. City Manager, item 3.1.
Item 3.1, review of homeless services programming. Kelly Kuykendall and Dave Gwine presenting.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm, members of the City Council. Today, Kelly Kuykendall and I will be walking you through our service programming and some efforts we've had underway with the response to the pandemic. Next slide, please. So just briefly, the purpose of today, we want to review all of our existing homeless service programs and the programs that we scaffold off related to the COVID-19 emergency response. We also want to share our new program concepts and confirm our work plan priorities going forward. We believe that today we have most of the info to help you make an informed choice, and we recognize that it's a fairly dynamic environment by which homeless services is playing. So there might be things that we have to research and get back to you. So to review, we want to inform you of what we're doing and confirm city priorities, all during a very fluid and diverse set of circumstances. Next slide, please. So here's the overview of today's presentation. We want to review our strategy, what has come up to be short, intermediate, and long-term solutions to the COVID-19 response. We want to share with you and the members of the public our operating parameters, primarily under the terms of the injunction by which we can address encampments and other things. And again, we'll review our programs, existing, what we've done in terms of COVID-19, and some new program concepts up to and including safe parking that you've already discussed at your January meeting. We want to review all the funding options that we see out there in today's environment, provide a county update, and then prioritize our next steps. Next slide, please. So by way of review, the city's adopted strategy mirrors that of the federal, state, county, and home Sonoma County. That's to achieve functional zero by following the housing first model in alignment with federal, state, and continuum of care, home Sonoma County, by moving the person as quickly as possible into permanent supportive housing where services are provided. And for members of the public, just a quick statement of what is functional zero. That's where a community may recognize there will always be folks falling into homelessness. The goal would be to identify them quickly, get them back with family or supportive environment and or shelter and other services. But to do that very quickly, say in a 30 to 60 day time frame in light of our other homeless circumstances. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of what we've done with the COVID-19 strategy and actions since this happened in early March. We've had short-term, intermediate, and we want long-term discussions. We're going to talk more about the short-term response on slide 9. But today, I think, depending on other health orders and other directives from the state, we may be entering an intermediate stage of this pandemic. And by exit strategy, we mean we stood up the safe social distancing facility at the Finley Center, the 68 tents, with a short-term strategy. And we'll talk more about how we will work with closing that program in a little bit, as well as some other ideas. I think we're still on slide 5. I'm seeing, yeah. And then the regional partnership, I can't emphasize this enough. I think as staff, maybe as elected officials, the community, we recognize that we cannot solve and resolve this for Santa Rosa on our own. So we're very encouraged with some discussions going on with Sonoma County. There's a regional meeting this Friday afternoon, and we'll hear more about ideas to broaden the approach to resolving homelessness. Next slide, please. So a quick note on operating parameters. First, there's what the preliminary injunction. This is the court order we've agreed to operate with our programs, where we first, before we can ask a person to leave public property, we have to offer an alternative location. We have to offer an ability to store their possessions and offer services. I'm not sure the entire community understands when they say, hey, can't you just address this encampment? We have to always have an alternative location. And that's why it's important to have rapid rehousing, master leasing resources, shelter bed capacity, things of that nature that we'll talk to you more into the presentation. We also had now a pandemic, right? COVID-19 came to us the second week of March. Centers for Disease Control, they provided guidance that said that everyone should shelter in place. That included people in encampments. What we've recognized in this community and what I've heard from other communities is that guidance is good advice. It's excellent. And it doesn't recognize that encampments are not static environments. In other words, people come and go from encampments. They grow, they shrink, they move. And so we've always been observing and monitoring the Centers for Disease Control guidance principles, as well as the health and safety conditions of the place where people are camping outside. We've worked with the county health officer on this discussion. Dr. Mace understands the predicament we were in and has actually worked with us to help do testing, especially with folks who are under the Highway 101 freeway a few weeks ago. And again, can't emphasize enough regional partnerships, the resources, the ability to work with public health, the ability to work with our county colleagues, our other community jurisdictions is key in how Santa Rosa addresses an encampment along with others. And lastly, I'll finish this slide by saying this Friday, Sonoma County has on their agenda in terms of a regional partnership, several starting blocks to this race, if you will. One is a review of what might be their strategic plan. There's going to be a review of the county, the city, and others' COVID-19 efforts. There's going to be a discussion of a redesign of the Leadership Council board members. There's going to be a review of all the funding available, state, federal, and local. And there's also going to be a review of the homeless count report that is just coming out and being premiered in front of the Board of Supervisors as we speak. Next slide, please. And I think, Kelly, you were going to take a few slides from here, if I recall.
Yes, that's correct. Good afternoon, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. This is Kelly Kuykendall with Housing and Community Services. I'm your homeless services manager, and I will be taking the next couple slides before handing it over to Dave. So for our encampment strategy, as you all know, we have the Homeless Encampment Assistance Program, and that's our operational team. We also have the Homeless Action Team, and that's our policy team. So just to tell you a little bit about HEAP, this is a multidisciplinary team. We are organized around resolving camps or encampments, reducing impacts to the community as a result of encampments, and connecting persons living in encampments with services. It has, or HEAP's comprised of representatives from across the city and Catholic Charities Homeless Outreach Services team. And while there is an enforcement component to HEAP that is only occurs, or it's followed after extensive outreach and engagement, really the overarching goal or purpose of HEAP is to lead each effort in an encampment with services. There's a three-phased approach, which includes prioritization and identification. This first phase, we look at the size of encampments, vulnerability of individuals living in encampments, health, safety, and fire risks, as well as focusing on city property. The next phase is the action plan. So we do a resource analysis. We're looking at what we need in terms of shelter beds. We're also looking at what we need in terms of cleaning up, so support from Public Works or an outside contractor, what resources we need from within the city, and what resources we need from our contracted provider, Catholic Charities, the host team that I mentioned. We develop a services plan and a timeline. We coordinate outreach, engagement, and enforcement, and also a communication strategy. And in terms of closure or management, this includes noticing to the encampment and relocation of the occupants following in terms of the preliminary injunction, which Dave touched on a couple slides back, and that includes opportunity for assessment, access to adequate shelter, storage of belongings, as well as a grievance process for any disability-related requests or accommodations. And then also closure date, cleanup, and ongoing management of the site and engagement with individuals that return to the site. Next slide, please. So for existing programs, we have 5 key program areas. Day services at the Homeless Services Center. And that provides daytime support for persons experiencing homelessness, including showers, laundry, telephone, mail service, referrals, and shelter intake. HSC is the base camp for host and also coordinated entry, which is a streamlined system to match people with available housing, shelter, and services. In terms of housing-focused emergency shelter, these 2 facilities in the slide, Sam Jones Hall, provide 24/7 emergency shelter for individuals and families with basic services plus case management and financial resources to overcome homelessness. Sam Jones provides up to 213 year-round beds for single adults, and the Family Support Center provides up to 138 beds for families. Moving on to street outreach and encampment resolution. This is really about meeting people where they're at on the streets and in encampments. We do this, as I mentioned in the previous slide, with HEAP and our outreach provider, the Homeless Outreach Services team, and of course, with support from HAT, the Homeless Action Team, our policy team. In terms of housing support, we have the Housing First Fund. This is operated through the Homeless Outreach Services team. And this provides financial resources to assist with move-in expenses, security deposits, and rental payments, plus funding to incentivize landlords to rent to persons experiencing homelessness. The HCA Family Fund, that's operated through Community Action Partnership of Sonoma County, and that assists with security deposit and rental assistance. HCV, sorry for all the acronyms here. That's our Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, and that's a federal rental assistance program. We do have some availability through that program for persons experiencing homeless, for those targeted through the coordinated entry system. And lastly, our affordable housing programs through the Santa Rosa Housing Trust. And our last, the fifth sort of area of programs that the city supports are community-based solutions, and that's the Community Homeless Assistance Program. Council is familiar with that. That allows for private property owners for property zone, commercial or assembly uses to provide homeless services such as safe parking. Next slide, please.
Yeah, so talking through our immediate response to this pandemic, you might recall, I think it was the second week of March, where the health orders came about shelter in place. The guidelines came 6 feet social distancing, masking. And so to the city manager's credit, within 2 days of that, we started activating how can we make our shelter safer. And so at Sam Jones Hall, we moved roughly 51 folks in the moment to a local hotel, the Sandman, and then had staff move the bunk beds to be 6 feet across, separated, and also leased a tent structure for the parking lot to make up for the lost square footage of folks just wanting to sit at the table and relax so they can queue up for dinner, have a meal at Samuel Jones Hall. So we achieved that within the first week of the announcement. The second thing that happened is hygiene, I would call it. We partnered with the county on the placement of hand washing stations and portalets in near and around known encampments. The goal was at that point, shelter in place, but let's make sure folks have a place to use a restroom, clean their hands, things of that nature. The third wave was how can we identify those who are unsheltered, who are most vulnerable? By that, I mean over 65 years of age and or with underlying medical conditions. And so our outreach team rallied and went through our known encampments and identified another 26 people at that time from known encampments. And we rallied to transport them and secure additional rooms at the Sandman Hotel. And then lastly, we saw that we still had density, if you will, people very much sleeping, living very close together in some known encampments. We discussed options where we might want to set up a safe social distancing program. We looked at indoor space. We looked at outdoor space. We evaluated this with our homeless action team, and we came up with finally the corner parking lot, which we call the Finley Center, and we're able to secure, stand up, and manage and operate 68 tents with hand washing stations, portalets, a cooling station, others, to afford people an alternative to living in encampments where it was just too many people, too crowded. And these tents were spaced 12 feet apart. And we started that 8 weeks ago. So I grouped those 4 things I just mentioned into what I would call the COVID homeless emergency response, immediate response. Next slide, please. We wanted to share with you what our homeless encampment assistance program efforts are and the current capacity we have after all these activities, because there's a lot of pressure and demand for these beds and tents right now in light of what is occurring with the news that came over the weekend that Sonoma State University is asking the county to close down the non-congregate shelter rooms out there, as well as other things. So Samuel Jones Hall has capacity. There's currently 18 coordinate entry beds and 24 host beds available there at Sam Jones Hall. And when we say 24 host beds, you might recall in your budget, the city sponsors additional beds at Samuel Jones Hall for the purpose I mentioned earlier, that we can provide an alternative if we're asked to have a homeless encampment or homeless individuals leave public property. From the Safe Social Distancing Program at Finley, we have 68 tents, 23 are currently open. So that's a review of the vacancy rate, if you will, or the capacity we have as of July 7th. I want to emphasize again for the council and members of the public, this is a dynamic environment. These aren't constants. There could be different numbers tomorrow. For example, at the Safe Social Distancing Program, we have 10 people currently out at Fremont Park who've indicated to our host team that they're willing to come into services. So that number could change tomorrow and the next day, but I just wanted to emphasize our current capacity and also emphasize what's underway. So we are now, after the Highway 101 effort, we're working actively at the Corporate Center Parkway. And there's a plan in place that started last week. It continues today and tomorrow. It accumulates up to Thursday, July 9th, where we're inviting folks living in recreational vehicles, trailers, tents, elsewhere out there into services because you can no longer stay in the street. There's no overnight parking in that area of town, and addressing that through our HEAP protocols, if you will. I mentioned Fremont Park. There's other areas of downtown we're engaging folks, and then some folks on the Prince Memorial Greenway. So this slide is intended to message to you there's a reason we have this capacity within our shelter system to offer an alternative. I don't want to have you think it's just only about a shelter bed, because gratefully 2 weeks ago, the council approved the city's budget. It includes over $500,000 for rapid rehousing, master leasing. So there's several tools we're using to try and address and encourage folks to change from being homeless into other services and shelter. Next slide, please. There's also a request about, well, what's been going on at the Sandman in Findlay? How many people have we served and how much does it cost? So here's our attempt to do that. First of all, at the Sandman, since it opened on March 7th, we served over 109 people in 71 rooms. And you might recall previous messages I've given to the council that we had 75 rooms and there were 77 people served. But again, this is a dynamic situation. People come and go. They might move from the Sandman into rehabilitation centers. They might want to move to other shelters within the system of care countywide. They may choose, no, they're done, or they might want to be reunified with family. But we were able to service 109 people in this time frame. At the Safe Social Distancing Program at Findlay, over 8 weeks, we were able to serve 108 people. And the investment, okay, Sandman, services March through June, that costs about $317,000. It's basically with the cost for the hotel room, taxes, and others, it's been $1.2 million over the course of 3.5 months. And for Findlay, it costs $238,000, services May to June. So it's roughly $30,000 a week to set up these two temporary COVID-19 keep people safe efforts. And you'll see later in our presentation, we are actively working to document what we're learning from Cal OES and FEMA so we can be reimbursed for most of these costs going forward. So I just don't want the council or the public to think that we're spending this money without any strategy around it. It's basically keep people safe, keep people healthy, and at the same time, task our organization to document what our federal and state colleagues need to achieve reimbursement later. Next slide, please. Finally, there's new programming concepts. I just mentioned the FEMA Cal OES documentation. That's been added to our work plan without asking. we just think that's important. But also we wanted to look at what's the best way to restore our shelter capacity around our host and HEAP protocols in combination with the hotel we just leased and the Safe Social Distancing Program exit strategy at Findlay. And the council knows, I hope members of the public remember, we represented that the Findlay Center and the hotel was under our immediate response with the COVID-19 emergency. And so we want to stick to that. And here's 4 key things we looked at and evaluated to move from immediate to intermediate solutions. The first was Alliance Redwoods out in the West County. These folks are great. They offered their facility to us, much like they did Jeff Gilman and the Redwood Gospel Mission, so the Gospel Mission can reduce their capacity and create social distancing in their facilities. They had a good price point, and and still we had to look at transportation logistics. We had to look at a new staffing model to move to the West County. We have one-time money through the state and federal resources to address this pandemic. So we thought that's a solution that only lasts us primarily a year, and we might be back to where we are today. And I estimate a year because Alliance recognizes their business models changed. They realize they're not going to be able to offer summer camps and the normal things. So they were willing to work with us on that, as well as the county. The other thing we looked at is let's look at commercial facilities. What might be out there? Maybe we should just not restore Samuel Jones Hall, but look at other places we can do that. The short version there is our Transit and Public Works team really rallied and looked at, well, all that might be out there. And you have to come down to, well, does something have a commercial kitchen? Are there restroom, potential shower facilities? How might the space be used, not just to create a big congregate shelter, but also a range of accommodations for individuals experiencing homelessness? There is a facility out there that might be worth exploring more. And if the council wants us to, we will pursue that. However, the common denominator in this is operating costs. Well, again, we have one-time money to secure facilities and to consider addressing this, but we have ongoing operating costs. The third was a county partnership. We've been talking with our staff colleagues about how might we work together on the indoor-outdoor shelter concept. And that conversation has a way to go. It is either going to be directly with city staff and county staff. I hope it goes through Home Sonoma County as a regional consideration. And that's on a timeline that might not meet the interest of our community, meaning it might take a long time instead of over the next few months. So that's where we landed on what we call a sprung structure at Samuel Jones Hall. A sprung structure is basically a temporary building. The nearest one I can point to is out at the Charles Schultz Airport, where you wait to board your flight. That's a big white tent, so to speak. Obviously, we wouldn't have something that big. But we thought, how can we restore capacity to our shelter system, provide opportunities to exit out of Finley and an alternative to the Sandman in conjunction with rapid rehousing and master leasing and other alternatives, all with using one-time funding and leveraging operational costs the city council's already invested in. So we shared this with your homeless and housing task force members. That's Mayor Schwedhelm, Councilmember Dodd. And they agreed that the sprung structure idea was worth pursuing. And so to that end, our Transit and Public Works team will be in front of you on July 21st with that concept. We are currently out to bid just to see what we might be able to achieve with that idea. So again, on slide 12 here, I just want to emphasize, we looked at several options, landed on the sprung structure, evaluated it, shared it with your task force team, and are moving in that direction. And then lastly, a new program concept was safe parking. Safe parking that we talked about back at your January meeting. At that point, it was safe overnight parking, and we were tasked with scaling. What does it mean to have it be a true housing first, getting to functional zero, versus just maybe having it be a safe place for folks who have to live in their vehicles to be overnight. And so the next few slides shares with you our safe parking evaluation. I'll turn it back to Kelly. Next slide, please. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Dave. So we were in front of you, Dave and I were in front of you back in January, and during that meeting, council provided staff with the following direction, including identifying city-owned property in 7 council districts for a safe parking program, a scaled program, which I'll cover in the next couple slides, but basically starting with very basic services all the way up to a more robust housing first program. And then to seek partnership to continue the CHAP as a community-based solution. Next slide, please. So in terms of evaluation, following the January meeting in the late February, early March timeframe, we evaluated over 100 city-owned properties. We looked at parks, facilities, and the parking district. And we developed a matrix to evaluate these properties. So we looked at the number of spaces, hours of operation, access to bathroom facilities, police and fire, homeless related incidents, proximity to neighborhoods and schools, neighborhoods, schools, and childcare facilities, lighting and visibility of the properties, and whether or not they could accommodate large vehicles. We also looked at former and existing safe parking programs and proposed indoor-outdoor shelter sites. Those are the sites being proposed by the county. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of the evaluation that was done at the staff level. So in Council District 1, we identified the former Bennett Valley Senior Center. This site is slated for affordable housing development. In Council District 2, we identified the Brookwood Health Center. This is owned by the city, but currently in use by Santa Rosa Community Health. So we would have to reach out to them and work with them on this site, but it was a former safe parking site. I'd also like to mention in this council district that Christ United Methodist Church has an existing safe parking site. They offer 2 to 3 safe parking site spots. And the fairgrounds is also, or the Aston area of the fairgrounds is one of the sites the county is looking at for indoor-outdoor shelter, which could possibly include a safe parking component. In sections 3 and 4, no sites were identified in terms of, and I'm speaking here about city-owned property. The group recommended that we seek a private partner through CHAP. I'll note here that in Council District 4, the county is looking at property on Sinead and Ventura for indoor-outdoor shelter. And as I mentioned, that could include a safe parking component. Council District 5, there were a number of sites identified here, including the City Hall campus and the West America building, and then our parking district, Lot 7, the White House lot. Council District 6, again, no sites identified, and we suggest developing a private partner through CHAP. I do want to mention that there is an existing parking program in that council district that provides approximately 20 safe parking spots. That site I only anticipate running for a few more months as it's slated for a housing development as well. And then lastly, in Council District 7, we identified Sam Jones Hall and the Utilities Field Office. Also want to note that there's an existing safe parking site in this council district, and that's at the First United Methodist Church, and they have up to 10 parking spots, and they've had that program up and running for a number of years. Next slide, please. In terms of program models, and we put this together based on the feedback provided by council back in January. So we have a basic, I'll go into more detail on the next slide, program operator and a housing focused program. The assumptions that we used in developing these program models, as Dave mentioned in introducing safe parking, we're looking at overnight and scattered site. Traditionally, and the majority of the programs that I've looked at over the past couple years are primarily overnight. And then up to 100 parking spaces at various locations. We're not proposing that one site would have 100 spots or 100 parking spaces. We're saying a program with 100 parking spaces scattered at various sites throughout the council districts. And the number of spaces at each location are subject to, the site opportunities and constraints of each respective site. Next slide, please. Here are some estimates. And again, we put these together. It's been a number of months now following the January meeting and pre-COVID. So I just want to emphasize that these are estimates and subject to council direction. We need to investigate them further. So here for the basic program, there would not be a program operator. The past program that the county funded was operated by Catholic Charities. So the direction we had from council was give us an estimated cost for a very basic program. And so this would essentially be the city offering up its property for people to sleep in overnight. We also, without a program operator, we wouldn't have the benefit of that operator's liability insurance, but it could provide sanitary facilities and private security. The estimated cost for that is $136,500 annually. The assumptions used for each of these estimated costs, again, are potentially 7 sites and a total of 100 spots or parking spaces, excuse me. The security is based on our existing security contracts with Weinstein Securities. So, based on some estimates I'm coming in from other security companies that Catholic Charities is working with through some of our COVID programs, we would need to refine that estimate a bit. So scaling up to the next phase of programs is the program operator. So this would be similar to the program that Catholic Charities operated for the county a few years back. You wouldn't need private security. I should say this estimate doesn't include private security because you have a program operator. You'd have sanitary facilities. A program operator could provide intake and placement, a lot monitor and a hotline, linkage to services, and the benefit to the city of liability insurance. And the estimated annual cost for this model is $270,000. Again, 100 parking spaces scattered over approximately 7 sites. The housing focus program, this is the most robust of the 3 programs I'm sharing with you this evening. This would include the program operator model plus intensive services, such as specialized housing staff and case management, and that estimated annual cost is $530,000. With that, I'll turn it back over to Dave. Thank you.
So thank you, Council. I know we're covering a lot of ground, but in addition to what we have in place, what we put in place in response to the pandemic, and the information you asked us to provide regarding safe parking, we've also been discussing other program considerations. And I'll try and go through these today on this slide. And we have not talked to the council about these yet, but I just want to make you aware that at the staff level, we've been looking at these ideas. These ideas include the regional partnership, that's home Sonoma County. That has been a discussion point at the leadership council of that body. Our county colleagues were presenting this afternoon, ideas of restructuring that partnership. And certainly we can return with more specificity once we have it. And certainly tune into Friday's home Sonoma County meeting as it will be presented. There's also the idea of data tracking. So we have what Homeless Management Information System, HMIS, that HUD requires. But we have different jurisdictions wanting more information, even around what we just did at Finley. How many people are there? If they exited the program, where did they go? Folks who go into Samuel Jones Hall, how many stay there? There's a lot of good questions, a lot of good information. So we want to come back to the council on how to platform the information you'd like us to track over and above what we're currently doing. And then we can build that into a work plan. There's also the idea of scaling services. And this is about not only staff capacity, but also our nonprofit service partners. So a working team has been talking, this was all pre-pandemic, about how can we scale our services to meet the need? We're a community that has an estimated 1,500 people living outside. We're a county that has an estimated 3,000 people living outside. But we are not scaled to meet that demand. So we identified some guiding principles by which we would evaluate how might we approach our council and the Board of Suits and others to scale our services accordingly. And that is to acknowledge we're not scaled to meet the need. We know we have to identify other funding sources rather than rely exclusively on the general fund. Again, it emphasizes we have to establish a new level of partnership with the county and neighboring cities for a consistent regional approach. We have to focus on best practices, especially aligned with Housing First. And we have to focus on the goal of reserving a person's homelessness. And that's the public policy challenge I think you're facing, you're hearing, is how much does the community invest in resolving a person's homelessness under Housing First? And how much should we invest and, for lack of a better term, managing homelessness. In other words, making sure folks, if they're not ready for services in the moment, keeping them safe, maybe keep them, managing neighborhoods and commercial districts until such time as they are. And so with those guiding principles, there's a couple things we realized. For example, our contract with Catholic Charities funds 2 outreach workers for a population of roughly 1,500 people. And we rely on those outreach workers to rally if we want to address an encampment under Highway 101, to rally to help us stand up the Sandman Hotel, to rally to set up the Finley Center. So we recognize we have an opportunity there to look at a staffing structural outreach model, not just through our own contracts, but also with our regional partnerships. That's an example of scaling services, and there's others. Homeless response team. This is the notion of our engagement moving more towards what we learned from a visit in San Francisco. And what I mean by that is right now, if we get complaints or we encounter a homeless encampment that meet the matrix criteria that Kelly described, fire safety, health and safety, vulnerability, et cetera, is we first move in with our homeless outreach service team and law enforcement. Well, the notion is, what if our field services team, water, parks, public works, when they see encampments on public property, that their staff trained and well-versed with notices to help those folks and guide them in the services, and then call hosts to come out and engage them. And then only lastly, as the camp has to, because of the reasons we just cited, can't be there anymore, then and only then do we rely on law enforcement. That's the notion of a homeless response team. That's something we want to work on. We want to come to the council to get your thoughts on that. But I just wanted to share with you today, that's another program consideration. There's also the parking ordinance. We recognize that our parking ordinance was written years and years ago before, and it was about moving boats, RVs, and campers in front of residential properties. Well, we have a very different phenomenon, as you know, right now. And we see our Bay Area neighbors addressing their parking ordinance and creating different nuances there to help manage homeless issues in the same light. And so if the council's interested, we'll be back to you with those ideas with our transportation team. There's also the Community Housing Homeless Assistance Program partnership with Faith-Based Community. We're learning primarily, and thank you to Adam Peacock, if you're listening, as a liaison to other faith-based groups throughout the Bay Area, especially at Project We Hope, if you wanted to look that up, how they're managing up and down the peninsula RV safe parking. This was an effort we had going on actually Friday, March 27th. We were going to be down there to visit and learn about their program, but we all know what March changed our view of things. And there's also the idea of a job training program. This is intriguing, and this is where we would invite those experiencing homelessness that could join a job training program primarily around maintenance, park maintenance, street maintenance, field maintenance. And it might be a segue into full-time employment, part-time employment, perhaps with the city of Santa Rosa. It's an idea that has Assistant Manager Jason Nutt's attention, and we certainly want to look at more ideas and efforts around that area. Next slide, please. So the slide I just went through shared some ideas you may not have heard yet, but have been incubating at the staff level. And so how do we get there? And here's a summary of the funding snapshot as of today that's available. And let me walk through this very briefly. The first with the city is a $1.5 million to repurpose Samuel Jones Hall. And just to remind the council and members of the public, this was an amount of money that was returned from a 2018 notice of funding availability to try and produce affordable housing. It was $3 million. Roughly half of that was returned because for various reasons, the developer at the time wasn't able to move forward in their project. So we came back to the council with a recommendation that what if we use this remaining resource and repurposed it to create more accommodations within the footprint of Samuel Jones Hall. This is where we would create walls and smaller space to address more behavioral health, more challenging individuals who may be interested in shelter or come into shelter, but because there might be an episode, it causes tension for those around them in other bunks and they tend to leave. So we are on path to create that interior space within Samuel Jones Hall. Instead, we are recommending, and we recommended to the task force, that we create that space in the sprung structure instead. That this sprung structure that would be placed within the parking lot of Samuel Jones Hall, so we don't have tiger, salamander, other environmental consideration, meets code, meets fire safety, heating, ventilation system, et cetera, restores the capacity we had. Doesn't add to it, but it makes it it's the intersection of where we can restore capacity and create accommodation for a very specialized population within the homeless community. We also have the CARES Act directly to the city, $895,000. So with the one, we have $2.4 million to help with this homeless problem in the moment. And to remind the council, a few weeks ago, you repurposed home funding, which is a federal resource, to, sorry, I'm getting a text. Yeah, the CARES Act is $895,000. Sorry. To tenant-based rental assistance. That's what TBRA stands for. And the council agreed to run a process to help households that had a loss of income because of job loss or job reduction through the pandemic, to help them with the situation they face themselves with. So that's another resource to hopefully prevent homelessness. Now at the county level, you'll see a lot of numbers here. That totals roughly $9 million. They're expecting, well, they have gotten the $564,000 in round one of emergency solutions grant. Sorry for all the acronyms. This is just trying to be succinct here. They're just been awarded round two of emergency solutions grant, $6.5 million. They got an allocation just like we did under the CARES Act for CDBG COVID, $1.1 million. They're expecting these other resources that you see. And today they were going to talk to the Board of Supervisors of repurposing a portion of their home tenant-based rental assistance, just purposed to help with homeless solutions. There's also the Home Sonoma County group that received $575,000. There's also the state budget, and there's currently $300 million in what we call round two of the Homeless Housing Assistance Prevention Program, HAP. 90 million is going to continuous care. That's what we call our Home Sonoma County. So they're expected to get a portion of that 90 million. There's another portion going to cities of 300,000 or more in population, and up to 80 million to counties. And so Sonoma County is expecting that in that 6.5 million projection. There's also pending legislation. AB 3300 from Mr. Santiago, homelessness grant funds, which would appropriate annually over $2 billion to the Department of Housing and Community Development for this purpose. And then lastly, we're looking at grant and others funding to be determined. In our budget currently, thank you, Council, you approved $50,000 for a grant writer. We were on a path pre-COVID to see what we could do with our outreach teams and our community engagement team, just see what grants might be available to pursue. We want to resume that work effort when time permits. But I wanted to also just remind the council and the public that this crisis has funding associated to it. It's one time, but at least there's some resources available. Next slide, please. And just a quick county update. This is happening today at the Board of Supervisors. They're asking the county to do a few things. I'll go through these quickly. They wanted to accept the report they had from what the board directed them back in December and March. They wanted to confirm, are they on the right path to secure sites for indoor-outdoor shelter? They're discussing making Los Guilicos permanent. They're looking at short, medium-range solutions, just as we are with the resources available. Next slide, please. They're asking to restructure or to allocate funding to the Home Sonoma County Leadership Council, give them update on where they're at with purchasing, leasing property. And I agree with this, and this is where another regional partnership needs to occur. Project Room Key. Most of that energy and effort has gone to the most populous counties, South Bay area, LA, et cetera. Motel 6 is an active participant. There are 3 Motel 6s in Sonoma County. So work with Home Sonoma County or directly with the Board of Soups and the county staff to advocate to the state that that resource comes to the North Bay. And then the big item is they're looking at repurposing and restructuring their work that the Community Development Commission through the Housing Authority and the board focus on affordable housing, but all their resources are directed for decision-making through Home Sonoma County. Next slide, please. Just 2 more to go. I know we're covering a lot of ground here. So what we wanted to do today is inform you of all that's going on. I hope we did most of that. The second thing we wanted to do is confirm our priorities, and this is what the next 2 slides do. And we frame this as we have with council goals. There's tier 1 and tier 2. So as staff, we're suggesting tier 1 priorities be we sustain our existing programs. And that is where we're staffed and focused right now. We continue to work to build our regional partnership. We just have to through Home Sonoma County. But we have to add a few things in the moment. We have to document the people at Finley and at the Sandman Hotel so we can stand a chance to get reimbursed for those costs. Since we took those actions to keep people safe, we have to restore our shelter capacity, the intersection I use, and that's where the sprung structure comes in because it allows us to then exit the hotel and the safe social distancing program we stood up at the Finley Center. We think that's where our bandwidth and our capacity and focus should be in the months ahead. Next slide, please. And then as time permits, we continue to work across departments on our safe parking program. Hear from the council if you're interested in having us come forward with some ideas on revisions to a parking ordinance, ideas on how we could scale our programs and capacity across departments to better meet the demand, the need out there. Stand up and a job training program. See if it's feasible to move our field teams and our law enforcement and our engagement team into what we call a response group, where we rely first on the field crews, secondly on engagement, and only if there's a threat to health or safety, our law enforcement. Get some resolution on what we should be tracking for data, and then continue to build our partnership with the faith-based community. Next slide, please. And so with all that, we recommend that the Housing Community Services Department, that the council provide direction to staff on the city's homeless service programming and confirm our work plan priorities. And I'm willing to go into a deeper dive into what we're calling scaling, the ideas you haven't heard yet. But as you can see, they're grouped into the second tier, and that gives us time to return to you as permits. So with that, Kelly and I conclude our presentation, and we'll respond to questions. And thank you for letting us take the time to walk through this.
Thank you very much, Dave and Kelly. Very impressive, very thorough report. I very much appreciated. A lot of this stuff is being done in the background. I've been very engaged. I know a lot of work is going behind the scenes, and I think you just demonstrated the amount of work that not just the 2 of you, but the entire city has been dedicated itself to. And so I also want to applaud the city manager for focusing. It's just not one department. It's just not housing and community services. It's a total team organizational effort. So with that, council, do we have any questions? Mr. Dowd, I think I saw your hand. Oh,
and Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just want to note for the record that Councilmember Tibbetts has stepped out, has recused himself from this item.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dowd, you had a question.
Well, it's more a comment than it is a question, but first of all, I would like to compliment the staff for putting together this. I always believed that it was very difficult to get events to conform to a plan if you don't have any plan. And that's what this step here is. I think for all of us, it's been very frustrating that we know we have a homeless issue, but we don't have any way to get through it and past it. And this is really a great step to start to put concepts together that we might do and the money that's available to support it. And we need to kind of put those two items kind of together so that they parallel, so that we can see what we can do and see what other funding may be out there to help us get further. And as indicated in this presentation, this is for sure, it's a regional issue, Sonoma County and the cities, but it's also statewide and national. But for us to work on something together, the opportunities for success increase exponentially, and we really need to get that done. Thank you.
All right, Council, any questions for staff? Feel free to virtually raise your hand. See, Mr. Olivares, you first.
Thank you, Mayor. My question goes back to some of our efforts, going back to 101 underpasses, for example, and the issues that we dealt with that, and responding to community members, understanding that there are a lot of moving parts to what we're doing here related to our homeless issues in Sonoma County and Santa Rosa. But my question is, what is the best place to direct the public with questions about some of the larger encampments that we have? And I know they're on our list, for example, as far as managing them or dealing with them, like Fremont Park downtown, Princeton Royal Greenway, Corporate Center Parkway. Sounds like there's already something going on with Corporate Center Parkway. But what do we tell the public when they're asking us about some of these hotspots, if you will? Again, recognizing that there's a lot of moving parts and things change pretty quickly. And there are also certain regulations that we have to follow. But sometimes I'm just at a loss of what to share with them because we know that things are happening, but how can we direct them?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Olivares. I'll start and maybe Kelly can add. We have on our website frequently asked questions that address many of those concerns. I would urge folks to go to our website and read that. We also have talking points we can share. And the summary is, and Kelly will step in here, is it's an unusual circumstance today, right? We have the guidance from the Centers of Disease Control. We're not supposed to disperse encampments for the fear of spreading the disease, yet we are monitoring the health of the encampment itself. So I don't know, Kelly, you have some things to add to this?
Yeah, just that if you go to the city's main page under News Flash, I think there's probably been homeless updates there weekly. You can also go to srcity.org/COVID-19 homeless support. We have a webpage dedicated specifically to our response to homelessness during COVID-19. If you go on the city's website as well, you can sign up for news alerts and updates. And I know the PIO team has been putting out weekly updates via the city's City Connections newsletter. Many of those include updates on our homeless efforts.
Thank you. And one more question, and this relates a little bit, I think, to the homeless response team that we're talking about. And I'll make some comments on that later. But my question is related to just the whole homeless issue itself in Santa Rosa, is that we own it as a community, as a city. And we know that your department has been tasked with a lot of the work, and we talked a lot about staff capacity, but you also spoke about staff capacity across the departments. My question is, what have we done so far to help all of our departments understand what their role is in our homeless response community-wide? And primarily, of course, that public-facing employee that's out there. Have we done that? Have we made sure that all of our departments have an understanding of what their role is, and that they don't have it shouldn't be that they say, well, we have somebody doing that within the city and in their department, but we own it. So my question is, what have we done to help educate the rest of the departments on what their role is and can be in response to homelessness in Santa Rosa?
Yeah, I'll start. We've met with every department. We realized we had to continue the message. We've been working with the PIO group on internal discussions on that, updates. We had much more planned prior to March event because that was something we were hearing from folks. So what we learned is there's a lot of attention to having someone join a staff meeting, but we haven't been able to join a staff meeting. And so we've been pushing out information to the council, to the community, and to our own colleagues within departments with all that we're doing on this subject. I don't know, Kelly, if you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Councilmember Oliveris. And I completely agree that I think internal communication is equally as important as external communication. So Dave and I, in partnership with Jenny Lynn Holmes, we gave presentations last year to every city department about what we're doing around the issue of homelessness. I would say in terms of participation and ownership on the issue, we have our operational team. So we have HEAP, and there's representatives from nearly every city department on that team, as well as our policy team, the homeless action team. So each department is taking an active role in the city's response to this issue.
Thank you. And I think it's very important that we continue. I know it's difficult right now with the shelter in place, even in having communication with all our departments and staff. But I think it's important that we're all on the same page on this because I also believe that it also reduces the amount of misinformation that goes out too when the public is interacting with our employees. So thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Oliveris, I would add that those that are involved across departments on the Homeless Encampment Assistance Program and the department heads that participate in the Homeless Action Team, they own this. I have to say, in the early days, it was a little disjointed, but to the city manager's credit, he made this our priority. And it's refreshing to see folks not only come up with suggestions and ideas on how to resolve a situation, but just dedicate their staff team to go do it. It's just, so and we have to do still a better job to make sure that trickles down to all employees. So
yes, yes, and I think the point is that we all own it, and I think any employee should be able to ask themselves, "What is my role?" They should know what their role is in this community effort. So thank you.
And Mr. Gwine, before I go to Mr. Rogers, there's one bit of information I know that the supervisors got today about the 2020 point in time count. If you're aware of that information, would you like to share it with council? Because I think that's feedback as a result of some of the efforts of the city.
Yeah, I only have the staff report. I haven't had a briefing on the point in time count yet. I know it's scheduled for the Sonoma County meeting Friday. I think it shows that there's an overall reduction estimated around 7%. So that's caused many members of the community, members of the press, to reach out to me today to ask. They see that the report shows a 7% reduction in overall homelessness, yet folks see homelessness more than they ever have. So we're in the process of trying to understand that report and get back to folks.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that because I think that is significant. And again, I have not seen the whole report either. We'll get that Friday, but a 7% reduction does not happen by accident. Mr. Rogers, you have questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dave, great presentation, really thorough. But obviously, one of the points that came out of it were the recommendations around the safe parking sites and the analysis that was done. If we could walk through a little bit some of the places that were not recommended to move forward or not recommended or not considered at all, I should add, I think it'd be helpful for the public. And I just want to start by pointing out that end of January, early February, this council did vote to try to find one location in every single council district to try to take some of the politics out of it and to acknowledge that this is a citywide discussion and a citywide issue and that we needed a citywide regional approach to how we are going to do it. And then I'll note that District 5, which is the center of the city, which has already been over burdened with homeless services had more than twice as many locations evaluated by staff as the next closest district. And so it is something that I want us to keep an eye on, is whether it is the evaluative process or whether it is where we actually end up. Yes, it's about which district it's in, but it's more about the geographic approach. And so looking at districts 4 and districts 6 and others that abut that same downtown core, I noticed that all of the recommendations are really still concentrated into that area. So I wanted to delve into that a little bit with you, if you don't mind. And so first, I wanted to start with District 3, where staff did not identify a specific location. Was anything in Oakmont, and specifically the East Rec Center that's out there, was any of that considered in this process? And if not, why not?
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. Dave, did you want to start and I can jump in, or?
Sorry, Kelly, if it's better to address the questions that sorry about that.
That's fine, Kelly. Yeah, and again, I just wanted to tee up Kelly's remarks. We did this evaluation in the month of February, early March. We looked at city-owned real estate, and then here we are today. I think the property you referenced in Oakmont, Councilmember Rogers, is not a city facility, but I'll maybe turn it over to Kelly and take it from there.
So there were in Council District 3, I'll start with that. I was making sure that I was unmuted. There were 11 city-owned properties that we looked at, and I believe the matrix was shared with council this afternoon, so you have that information. A majority of the properties were parks. Actually, in each district, a majority of city-owned property, they're parks. And so the homeless action team was convened to go over this matrix and make some recommendations based on the evaluation. And at that point in time, we were not looking at parks. The safe parking program model that's before you this evening is based on an overnight program, and our parks are closed in the evenings. So we didn't feel that a safe parking program in a park facility would work well. Additionally, it would be difficult to move people out, say in the morning, in a typical safe parking program model, since the parks are open to the public during the daytime. If we open it at night, then we're looking at a 24/7 safe parking program, and that is more like a managed camp rather than a traditional safe parking program. So in terms of Oakmont, the only property I see on here is a city-owned property. It's a former Oakmont treatment plant, and that is closed. So that was not a viable option. There were a couple fire stations and the Rincon Valley Library. Certainly, if council wants us to look at parks or other properties in this district, we will. But based on some of the parameters and criteria that we had in place for the evaluation, we as a group didn't have a recommendation for a site, and suggest that we work with a private partner in this area through the CHAP program. I hope that answers your question, Councilmember Rogers.
It does, and I appreciate the explanation around the parks, and I can understand that would be a specific challenge. I would be interested in us reaching out. I know that the city has partnered very well, particularly on our public meetings in Oakmont, and have provided a space for us to do so. I know that there are parking lots that are in there that can be utilized. So my expectation is that we would at least make that effort to try to have that conversation with folks. Outside of that, I also see for District 3, the Rincon Valley Library was assessed. Could you talk a little bit about why you are not recommending the Rincon Valley Library for District 3?
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I do want to step in here. I want to make sure that my understanding is this chart, this matrix has gone to the council. I want to make sure that it has been made available to the public If it has not yet been made available to the public, then I would recommend that we limit the discussion on the specifics of that matrix until it can be also available to the public at the same time as the council is discussing it.
Okay, and that's fair, Madam City Attorney. We did, as was mentioned, we did get this just earlier today, and so I did have a chance to walk through it. I do agree that the public should have a chance to look at it as well. I just want to, for a point of clarification, if we are giving direction today and specifically on the prioritization as it pertains to staff workload, and in the tier 2, it does say safe parking program. Is there going to be an opportunity for us to have a discussion at the council to select specific sites, or is the intention to give the thumbs up to move forward based on the staff recommendations that have been made?
So if the council so chooses, we would be happy to come back and discuss site selection on that particular item. I don't know if it has been made readily available to the public. I believe it came in late today, so I'm not sure, but we would be prepared to come back and have a future conversation, Councilmember Rogers, specifically about site locations for safe parking.
Yeah, no, I would really appreciate that, Mr. City Manager. I'm not prepared for us to move forward on a program until it's equitable and geographically dispersed. As I mentioned, District 5 had 34 sites evaluated, and the next closest was District 4 at 16 sites. And so I would like to see a more full conversation around how we can provide these locations throughout the city and not just continue to concentrate them into the same neighborhoods. So I'd appreciate that.
And just, I'll reiterate that this is work that was done pre-COVID. So there's plenty of work to do subsequent to the pandemic to go back and ask some questions about the matrix with those types of considerations in play.
Yeah, thank you so much. And look forward to that discussion down the road.
Yeah, and council, this is Dave. This is recommended at staff to be a tier 2 priority, meaning it would come back to council. And we recognize that July 7th is very different than June 1st, and June 1st is different than January. When the last time we had a discussion, this was a couple of things. One is see if we can't use just public property, city-owned property within the 7 council districts and have it be overnight. Here we are today, and we are looking at what might be some general guidance maybe provided today so we can come back and answer all your questions. So for example, should it just continue to be city-owned real estate? Are parks on the table? Should we move from safe parking to maybe more of a managed situation? Because again, safe parking is you park overnight, then you leave. These are, and we can schedule this for the council consideration to give us some council direction. But we wanted to share with you today that pre-COVID, we at least had done some work based on what you asked for. And here's what we learned. And I just wanted to share that so that you had that context.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. And I am very supportive of us doing this. I just wanted, as I said, to make sure there was better geographic representation in it. Dave, my last question for you, and I thought I heard that the county part of their discussion today is their indoor-outdoor style shelters, particularly Aston Avenue as one of the options. Is there a discussion, and at what point should we hear about a discussion regarding the fairgrounds or the Veterans Hall as a joint partnership between the city and the county?
Yeah, fair question.
I should say a possible joint partnership.
Absolutely. And I would start by saying, I would really encourage us to define for ourselves a partnership. What's a true partnership? How are we involved in the discussion with the county and the other cities, and rather than react to ideas? To me, that's where we should be putting our focus, our energy, and that means a lot of time. I haven't been able to track how the county talked about the 3 locations they were evaluating today. So if the council wants a briefing on that or some sort of summary, we could certainly come back and provide that or invite the county to do so.
And I think we were preparing to do that additional staff update. And I will point out that the lion's share of the dollars that are being invested by the state and the federal government are going to the county. So what the city has made has repeatedly asked the county where the partnership opportunities lie. But I will again point out that the dollars that are flowing into this county are almost 9-to-1 in favor of the county, and we still don't really have a clear idea what the county investment strategy is.
All right, but it has been made abundantly clear to the county that we are interested in partnering at the fairgrounds or the Veterans Hall.
Repeatedly.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, before we go to I'm sorry, Mayor, to the next question is, maybe for the benefit of tonight, it would help staff to know from this body whether our city parks are to be considered for safe overnight parking or not, because for the reasons Kelly mentioned, they were not. So as this discussion continues, I'd like to get some feedback from everyone on that, or Mayor, maybe you can coordinate the discussion somehow.
Sure. Okay. Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So, I don't think I'll get, hopefully I won't get in trouble for bringing up the matrix, in that my experience with at least the one that I got makes it unclear to me. It's hard what sites were evaluated or were not evaluated in my district. And I'm hoping that maybe I can get another copy of it or something, because whatever's going on here is not making sense to me. But at any rate, I, without having seen that, I went out in my district and surveyed locations because I share Councilmember Rogers' concern around the concentration of them in not just in his district or his prospective district, but also in the downtown core, and making sure that services are accessible to people in different areas and are along good transit lines and so forth. And District 4 is fairly built out, but I was able to, and I'd be interested to hear why these locations were ruled out. And I'm not saying I'm a proponent necessarily of any one of these in particular, but we do have the parking lot at the Steel Lane Community Center. That is a city-owned property, so it's hard to see why that one wasn't considered. And then additionally, we do have Garage 5 that would add concentration in downtown, but it is a city-owned property. And then one that's not a city-owned property, but stands out as a clear opportunity for collaboration is the Lewis School on Lewis Street, right behind the Safeway. And I'd like to hear what went into ruling out those 3 locations as potentials.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I really do want us to stay away from any references to the matrix or to the information that's in the matrix, because that has not been made available to staff.
Any of this information from the matrix. This is
okay.
I didn't even get a chance to look at that email until Mr. Rogers brought it up. This was my prepared questions prior to this meeting.
Okay, and I would encourage you to go ahead and provide direction to staff in terms of kind of general categories or specific properties that you are aware of, again, independent of the matrix. But I think it would be very helpful for staff to hear the general kind of categories of properties that you would like us to look at.
So, but to get there, I need to understand what went into not recommending these properties. So I'm not comfortable recommending something that without understanding what the countervailing forces are. Is that okay to proceed?
Yes, if this was in the, I'm trying to get back to the PowerPoint, to the extent that the PowerPoint provided specifics.
It just said, it said no properties were recommended in District 4.
Okay, yes. So to the extent that you have properties that you believe should be considered, that
I'm
is appropriate stemming off of the PowerPoint. Yes.
I'm wondering, should they be considered, or were they considered, and were there problems that I'm unaware of that I can't figure out? That's where I'm coming from.
That's fine then.
I think
So Vice Mayor Fleming, make sure I understand the question. I'll start by saying we looked at West Steel Lane. That parking lot is in the back of the building. It's not visible from the street. It backs up to a residential neighborhood. And so we were concerned with that particular location, but we can certainly evaluate it further.
And concern on proximity to residential.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, so if you look at the West Steel Lane Rec Center, you're going down, not Lewis, forgot the name of the street in the moment, but you can't see folks back there. And and there's a residential neighborhood that backs right up to that. So that my memory is that was why we didn't look at that real estate further. We didn't look at the Lewis School property because that was not city owned. So again, this kind of a health and safety evaluation. And I think you were suggesting a third property.
Yeah, Garage 5 is a city property that, as far as I can tell, is not fully utilized. I'm not saying I'm in favor of it. I just want to understand why it was not considered.
Yeah. Remind me where Garage 5 is. I'm sorry.
Maybe I've got the number wrong, but it is the garage behind Russian River. It's on.
Oh, okay. I think it was, it's on 5th Street. And I think, again, it was visibility and safety issues. Do we have folks park on the ground floor? Does the height of a parking garage accommodate recreational vehicles? Does it limit the amount of type of vehicle that might be able to utilize the space? If we're providing portalets and hand washing stations, what if we brought it to the upper floor? Those types of things. So again, to the full council, if safe parking, overnight parking is a key interest, we can hear your questions and general directions today and certainly come back with more specificity on each and every site, and also expand it to be, if that's your interest, non-city owned real estate. And as I mentioned before, we're in a different world now in the COVID. Is overnight sufficient, or should it be something different?
Right. I just wonder with, nearly double, District 5 is disproportionately affected in part because of that's where the majority of city-owned properties are. And that if we have such a high standard around each property and are so particular about it, we're going to continue to over concentrate in this area. And there are some opportunities, especially the ones around the northern parts of Mendocino Avenue, that lend themselves particularly well to accessing service and transit. And I do hope that we can look to partner with other entities, especially, the schools on the Lewis site stands out to me as one that it abuts commercial on a couple of sides and could be an ideal location if the school district were interested. But the other things to me around the garage seem like really, some logistical challenges, but really opportunities to do things differently or to try things. And I've been impressed with the Finley site and how well it's been. I know we're not talking about doing the same thing here, but that I think it has been proof of concept that we can have homeless folks live in a space and have it not be as disruptive as people imagine to the way of life. I mean, people are already across the street from Garage 5, a couple blocks over at Fremont Park, making much greater challenges for us than if we had a safe place for them that's semi-sheltered in the garage. So things to think about.
I think Vice Mayor, to your point, and I think this is where we're getting a little jumbled in the question, is there was, prior to our experience at Project Finley, we had got a considerable amount, the staff had received a considerable amount of pushback about considering any park location after the direction had come from council to look at city property. So I think this is where we're looking to see that, we believe that Project Finley, like you, has demonstrated that there's proof of concept to think about these things. I think that's the essential question staff is trying to ask. We're a little garbled in it, but I think as was stated by Mr. Gwine, is it okay for us to consider not things like parks as we go through this evaluative process and into the next phase of this conversation?
So to that end, I'm kind of agnostic at this point on parks. What I would say is that I have not heard, at least in my district, an exhaustive look at places that are obvious, that are not parks, that would seem to be good candidates. And again, January is not July, and we now know that we can manage something without causing the level of disturbance. So, I'm wondering if we could take a re-look at something like Lewis or Steele, so that District 4, which disproportionately does not have affordable housing or, services, could be considered. The next question I have is for Director Gwine, is around how we define homelessness. And this question comes to me from, I get a lot of residents who have concerns around RV parking on North Street. And I went out on North Street around midnight just to see, because there had been a disturbance the previous weekend. I went out last Tuesday night after council meeting when I couldn't sleep. And took a walk over there. And what I saw was no trash and no problems, but that I know that there have been disturbances. And my residents call me and they say, homeless people are parking back here, and RVs by all accounts are fairly well maintained. And I asked them, well, if I lived in an RV on the street, would you call me homeless? And so we're really looking at poverty when people are living in maintained RVs that without garbage and all this stuff. And I'm wondering, are we looking at, do we differentiate people who live in cars versus people who live in RVs as homelessness? And is that something that we call a homeless person? Where do we draw the line there?
I think that's a fair conversation to have, Vice Mayor Fleming. We're hearing more and more members of the community describing well-maintained, operable recreational vehicles as a home. And so as a community, what might we do with that news? And that's what we mean by our parking ordinance review. That's what we mean by our discussion on safe parking. So, for example, folks who are, what I've observed too on North Street, those are pretty well-maintained vehicles. There's not a lot of trash or debris. It seems like they just want a place to park. Right. And so what do we do with that news? If you have to move them every 72 hours, if we create a space where they go to a certain location overnight, where do they go during the day? That's all part of the parking conversation that we want to have for the council. And tonight we're suggesting that's a tier 2 priority in light of the pandemic. Also, on get your feedback as a body, should we be considering parking lots as a probable location if you want to proceed with safe overnight parking?
Okay. Well, just the last thing I would say on the North Street encampment is that one of the reasons why you don't see garbage there, I suspect, is that that there is a local apartment owner who allows them to use their dumpsters and their showers. And so, if we can infer from that if the city were to provide a location with dumpsters and showers for operable RVs, we might have an RV park somewhere, which many cities and counties have RV parks, and people would no longer be homeless. They would be RV dwellers. So anyway, I'll cede the floor. Thanks for listening to my concerns about this.
Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kelly and Dave, for a really great presentation. It was a long one. my questions have been answered. I have a couple that council members have already answered. I have a couple of comments about the safe parking and the program and the parking ordinance. And Dave, you just mentioned something very important just now when you were speaking to Vice Mayor about the condition of the vehicles that are on the streets. And I would suggest, I hear more about parking on the streets and people the homeless use of parks than virtually anything else that I get emails and calls on are those two issues. And it's not the issue. I don't believe it's the issue of the people being there. It is what happens when they're there for a fairly long period of time. And this speaks to the parking ordinance. And I think it would be a valuable conversation to have. As long as there isn't material left behind when they leave that parking environment. What is happening in our parks when there are all of the unfortunate materials oftentimes due to illegal behavior. It's if we turn our parks into overnight uses, then what does that do to the rest of the community's use of those parks? And where is the parity and the safety and the fairness of saying, well, during the day, for the most part, the general community can use these parks, and even though some of the parks do have nighttime uses like tennis, etc. I would suggest a very intensive conversation about the rules and regulations, which already are in place, but it's expensive to monitor and to enforce, is the fairness of how the parks are used and what kind of condition they become. And Doyle Park is a perfect example of that. So I would be open personally to park usage, but I think it needs to be highly managed and maintained so that one group does not usurp the ability for other people in our community to use those parks for their kids and for themselves, because I think that's what happens. That's when we get complaints, is when our residents that are using them for what they were built for, I believe, and quite intentionally, when they feel unsafe or that they feel that they can't use that park because other groups have in essence either taken them over or in some cases trashed them. So that conversation, I would be very interested in having the conversation, but it's going to have to be multifaceted and some really and real comprehensive. So other than that, I would say I'd put up these 24 slides I would put up against programs put across the state and nationally as a great program. An incredible amount of work went into this. I appreciate the staff's work, the council's work, all those involved in coming up with this really great presentation. You know, I can't think of anything that hasn't been touched on. We can always do more, and we can always do more faster, but we don't have the money to do it. But you guys have done an outstanding job putting together a program the best we can at this time, given the funds that we have. So I thank you for all of that work. I look forward to other conversations about some of the things that have come up. But as far as the parking in the parks and the parks specifically, I will be, I hope that we tread carefully. Thank you.
Okay, Dave, I just had a couple of questions. I think Kelly, early in the presentation, it talked about the capacity of Sam Jones and Family Support Center. I was familiar with those numbers. Can you update us? What is the current capacity given the safe social distancing requirement? I know Sam Jones was 213. What's it down to now? And I missed what she said regarding the Family Support Center. Can you update us as to what the current capacity is given our current conditions?
Yes, Mayor Schweithelm. So at Sam Jones Hall, we lost 56 beds due to social distancing. The original capacity is 213, so that leaves us with 157 beds. And that's a mix of coordinated entry beds and those set aside for HEAP or for host. And for a family support center, we did not touch on what the social distancing capacity is in our presentation at the family support center. They do have up to 138 beds year round, and I'll have to reach out to Catholic Charities to get the current capacity at that shelter and share it with the full council.
Okay, great. That would be great. And then my last question was about the different funding options that Mr. Goyne, I think you listed in item or on slide 19. I had a specific question that we've received from League of California Cities, some of the 500 million coronavirus relief fund that cities can apply for, and they need to apply by Friday. And the city of Santa Rosa's potential allocation is $2,143,808. Can you update us on the progress of that? And
so I'll step in here because that's a general relief fund that's not specific to any particular criteria. We'll be back in front of council about that, but we have applied for those monies. We have sent in the application.
Great, thank you. That's the main thing, that we have applied for those. Friday is like tomorrow. So, okay, those are the only questions.
We applied on July 2nd, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, before we take public comment, we've been at this for a couple hours, so we will reconvene in approximately 15 minutes. So at 4:25, we will reconvene for public comment. Thank you. All right, Madam City Clerk, are we ready to roll?
Yes, I am.
Could you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd,
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, Councilmember Tibbetts.
He is recused on this item.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Rogers,
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras,
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts, who is recusing himself from this item.
Thank you for that. We are now taking public comment on item 3.1, review of homeless services programming. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Host, would you like to take it from here?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, the first public comment will be from Adrian, followed by John. Just as a note to the public participating via Zoom or from the telephone, the countdown timer is on your screen and is for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. Please make sure to unmute your microphone and you are invited to do so, and your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. Adrian, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you see the timer on your screen?
I can, thank you, Dana.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name's Adrian Lobby. I am the co-founder of Homeless Action and the president of the board of SAVES. I want to thank you all, first of all, for having this session. And the level of sophistication that we're talking about these problems has really increased over the last year or two. So I'm appreciative of that. I went to a training from the Intersections group this morning with Dr. Robert Macy, and I really recommend it to any of you who are interested in homelessness. If you've been invited, take them up on it. It's really extraordinary. The other extraordinary thing is not so good, which is the debacle of SSU and 114 people who are being terrorized because there's no place for them to go, and they were given 24 hours notice, and it's just horrible. I also want to mention that the corporate center, which is essentially an RV lot at this point and an RV community, there is no reason to move these people off. And I want to make a plea to you. As Councilwoman Fleming said, this is a very neat and integrated and well-run community, and we really just need a spot for them to move. And I would like you to leave them alone until we get there. Great new ideas from David Gwine. Thank you. Getting these other staff members engaged in first contact and relationship building, looking at the parking ordinances, doing job training with city work, looking at the parking lots and the parks as possible places for safe parking. All of those, I'm just in awe that you are working on those. I'd like to ask you all to move safe parking up to the tier 1 priorities. As you can see, and I know your phones are ringing, this is really important to get some of these folks off the road for all kinds of reasons, for them and for the neighborhoods. 24-hour, yes. A lot of people lose their ability to keep their vehicle maintained or registered, and so 24 hours is important. And just to remind you, we've been running at Homeless Action the McBride safe parking for 20 people for 2 to 3 years, now 3 years, with 3 volunteers, no security. Now I realize the 24-hour lot is a little bit different, and I really hope that you'll put this out for an RFP so that we can come in and give you some of the really deep thinking and experience we've had on this. I think we can do it cheaper, but maybe not, but we'd really like to know. And of course, it's really important. The FEMA money is not going to last forever. In fact, it's going to be shorter rather than longer. So let's really work on a plan, and we would love to be part of that planning for what happens when that money.
Thank you, Adrian. The next public comment will be from John, followed by Jorge. John, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone, and can you confirm you see a timer on your screen?
Yes, I see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yeah, my name's John. I spoke last week actually against defunding the police. So this is kind of a continuation. So much to say in only 3 minutes, so let me be brief. One thing is, when number one, I think I was the only person that left an e-comment, so I'm revising it now in real time after hearing what you guys had to say. A couple of things I noticed that made me worried here is it sounded like a business plan for homelessness business plan. So it makes me worried that we're not actually doing stuff except spending money. So you're going to watch out for that. Two, I think there's a big gap between vetting the homeless that are homeless because they're good citizens, that are homeless for a variety of reasons, whether it's the fires or whether it's the rents, and versus the vagrants that are out there because they choose to be out there. It's easier for them to be out there. So I would be interested in seeing metrics in your presentation next time on how receptive the homeless population of Santa Rosa is to all these great services that you have discussed today. Because I've been out, I live along the Kiwanis Springs Road, right upside of that park there, and I have had to go out, clean up trash, confront people that are not there because they're homeless, but they're there because they're just there to trash the place, and it's a place to sleep. On the other hand, I will say, I have met at least two in the last 2 years that were legitimately folks that just needed a hand up. I met a family that were in an RV. I went down and talked to them. I can tell you, they had nothing good to say about Catholic charities. This was a family whose husband was worked at Safeway. Anyway, they were displaced from the fires. They did not have anything good to say about Catholic charities. I also met a carpenter across the road on Kiwanis Terrace. He was out there shaving in the morning. He was sleeping in his car and shaving. So the overnight parking ideas, I'm behind that. But at the same time, you got to close that gap and stop spending money on the people that are out there just to take advantage of the money you're spending on them, because there's too many of them. And that's where I'm afraid if you don't send law enforcement out first, you might run into trouble because there's more troublemakers than legitimate homeless people out there. And I think that's all I have to say. It goes so fast, 3 minutes.
Thank you, John. The next public comment will be from Jorge, followed by Patrick. Jorge, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you see the timer on the screen and unmute your microphone?
Yes, I see the timer.
Terrific, Jorge. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yes, hi, hello, Council. My name is Jorge Inocencio, and I have a few comments I'd like to make today regarding the study session. The first one is kind of in response to Victoria Fleming's question to staff as to why Lewis Adult School was not used. It sounded to me like staff said that it wasn't used because it was behind a residential neighborhood. But many of the other public or safe parking spaces are in the middle of residential neighborhoods. In fact, the Bennett Valley Senior Center in South Park is in the middle of a very large neighborhood. And because of that, I think that the reasons, or rather the criteria used to judge what safe parking space will be used and not used should be made public, and it should also be given to the council. Because it doesn't seem right to not use one parking space for the same reason as for another parking space. I think there may be a little bit of maybe it was a miscommunication, but that really stood out to me, and I think that should be addressed. I also agree that all districts should have safe parking spaces. I think it's a good idea, but I think the city could be doing more. And I think that as a city, we should look into opening a very low cost 24-hour RV or safe parking space for those who are very low income and are not currently homeless, but close to being homelessness. I also wanted to respond a little bit to the last comment. I think it's a slippery slope if we start classifying people as vagrants and others as not vagrants. I think the city is serving as well as it could, and it doesn't really need to classify certain people as vagrants. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. The next public comment will be from Patrick, followed by Colin. Patrick, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you see a timer on your screen?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yeah, hi, my name is Patrick Rutten. I'm a member of Citizens Action Now, as well as a resident of Santa Rosa for over 22 years. A couple things with regards to the presentation today. It's frustrating to see the randomness still of where housing is being looked at. I believe within when you've got limited budgets, you have to go where you can get the most cost benefit. A prioritized plan is something I really just don't see. And the randomness as related to spreading the pain, if you will, is not really a financial decision, it's a political decision. And I think in terms of low budgets and limited money, you have to do what you can with what you have. I have to say, wow, to the city manager's comment about the county absolutely cutting the city out of any discussions with regards to the federal and state funds. I think that's ludicrous. You guys need to step up and bust somebody's chops on that one because it's just wrong. A city of 177,000 people, biggest in the county, and yet you're being ignored is wrong. Now, with regards to lastly, the prioritization, you can't do everything. If everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority. I would love to see something done with the women and children. I would love to see something that addresses the families, and then the 65 or 60 and older veterans. Those people should be a priority. And I do have to sort of applaud the comment about sorting the people who are able but not really willing to get in the game and sort of take on living for themselves. Lastly, I'm Mr. Mayor, I'm interested to see the 7% reduction because frankly, it's more visible than ever and it seems to be a bigger problem for the city and county than ever. And then finally, I would love to see a faith-based partnership and I'm not talking about Catholic charities, but it's sad to see that Crossing the Jordan got run out of town. But they were a self-sustaining nonprofit, just like Redwood Gospel Mission. But I don't see Sam Jones as being fulfilling that kind of rules-based, high-level barrier shelter. And that's what I'm going to have to say for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. The next public comment will be from Colin, followed by Cindy. Colin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see a timer on your screen?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Colin Metcalf. I'm a lifetime resident of Santa Rosa. I was born here and grew up here, and I still live here. And I want to start out with congratulating you guys. I've been pretty hard on you for the last couple of weeks on the police budget, but seeing the numbers of what the city's been able to do with homeless services, I think one of the numbers that stood out to me was that through the system you had in place at Sandman, it looked like you were housing and helping over 100 people on a budget of just $900,000 for multiple months. And that's pretty incredible. I think you guys should pat yourselves on the back a little bit for that one, because that's not very much money and you're helping a lot of people with that. That being said, I'm glad to see that you're continuing on that path and looking for more ways for the city to help people who are not as fortunate as the rest of us. I think a lot of these folks calling in, talking about how the homeless are just using homelessness as a guise under which they commit crimes, or that they're vagrants and not really homeless people. Maybe you should be getting out and talking to those folks, because really it's a population full of very different people. Everyone has their own story as to why they've ended up on the streets, and you can't just lump them all together as criminals and say, send in the cops, let's get them out of here. They need help. And I think what you guys are doing with Project Room Key, what you're doing with some of these other programs, reaching out to the county to try and get help from them. I wish they would contact you back. I'm sure you feel the same way. But I just want to congratulate you on the work that you've done so far. And I hope to see you continue it in the future and increase funding, increase services. I think something that you may want to also consider, I know Citizens for Action Now group is very concerned about addicts who live on the street. I would like to encourage you to maybe look into establishing some kind of city or county needle exchange program or harm reduction system. I know that's not going to be a popular opinion around here, but that really helps a lot of people get their foot in the door for services and treatment. And it's a great first step to bring people in and try to get them the help they need. So good work so far. I'm looking forward to seeing how you continue. Thanks.
Thank you, Colin. The next public comment will be from Cindy, followed by Carla. Cindy, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Okay, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Crowder, and I live on Pippin Circle, which is directly behind the Corporate Center Parkway. I'm pleased with the progress that you're showing today. I do have a question in terms of the definition of homelessness. I think that was a good thing that was brought up today. I feel a little like we're tolerating and supporting homelessness as opposed to ending it. So I'm wondering if there's any thoughts any programs long-term for moving people along, whether it's to programs or beyond our borders. And especially with drug-related homelessness, I would like to make sure that we have special programs with skilled people handling that division of homelessness if possible. I like the concept of a low-cost place to stay, such as an RV community, but it needs to be like a campground, a true RV community where people are held responsible for trash, for bodily waste, those types of things. An actual dump site, those types of things need to be included. And I'm absolutely supportive of anything you can do to get your hands on funding, especially from the county, state, and federal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cindy. The next public comment will be from Carla, followed by Natalie. Carla, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Got it, I can, thank you.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thanks, my name is Carla Weiking. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa, And I just want to mostly say that I was really impressed by the presentations, and I'm really appreciative of the great lengths that the council and other members of staff have been working hard on this issue. So I wanted to start there. I wanted to point out that a little bit of the elephant in the room when it comes to funding is how much of our general fund goes to the police. I agree that they shouldn't be the ones on the front lines of handling the homelessness issue, but we might need some of their funding in order to solve it. So I just kind of wanted to remind everybody of that possibility. I would also love if there was a way to elaborate how citizens could get involved in encouraging the county to be better partners in this for us, because it sounds like that might be another avenue for funds. I'm not sure if we could include that in a newsletter, or maybe we just need to contact our reps, but that was something I learned today that I didn't realize. So mostly, I just want us to be careful that we're speaking of homeless people as people, humans. So I want us to all just remember our humanity, and we don't want to categorize people in a way that discredits that. Find some of that language concerning. And I would just like to know what plans we have for mental health services as well, when it how that works in with these plans. But overall, I appreciate the council's approach. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Carla. The next public comment will be from Natalie, followed by Melissa. Natalie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you see the timer on your screen and unmute your microphone?
I do.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, I'm Natalie Anderson. I'm a lifelong resident of Santa Rosa, and these past months have been pretty intense, as I'm sure everyone has felt. You know, you guys on the city, the council members, the homeless people, the officers. It's a very stressful time for everyone. It's a scary thing that we could classify people on the street as wanting to be there and wanting to be there only to commit crimes. That is something that baffles my mind. From a study of the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration, they found that 64% of homeless people have had drug use problems in the past month. It is very prevalent within, you know, the institutions where they the facility set up for them. It's a prevalent issue in there. And I think if we could set up a culture where it is supportive and meetings and honesty is, you know, similar to like an NA meeting or an AA meeting, if that culture was there and supported, I could really see our community benefiting from that. I could really see those members benefiting from that. I think people would stay there. I think once people feel safe, it's amazing what the humans can do as, you know, you grow and learn. Also, a study found from it was from an Institute of New Mexico, found that it's actually beneficial economically to provide homes to the homeless. For every dollar spent, they found that it returned $1.70. That's a pretty goddamn good investment, if I do say so. We've done good. You know, there's obviously things in practice that are helping. And I really encourage you to look into this because, as you said, funding is an issue. And I agree. We should be doing the most we can for people and the most we can with this money. And I encourage you to look into this because we're wasting money and not doing as much as we could. I would like to congratulate your efforts. And I would like to rally and say, you know, keep going, keep trying. We can do better for everyone. Thank you for listening. Have a good night.
Thank you, Natalie. The next public comment will be from Melissa, followed by Ava. Melissa, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Melissa Andrade. I am a lifelong resident of Santa Rosa. I live around the corner from San Jones Hall. I just want to start by talking about how concerned I am about how folks are referring to our houseless neighbors. They're people just like us who have fallen on hard times, and also a reminder that homelessness is a systemic issue of poverty, and it's complicated, and a lot of services are needed. So I just want to remind the council and everyone that everybody deserves our help and resources, especially the most vulnerable, especially during the pandemic. I really like the plan. I think that we really need to keep hounding the county to get a relationship going so we could use the fairgrounds. I also think that some short-term solutions could be provided, like dumpsters and garbage disposal for encampments and bathrooms to make sure that they are able to stay as hygienic as possible. And I also really want to kind of go back to the comment that Vice Mayor Fleming said about how we define homelessness, and are we just looking at folks who are in poverty and trying to criminalize them? And the last thing we need to do is criminalize our poor folks, which goes back to, sending police out there to rouse them. So we really need to be as empathetic and humanitarian as possible. These are our neighbors. These are folks in our community. So I really plead with the council and with all of our other community members to remember that, and they need our help. And so good luck, or good job. I think we can keep going and do more, but overall I like the direction that the plan is going. Thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Melissa. The next public comment will be from Ava.
Dina, can we do a quick pause? We got some technical difficulties here. Can we do a brief 5-minute pause?
Certainly.
All right, so we'll reconvene in approximately 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, Madam City Clerk, I think we've worked out our technical issues. Could you please do a roll call vote before we reconvene?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveris?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts, who has recused himself from this item.
Okay, we are still on item 3.1, public comment. Madam City Host, please take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor Schwedhelm. Okay, the next public comment will be from Ava, followed by resident with the phone number ending in 8011. Ava, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Eva Quiros. I am a member of the Citizens Action Now group here in Sonoma County. And I'm also a long life resident of Santa Rosa, born and raised here. I've never moved away, never very seldom traveled. So I've seen the many changes our county has gone through. And I'm a former addict in recovery for 20 years now. I went through drug court when Judge Dale was running the drug court program, and it was a wonderful program. I really wish that we had something like that back in effect again, because it did save a lot of lives, and it held people accountable. And that's what helped me, was accountability. I just want to talk on items. Let me see, I've made a list here, hold on. At first, I want to mention about defunding the police. I think that that would be a huge mistake. And this is coming from somebody who was a former criminal because of my drug use. And Santa Rosa PD pulled me over a lot of times. And a couple of times they even took me to jail. And I have to tell you, they have never, ever been anything but nice to me. I've always received respect from them. They treated me like a human when I was at my worst. So defunding the police to me just doesn't make any sense at all. Let me look at my second item. I'm a little nervous here because I'm new at this. I would also like to ask that we support more of the Redwood Gospel Mission that we have currently right now, because it's almost one of the few and only programs that are, you know, great for what we have going on out there on the streets with the homeless. And I wanted to also reiterate or piggyback a little bit on what Adrian Lobby said regarding the corporate center RV parking. I mean, I have a completely different take as what she mentioned. I'm not entirely sure if we're looking at the same picture or not, but it is definitely not clean, and it is riddled with drugs, lawlessness. You know, the homeless are running rampant and breaking the laws. So I'm not really entirely sure why she would come on here and mention that. Either her and I are looking at two different things, or, you know, I don't know. But we need to definitely clean that up. And I just want to lastly just say that we absolutely do not need to defund our police. Please don't do that, because with everything that's going on out there, if I call them, I would like to know that they come and they help me like they always have. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ava. The next public comment will be from resident with the phone number ending in 8011. Resident 8011, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you're speaking on item.
Muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. I can hear you fine. And
Great.
This is for public comment on item 3.1, homeless services programming. Can you see the timer on your screen?
I have no timer on my screen. I'm on my phone. So my name is Thomas Self. Thank you very much. I appreciate.
I just want to let you know there will be a
Director
timer going, and you will hear an audio indicator at the end of your time.
want to thank Director Goyne for his work, and this is really fantastic. Great proposals to come out of that. Like to see the parking structures, Vice Mayor Fleming's consideration of the parking structures and all of the different facilities that you have. I understand the struggle between you and the county just reserved its rights to county allocated funds today. And discussion was about rearranging the deck chairs of the Titanic, the Community Development Commission and the Leadership Council, which was punted to Friday. So currently that's, and I'm certainly not covering everything on that, but it is tough when your funding is 9-1, as the city manager said, and we'd like to figure out where that funding is going in the county. But you're working terrifically. Sadly, from Sonoma State, this hurried change in direction puts a bad light on everything that's been done. And unfortunately, hopefully, someone is going to be able to pull the fire out of the fire, possibly the sprung structure or something to get going over at Sam Jones. All of these things are moving in the right direction. Safe parking is an inexpensive method. And then maybe dividing groups, not by categories of effectiveness or whatever, but certainly maybe by the size. Some of the RVs maybe don't fit, for instance, in a parking structure, but they could fit at the, what's called, I believe, the White House parking lot, and by the library, they could fit there. Or, you know, and I mean, that doesn't mean that's where I'm proposing that they be, but the size matters, let's put it that way. And overnight parking along with daytime 24-hour can be important for moving people forward in their processes. They can be located. They're easier to find and to work with. That benefited people when they were on the Joe Rodota Trail. Once they disappeared and that was evaporated, it's hard to find them in order to continue the processes for helping them. As people found out, as the county found out, when they worked with them and moved them forward in the process, they found that they could move people forward in the process, but you have to be able to find them. Those are the benefits of Los Guillicos and Finley, is being able to find the people, track the people, and have them be in a more calm environment where they can be comfortable enough, safe enough to where they can focus on what they're doing. So all of these things are really good, because coming down the pike are some even more challenging times and situations that I pray we don't have, but I pray we're prepared for them. And I thank you all for doing the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. The next public comment will be from Rex, followed by Lisa. Rex, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone, and can you confirm you see a timer on your screen?
Hi there, can you hear me? And I do see a timer.
Terrific. Yes, please identify yourself for public record if you so choose. And this is public comment on item 3.1, homeless services programming. Your time begins now.
Hi there, City Council. I also would like to thank everybody for trying to help out our homeless population. And I have a little bit of a song that I would like to read out loud to people who maybe aren't able to see human beings in their homeless neighbors. And it's on the subject of needle exchange. I think that should be brought back. It's very useful. The people who use needle exchange programs are not just homeless people. And the song goes as follows. Hey, America, there's needle users sleeping with your children, with your daughters, with your sons, and with your husbands. We got a law says you don't own a needle without a prescription. Do you think that ever kept anyone from shooting up? All the politicians say we can't legalize exchange because that would be sending the wrong message. But did you ever notice on every billboard, in every magazine, in every corner store, on every TV screen, the message is buy cigarettes and alcohol? Don't you know drugs are everywhere? You can't stop it. Criminalize it, make it profitable, ensure its longevity. Don't you know drugs are everywhere? You can't stop it. It's not a law enforcement issue. Addiction's a disease. So there's the end of that. And to tie into that, I think that the police could be defunded a bit more and we could add that money to help our homeless neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Rex. The next public comment will be from Lisa, followed by Samra. Lisa, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you see the timer on your screen and identify yourself for public record if you so choose once you unmute your microphone?
I am not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you very much. And
poking through that obliterated the screen, so I wasn't sure.
Okay, so there's a timer on your screen. Please identify yourself for public record and your time begins now.
I am Lisa Landris, Santa Rosa resident. Grew up managing 80 units of very low income Section 8 housing in the Roseland area. I am head of Neighborhood Watch for Montgomery Village. I am also a 10-year creek steward, not just in the big groups. I also do it all on my own. I've had quite a few interactions with homeless people. I'm not afraid to speak to many of the homeless people. I've engaged in conversations at grocery outlet in the line, along my creek stewardship route, up and down my streets in my neighborhood. So I've had quite an experience where maybe other people haven't had what I've had. I've been threatened by homeless people. So when people tell me that there isn't anything wrong with any of these people, I beg to differ. There are people within there who have their challenges, whether it's criminality, whether it's drug abuse, whether it's mental illness, physical disabilities, PTSD, you name all of them. But there are some concerns for neighborhoods when you immerse this group into a park setting for parking. So I also have family members and many friends of mine who are from the rooms of recovery, and they are absolutely saying we're doing it wrong. That if you were to give them housing during their full-blown addiction, all they would have done is eventually lose their housing. That it took going to drug court, it took being incarcerated, it took either losing cars, losing their kids, losing these things. So when this group is self-reporting at 90% addiction rates, I think we really need to address that issue in conjunction with housing and not just make it where now they're housed so they're not a problem, because that's not a life and there's no compassion to that in and of itself. I'm a longtime RVer. I've seen people dumping their effluent right down the storm drains. I've seen them just pull over, pull the hose out and quickly evacuate it into our waterways. I take exception to that. I am a creek steward. I do my best to clean up the batteries and things that they catapult down into there. So I really think we need to have a little bit of onus on these other people as well. There has to be some accountability. There has to be assistance, but there also has to be a little bit of teeth in the system. So that's my comments moving forward. When you move safe parking into like somewhere like Doyle Park, you're going to have the overflow of the visitations of the people who come to visit and want to party with these people, who want to show up at all hours of the night because they're awake. So that would be what I would say is really take a long, hard look at that and balance your approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. The next public comment will be from Samra, followed by Citizens for Action Now. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and can you confirm you see the timer on your screen?
I can. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record and your time starts now for item 3.1 Homeless Services Programming.
Okay, my name is Samra and this is on item 3.1. So I'd like to directly talk to John Sawyer, who mentioned that we don't have the funds or the money in order to support this program. But going back to like, what was it, like 1 week or 2 weeks ago, I recall that you wouldn't have hesitated to give the police a $2 million increase. If we didn't call in, if that large mass of people hadn't called in to go against it, I guarantee you wouldn't have hesitated to pass it. And continuing on about like what Lisa said, partially, we need to address homelessness from, the perspective of, providing them a home, and also with, trying to figure out how to deal with drug addiction, because addiction is a disease. You see, we can't just house them and then let them be. So Vice Mayor Fleming made the great point about the RV park to allow these people to be housed so they just don't get shuffled from place to place. So I definitely think that we should look at these addictions. This is a disease. You wouldn't discriminate against a person with diabetes or, you know, cancer, or treat them as such. You'd want to treat them in a way that helps, like, remedy them. And like, it's a form of therapy. So if we go with that needle exchange program again, or if we increase it, or in any sort of way, create a system that would provide housing to people without discriminating against them for being addicted to drugs, or, you know, having a nicotine addiction, and, you know, helping that addiction by providing them with clean needles. And I know that a certain country, I don't know if it's Switzerland or Sweden, one of them also provided like a clean form of the drug, because it is very harmful for these homeless people to find just dirty needles and like just whatever may be like mixed into the chemical like compound and then shooting up. That's a lot more harmful and can cause a lot more, you know, ambulance. You'd have to have like an ambulance come and take them to the hospital, which will cost our city more because we have to do that so that they don't die. But if we provide them with clean needles, people who are trained in dealing with mental health, along with people who are trained with you know, medical care for the homeless, so we can specifically go towards these problems, not using a religious, I guess, organization to do this, because I do know that even though despite being a religious person, I know that religious organizations will discriminate against certain types of people, including like gay people or trans people, which is honestly terrible. So we shouldn't use a religious organization to figure out this problem. Take more money away from the police budgets, figure this out.
Thank you, Samra. The next public comment will be from Citizens for Action Now, followed by Emma. Citizens for Action Now, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you see the timer on your screen and unmute your microphone?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yes, my name is Katie Moore. I'm a member of Citizens for Action Now. I appreciate you hearing my comment. I'm a 30-year Santa Rosa resident. I'm a business owner, and I'm an employer in Santa Rosa. I appreciate the discourse today. I am the family of a homeless woman who is profoundly mentally ill and wandering the streets somewhere in Washington. She has never been able to obtain the kind of residential services she needs in order to get off the streets. I agree with others about it feels like a disjointed response among the city and county without a big picture view, a lot of whack-a-mole spending, you know, political, catering to different political interests. I appreciate where you're all coming from. I know this is very difficult. This is an addiction and mental illness crisis. I am a 12-step program veteran, and one of the important things in recovery from addiction is that there are consequences. There are hard consequences for your actions. Those are your main chance at recovery. Enabling addicts really only prolongs their addiction and prolongs their suffering on the streets. My view is that I'm seeing various forms of enabling by the city, by the county, in the form of low barrier housing situations. I'm also seeing a lot of enabling done by volunteer groups who are going out and really softening the experience on the streets. In order to get some of these people off the streets and into treatment programs, we need to have hard consequences. There needs to be accountability. It will be better for them in the long run because they will have some pride in what they're doing and they have a chance at recovery. My last question for you to consider is, what are the mandated reporting requirements for these volunteers who work with groups like Homeless Action, Saves, and receive funding through them? Citizens for Action Now was contacted by a local social worker who came to us because she was very troubled that a newborn baby found in an encampment under the freeway. A local volunteer group was aware of it and asked to make a report to CPS, and they declined to do so and continue to try to provide their untrained services to this mother and baby. It was very troubling. I appreciate you all, and I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. The next public comment will be from Emma, followed by Lee. Emma, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, I'm unmuted and I can see the timer if you can hear me.
Thank you, Emma. I can hear you loud and clear. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name's Emma. I'm a Santa Rosa resident. It's astounding how little compassion some citizens of Santa Rosa have. Homeless people are just that, people without homes. They're attacking the most vulnerable, and I hope that that haunts them for the rest of their lives. I hope that anyone who speaks hatefully of our houseless community never experiences poverty, substance dependency, or domestic violence. I hope you never care about someone with schizophrenia. The economic disparity in the city is an ever-widening chasm, and without both safety nets and compassion, we are allowing people to fall through these cracks. In my neighborhood, Memorial Hospital, my neighbors fought against porta potties and sanitation for the homeless. It's disheartening that members of our community can be so hateful. I hope that this city regains its conscience. Thank you to those who are doing the work that help people and not just whining about it on Facebook. We are staring down the barrel of a rent crisis, making these conversations even more necessary. I would like to echo the interest in how to get involved in politics on a county level. We have seen that both the administration of Sonoma County and the County Sheriff's Department lack accountability. Thank you, Tibbetts, for recusing yourself, and I hope that this situation makes you reevaluate your alliances. Thank you guys for having this meeting. I think we learned a lot, and there was a lot of headway and different things that can change, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. The next public comment will be from Lee, followed by dial-in participant resident ending with the phone number 1489. You have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see it. Thank you.
Please identify.
Thank you. I want to start by saying I echo so many of the people who have called in, calling for the City Council to listen to our plea for care, real care, financial care, and that care is going to probably end up needing to come out of the police budget. And what we need to see in Santa Rosa is absolute compassion for no matter what the issues are, no matter if it's drug addiction, no matter if it's homelessness due to poverty. Our cost of living is far higher than it is for people to be able to work in low-wage jobs. I've talked to several homeless people who actually have jobs. Some of them are on disability. I talked to a veteran the other day, a veteran on disability in the street in a wheelchair. The compassion needs to come from the community and the community leaders, and the violence that these people are witnessing and being are victims of is coming from the police, and it needs to stop. And so many of us are literally every week asking you to please consider supporting the community in really viable ways, in ways in which we could possibly see an end to homelessness because we actually care, not because we, have some, some consequence that if they don't pull themselves up by their bootstraps, they are somehow at fault. It's kind of like a family. If there's one person in a family who is mentally ill or an addict, it is a family problem. The entire family is at fault. And this is us. This is our family. Our community is our family, and we are at fault for not compassionately caring for people like we would somebody we really, really loved. So I'm hoping that we, instead of seeing ourselves as individuals and that we need to be protected from those people, that we start caring for each other like a family, like a community. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Lee. The next public comment will be from resident 1489. Resident with the phone number 1489, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. There is a 3-minute timer. I realize you're dialing in from a telephone, so if you cannot see a TV screen with the timer or on a computer, there is an audio timer that will sound at the end of the 3-minute period. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
I'm just a concerned citizen, and frankly, it's abysmal to hear that people think we need more teeth in a system that's designed to already disenfranchise and denigrate houseless people. Crime is manufactured, and that's just a legislature thing. We got to rewrite that shit. And if you want to put more money into these programs, I suggest you defund the fucking police department, like we said for a month already. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. All right, seeing no additional hands raised, Mayor, we can move on to the voice message public comments for item 3.1.
Hi, my name is Talia Mulder, and I'm calling to make a comment on item 3.1, the review of homelessness services programming. And basically, I just want to express how important I think it is for whatever any decisions are that are being made, that we, one, take in and really focus on supporting the homeless community, not necessarily just putting them in a house and then having them off the street, but actually supporting them, getting these people to be successful, parts of our economy, hopefully get a job if they would like to and be part of the community, or volunteer, be able to do what they would like and be supported by our community. But then I just want to also express that as an essential employee and somebody who is in their job position is having to make decisions about the well-being of the employees that I'm responsible for, and being out and seeing how it is during coronavirus, that the community is not ready to go back to normal, whatever that means. Coronavirus cases are spiking, and most of the public is not following recommendations, and that needs to be really enforced and shown that this is something that our community cares about, because it's putting all of our essential employees at risk unnecessarily, and it's very damaging for the mental health of all of our essential employees. So to try whatever we do, keep our community safe from COVID, protect our communities, especially essential employees, especially people of color, especially people at an economic disadvantage. That's who we need to focus on. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ari for agenda item 3.1. Thank you for your decision to designate safe parking lots for people who sleep in their cars and RVs, and I hope that you can extend that compassion to people who choose not to stay within your designated areas. There are many reasons why people might be wary of sanctioned off locations and shelters run by other people, like traumatic experiences in past similar situations, a desire to remain away from other people, especially in the pandemic, or the need to stay in a certain location to be close to resources or trusted people. Your current policy of housing first and then offering services is understandable and comes from good intentions, but I would hope that you make those services available to anyone who comes by, even if they aren't a part of the housing you set up. And I urge you not to criminalize the houseless people who don't want to take part in that housing. It doesn't help anyone except optics to keep displacing and shuffling people around if they don't want to be shuffled around. Something that could really help make this outreach even more effective is moving more money to housing and community services. It's so incredibly disheartening to look at the budgets from the past 5 years and see that section gets smaller and smaller as the police department budget gets bigger and bigger. One thing in particular that might be really helpful to Santa Rosa is harm reduction services, particularly more needle exchange locations and even safe injection sites with free and low-cost rehab services. For those of you listening from the Citizens for Action Now group and those with similar ideologies, I imagine you might be clutching your pearls at the thought of a protected location for those people you're so scared of to specifically do drugs. But if you look at countries like Portugal that have decriminalized all drugs and put their effort into harm reduction, like these injection sites, there's a drastic change in deaths, health complications, and overall attitude towards addiction. We need to remember that people are people no matter what they do, and it's our responsibility to help the people in our community if we really love it and want to see it get better. I believe we can do that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jojo Sanders. I'm from Sebastopol, and I want to comment on agenda item 3.1. I support the implementation of more services for people experiencing homelessness. I support the expansion of housing support, community-based solutions, and the other existing programs. I also support the proposed COVID-19 homelessness emergency response, as well as the new programming of restoring shelter capacities. I think that more resources should be put to affordable housing, shelters, job training, and COVID-19 emergency response rather than street parking. Thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Ripley, and I'm calling on item designated areas due to fear of interacting with groups of people during a pandemic. I think that your policy for housing first and support services second is unfair to those who may need services but are not part of the housing that you've set up. Something that could really help make this outreach more effective is to increase funding designated towards housing. It's very disheartening to see the much needed housing budgets decrease over the past 5 years as the police funding has increased every year. Something else that Santa Rosa would greatly benefit from is harm reduction services, such as low-cost or free rehab services or a needle exchange program. These programs have been proven to decrease risky drug practices and have not been linked to an increase in drug use. I think that they could make Santa Rosa much more safe. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick O'Loughlin. This email is for tomorrow's City Council meeting, item agenda 3.1 on homelessness. I'm calling because I think we need to make some pretty major changes in our approach to homelessness. The city has made some big investments to curtail it, but really those efforts they're coming up short. It's time to ask for innovative approaches that are focused on low-cost solutions that offer transitional housing for those in need. We need to do away with shelters and expensive short-term only projects and focus on long-term, co-managed transitional housing villages. Co-managed means that the homeless residents have a say in how the community is run and what the rules are that govern the place, alongside of their service provider, of course. Transitional means that the locations are permanent and that the residents are encouraged to gather up their lives and move into permanent housing as soon as they're able. Last, I believe the government should create a quick, public, open bidding process to encourage innovation and drive costs out of the system. Also, safe parking is an amazing solution. Many of the unsheltered in Sonoma County have cars and RVs. By providing safe parking, we can literally take hundreds of cars and RVs off our streets and into rudimentary, safe, sanctioned places to park. Saves and Homeless Action have direct experience managing safe parking and have seen how peaceful, affordable, and important safe parking is. So please try these new innovative approaches to tackling homelessness in our great city of Santa Rosa. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Arlie Haig. Agenda item 3.1. I would like to comment on safe parking at appropriate sites. One such is the unused Fairgrounds Horse Barn site south of Aston Avenue. Another could be the Fairgrounds in Petaluma, and I know there are others. Safe parking has been run in Sonoma County by various organizations. One, Prime Homeless Action for the last 3 years in coordination with the registered 501c3 nonprofit, Sonoma Applied Village Services. This well-run and well-managed safe parking site was monitored and run entirely by volunteers at no cost to them. To have a safe location to spend the night with restrooms, hand washing stations, and waste collection is vital for many without adequate shelter, such as women with children, people with disabilities, and or pets. There are some bad actors out there, one of the reasons many homeless camping groups for their security and protection. I have emailed you our outline of the entire process, from coordinated entry registration in Sonoma County to listings of ideal sites, plus the operational outline used for our site in Santa Rosa. This, of course, is a temporary situation. There are over 500 cars and RVs in the county that need safe places to park. Many of these vehicle owners have great potential for moving up the steps to permanent housing, and case management can be made available more easily when people are settled into one location. Thank you for addressing the homeless solutions in the many ways you have outlined. Arlie Haig, SAVE's Board of Directors. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, now we will move on to email and e-comment, public comments received.
I will now read any emails received at cccomment@srcity.org and any e-comments received for item 3.1. Just a reminder, if a member of the public already provided live public comment on item 3.1, but also left an email or e-comment or voicemail recording, your pre-meeting public comment will not be heard. I have 3 emails to read. First one is from Denise Hill. We're contacting you regarding study session item 3.1 on the agenda, which is described as review of existing homeless programs and new program concepts to confirm work plan priorities. On June 2nd, the Santa Rosa City Council renewed its proclamation that Santa Rosa has a homeless emergency for the 45th time since 2016. However, over these last 4+ years since the first homeless emergency was proclaimed, the population living on our streets has not only increased, but appears more entrenched in drug addiction or mental illness. We're cautiously optimistic that the city, in reviewing its existing homeless programs, and that the council and staff will look at past results to determine if they should continue. But this will only happen if the city is performing an in-depth critical review with the goal of honestly evaluating current programs based on measurable statistics. Unfortunately, slide 4 in the staff presentation suggests that is not the case. Otherwise, why would the city continue to use the Housing First model as its only strategy? This model has clearly not been effective for our community. If it were, would we be seeing the homeless population increase? In addition, continuing with the CHAP safe parking program by locating most of the proposed locations near the already overburdened downtown area and having a goal to seek a private partnership in 3 of the other council districts would be another misuse of resources. Again, this is a program that the city has attempted since 2014 and has yet to be successful. In particular, after 6 years, the city has yet to find any long-term private partners, so why would we expect that to change? Rather than rubber stamp spending money and other resources on the same minimally effective programs that have been in place the last 4 to 6 years, we would strongly encourage the city council and staff to partner with the county and other organizations not currently under contract with the city to increase the number of programs, beds, and facilities that provide support for addicts and the mentally ill. We would also request that the city provide transparency for any homeless program the city funds. There is no way to truly determine if a program is effective without numeric goals and tracking results. At a minimum, the city should be tracking how many people they expect the program to help each year, how many people it did help, how many people dropped out of the program in the first 3, 6, 9 months, and what percentage of the annual goal was achieved each year. These statistics should be posted quarterly on comment provided from Gregory Fearon. I'm Gregory Fearon, and this is my 2 minutes and 2 cents on solutions for homeless housing for our elected leaders. Ask yourselves, will this improve the ability of those unsheltered to sleep safely, retain their possessions, and progress towards stable and permanent housing? The second question is this the best use of our resources and those being offered by the community? You're having to make tough decisions responding to problems brought on by enormous disparities in the American social fabric. When I was a young man, I thought the solution was nothing short of a socialist revolution. I still think that it will take more than enlightened capitalism and progressive philanthropy to meet the need. Now it's your turn to lead us. No one trusts you, not the public, not your staff, and not the service providers, and least of all, the unsheltered. But like their belief in the country, they still believe in you. And I believe they want you to ask for those 2 questions. Comment received, submitted by Eileen Bill, Santa Rosa resident for over 40 years. We greatly appreciate the City of Santa Rosa's efforts to establish support for those who are unhoused. Since the inevitable closing of current supports, it is extremely urgent that there be viable solutions. Current reports are that Los Quilicos and Sonoma State are very restrictive and are almost prison-like setting. These unhoused are not criminals. Just like you and I, they need a safe place to sleep at night and to take care of personal needs. It is very unsettling to not know where you will go next. This dread is experienced by all who are moved out of current locations. Our safe parking program, supported by Homeless Action and Dave Berto, had to be closed today due to the construction to be started on the site. This community of safe parkers is already at risk. Please do all you can to develop rapid and safe alternatives. Thank you. And that concludes emailed and e-comments submitted.
Thank you for that process, City Clerk. And so bringing it back to council, what I heard Mr. Gwine asking us for is to confirm the work plan priorities that are on slides 22 and 23, and then feedback on safe parking. And I'm wondering, Madam City Attorney, with your comments about safe parking, I think it might be helpful. Yes, I think we need to have another study session report item just specifically on this, but would we be able to give some of our criteria that we might have an interest in regarding the evaluation of safe parking sites today, or would that have to be on the next item?
No, that is permissible, and that would be just what I would recommend is if you can give some direction as to the categories and some of the issues that have come up with respect to 24-hour parking versus overnight parking, use of parks as well. Those kind of categories that would be certainly permitted and encouraged.
All right, thank you for that. And Mr. Gwine, if you could also, did I miss anything there? The tier 1, tier 2 priorities, feedback on that, and then what we just talked about with safe parking. Is there any other feedback you wanted from council?
No, Mayor, that covers it. We want to just confirm tier 1 and tier 2 is where they reside. And then again, we are in a different world than when we first discussed safe parking. So to the extent this body can give us feedback on, is it overnight? Is it a RV park? And to what extent of the scale you're looking for? Is it just safe overnight parking, or is it aligned with Housing First principles? The information that is on slide 17, basic program operator, housing focused program.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll go around to my screens. Mr. Oliveras, you're up first.
Yeah, I like the categories that we have here, Mayor, but I'm just thinking that I would love to have some discussion about elevating the homeless response team. It just seems like having something like that in place would help support all of the other efforts that we're trying to put in place in both of these tiers. It just makes sense to me. I don't know if I'm missing something, but again, it just goes to my comments about having this broader effort citywide with the different departments to address this issue and how we can support Dave's team, because they've been doing a tremendous job. But with I think limited resources and staffing. So how do we spread it out to the rest of the organization so that we take this on? But my initial thoughts are that I would like to elevate that somehow or make it happen a lot sooner than later.
Okay, any additional comments?
No, I'm open to other ideas related to the safe parking. I don't know if I have enough information on that yet, as far as what parameter we would have for that.
Okay, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, first of all, before I get a bunch of angry emails from Oakmont, I do want to at least mention that piecing through the matrix that staff did provide to us before the meeting, I was getting ready to beat up every single district, not just District 3 all the way out there on the east. And so I will be looking forward to our next study session where we can discuss these options much more at length. As it pertains to utilizing city parks, I think that there is a place for overnight safe parking, and I think that there is a place for 24/7 indoor-outdoor shelters. And I think this goes back to our discussion around providing a diversity of services to meet people where they are at and to help provide more options that could potentially get them into long-term housing. So if there was a way for us to figure out how to reasonably do the parks as an overnight issue, I'd be interested in it. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to push for areas like the fairgrounds or the Veterans Hall as a long-term 24/7 indoor-outdoor type shelter that I think is more appropriate there as well. I think what I'm seeing is, as we've discussed over the last 4 years in particular, is where we work to solve homelessness and where we work to manage homelessness. And the safe parking is definitely more on the management side unless we include something like the homeless response team. And we've obviously been talking a lot over the last couple of weeks about cahoots and other types of programs. So I would completely agree with Councilmember Oliveras that, to me, that is a tier 1 priority, because it does elevate a number of these elements that are management into a potential housing first type strategy that's going to actually help lift people out of homelessness. And I do want to mention, Mr. Mayor, I think that that's actually the disconnect that folks are feeling between the visibility of homelessness versus the numbers that are coming back from the point in time count. Is we have been very deliberately focused on the issues that we know get folks out of homelessness permanently. And those are a lot harder of an investment for us to make. And that means that there are other folks that we do see the impact in our neighborhoods more. But I think that the pendulum is swinging a little bit back at this point, where we are doing some management as well. So I would elevate that. I am interested in seeing the parking ordinance. I am very interested in the job training that is being proposed here as well. To me, other than the elevation of the homeless response team, I do think that the way that you've categorized your tier 1 and your tier 2 are very well done, Mr. Director. And I do want to thank you and Kelly for all of the work that the two of you do. I know how exhausting it is. And I think that you are continuing to educate the community in a way that's very positive and is helping to move the ball forward.
Mr. Sawyer, you are next.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I would like to move the safe parking program and the parking ordinance up to tier 1. Parking ordinance itself, would be very curious to see what we could do to not create another problem, and that would probably be dependent on how long we allow people to park on the street. It's really impractical to expect people to move every single day. So if there was an ability to manage whether that would look like a lot monitor, I don't think we can afford. We may be able to afford a program operator, but given how many of these we would probably have to have around the city, I think probably affording it would be very difficult. So having a lot monitor or a street monitor, whether it be in a park, which does concern me because I think part of the problem, a great deal of the problems that have happened inside of our parks is because of a lack of monitoring. So I would like to move those to tier 1. I can't imagine having the use of those two areas, whether it be the street or a parking lot or a park, without some kind, at least a lot monitor. And I think the rest of the programming is fine with me. Those are the two that I would like to see some more expansive conversation about.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Mr. Dowd.
I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I have to say that I'm quite uncomfortable with using our city parks for homeless type RV vehicles because it creates such a problem for the rest of the communities and families that want to use those parks. Partly because we're going to have a problem making sure we get all the RVs out of there before the start of the day for the rest of the residents to use it. And I think there's a great deal of used drug needles and other kinds of things that are dangerous to children and pets and whatever. So I much lean towards more safe parking areas like the fairgrounds and the Vets building and others that can be identified rather than the city parks that have a basic other use.
Okay, Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, I want to thank Dave and Kelly for, and again, a really thorough presentation. I also want to thank the public for this really what I heard was fairly thorough and well considered. I mean, the public engagement has just really impressed me. So I want to thank everybody who took the time out of their day to call in and share with us what they're thinking. But then I want to pivot here and talk about the people that are living without houses and who we are as people. And as a social worker, I've seen a lot of people, and I'll tell you this, I've never met an adult who doesn't pay taxes. I've also never met an adult who's never committed a crime. That includes every person I've seen, whether it's jaywalking or something small, we all commit crimes. The correlation between criminality and danger is interesting, but just because a person uses drugs or alcohol doesn't necessarily mean that they're dangerous. It does mean that some folks are dangerous and some aren't. And the other thing is that I've rarely met an adult who doesn't use or hasn't used drugs or alcohol. And so, we say, oh, I'm a taxpayer, I'm in recovery. All these things are true, but my experience is that people get better when they get housed. And so I hope that we continue to support people. We have to manage this problem and that we support people. And further to that end, that we do have to manage this because it is a quality of life problem for people who are living in proximity to encampments. So I want to express deep empathy for people like my, Gaddis Court residents who were awoken in the middle of the night a week ago Saturday from somebody having a break. I also want to express my compassion for the folks who have to live on the streets. And so, and I've done direct engagement with people who are living on the streets. And while some people may be reluctant and may never get in housing, it is, in my professional opinion, not a choice in the same way that you or I make choices to stay on the street. It is a compromised decision if someone makes that choice. So I will get into the meat of the policy here, but I wanted to lay out how I approach this. So first of all, I'm just going to go all over since I was taking notes as the presentation was going and as we were getting public comment. So some of this stuff might be out of order. But one is that I am in favor of a parking policy that would discourage RV usage if we had adequate RV parking. And that would mean also starting to look at the differences between what types of vehicles could go where and what types of folks could live in different places. And I do believe that I know there are people who have different needs, there are some people who are addicted, some people who are moms fleeing domestic violence, all kinds of different situations. So I'm in favor of having a solid number of different encampments that could serve different needs. And so going forward here, I'm not in favor of looking at parks until we have exhausted other public sites. I think we need to be a little less pearl clutchy about where these public sites are and a little bit more understanding that we can manage. And while managing these sites is more expensive than having them unmanaged, the flip side is that cleaning up things like the 101 underpass when it became unsafe for residents to live there is also really expensive. So we have to balance that we're going to pay one way or another. And further, not every site has to work for everything. So whether it's a garage, a parking lot, or whatever, I think we need to really parse this out and say, it's okay if a site only accommodates a few people, 5 or 7 people. And one of the things that I loved about the Tier 2 thing is the training program. Would it be possible to, in that, train a homeless resident to manage a site? Or could that be something like a resident advisor does as people are starting to get better? And then, let's see here. The Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 2 had so many great ideas in it that I would like to see. I'd like to see safe parking for sure move up. And I'd like to see us, again, look at this exhaustively and look at this in every district. I don't believe that any district should be spared. What I do believe, though, is that these locations, just as we prioritize housing in the downtown core for certain reasons, like transportation and economic benefit to the city, we need to look at these for, there'll be a different set of criteria, but transportation, access to services. And so if we're going to put folks all the way out in one area or another, we need to make sure that there's adequate transportation or that we have an ability of a social worker or somebody, a service provider to visit that site on occasion or whatever it might be. I'm very much interested in looking at partnerships with schools or other entities who in the faith-based community. And the job training aspect really on Tier 2, I thought really ought to move up, because if we can teach someone to fish, then perhaps we can really get out of the business of pulling people out of the water downstream. And then I appreciate the notion of scaling up. I'm looking at the slide over here. Apologies for not looking. Scaling up. Where am I seeing it? Scaling up programs and capacity across departments. But one of the things I'm not a huge fan of is having really large encampments, sanctioned or otherwise, because I do believe that after a certain point, it starts to become less manageable than smaller ones. And I would like to see some of these villages be more catered toward people with different types of needs, since, once you met one homeless person, you've met one homeless person. They're people like all of us and have different needs. Let's see. So I covered parking policy, Tier 1, Tier 2. Tier 1 seems fine to me. It seems not nearly as exciting or as inspired as Tier 2. And so I'll just run down. I understand Tier 1 is all stuff we got to do. Tier 2, like safe parking, parking ordinance, again, only with a plan for RVs that are operable to go there. And then scaling job training, I really like. And all the other stuff sounds good, but doesn't jump out at me. And then I also would like to see a parking lot that makes itself available to tents, something like we had at Finley, or something that's entry level. One of the things that I think comes away from Finley is that, you know, not everybody is ready to, you know, if somebody offered me the Sandman or a tent, I'd go to the Sandman, but that's because I live in a house. And so if somebody's not ready to get into a house, housing first for them might be saying, I'll try a tent. And so let's try to offer as many right front doors out of homelessness as possible and pair that with job training wherever possible, and then maintain our quality of life by reducing unplanned congregations of folks so people can have some stability in terms of where they decide to park their vehicle or place their tent, and that residents in traditional type of housing can feel less encumbered by the situation of having unplanned encampments near their dwellings. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your comments. So I'll start out with kind of the higher level. Some of the decisions that this and other previous councils had made about we're going to be at housing focused shelters. That was a huge step that not many other communities have done. And although some people, you know, one caller mentioned it didn't look like the homeless point in time count was reduced, having it actually participate in the point in time count probably about the last 7 years, I did notice a significant decrease, because I think some of our evidence-based, data-driven decisions are actually working. Yes, we have the challenges with visibility. We've also had some unique situations in our community going back to the Tubbs fire, Kincaid fire, public safety power shutoffs, and now COVID-19. So it's like right when we're getting our sea legs going, implementing these new strategies, outside influences have affected it. So I think we need to make sure whatever direction we're going to go, keep with evidence-based strategies and let data drive our decisions. Additionally, it's always, I think, helpful to leave some room for some promising practices. And so I know city staff has been keeping up to date on those things, going to trainings, because this is an evolving field. But what I'm really impressed with the housing first methodology, because what other type of social issues is the federal government, the state government, the county government, and the city on the same page there? So I know we heard some comments about housing first doesn't work. Well, the evidence shows otherwise. Low barrier shelters work, and let's get the people housed and then get those services in there. And that's, I know, what I'm promoting on the Leadership Council, and actually on this council, I think it's also our big key. Also, our focus should be on, I think, ending homelessness, not just managing that. So going back to the work plan priorities, clearly for me, tier one, we've got to stay with that. And I know it's always the challenge, but wait, we need to do more. And I would just offer to council and for staff on August 4th, we're having a goal setting. If we need to look at some of our priorities and maybe put more resources to this team, we might be able to actually bump up some tier one to tier two priorities to tier one. Obviously, September 15th, we're also getting a budget update. Well, that'll be the time that we can make that opportunity. Let's shift funding levels around. Once we have all the data, do we want to put more resources to this so that our tier two priorities here, we might be able to get to them a lot quicker, because you have to continue. I have to continue to look at what is the staff capacity. And again, for me, tier one, we have to actually do those. But all these promising practices here, I love hearing about the job training program and the homeless response team. I think a lot of different entities we're going in that direction. I hate to see that put in the back burner. So maybe it is time to put up some additional resources so we can start work on some of these tier two priorities. And then regarding the safe parking program, for me, and I think Vice Mayor Fleming said the same thing, I don't think all of our safe parking sites need to be created equal. I would like to see, can we come up with an RV park, right? RV type storage location, because that is our reality now, whether it be out of Challenger Way, close to my house, where some are propping up, and I know in the south part of the city, they're also having that issue. So Ken, if that's what we're being faced with right now, can we respond to what currently is impacting our community? And when we go on slide 17, the basic program operator, the housing focused program, my first default is, yes, it's going to be more expensive, but if we're focusing on ending homelessness, that's the direction I think we have to go. Not just giving someone a safe place to park, but getting into the services that's going to end someone's homelessness. I think it's a much long-term wise investment than to continue to just allow people to park here and not give them the needed services that they need. I also do want to appreciate and comment what staff has said from what the information you have from January. You folks are doing what council asked of you. Look at city sites and, just going to the differences between the number of city-owned properties in District 5 versus District 6. That's where the city started. Years ago when a lot of the properties that the city owned in District 5, there wasn't a District 6. So that doesn't surprise me. And I am the supporter. We do need to put these variety of different options throughout the city. But Dave, what I would really like your staff to be able to look at is all safe parking sites don't need to be created equal. Right now, I'm not in favor of using safe parking at any of our park sites. Those parks were designed for recreation purposes, not for housing or temporary shelters. So I'd like to see some different options and also publicize it more, almost like a chat program. I know some of you have mentioned different sites of partnering with other, whether it be nonprofits or other private persons. I'd really like to explore some of those different options, which apparently, well, I'm sure we can have that robust discussion when it comes back to council. And I think, regarding partnerships, one of the things I know that staff has done, and Mr. Dowd and I heard when we're talking about the sprung structure out at Sam Jones Hall, one of the reasons that I think is a great location is because it's like the economy of scale. We have services out there already. So whether it be the county or if the school district or any other entity is going to start addressing some of the same challenges we are, I think we have to partner with them. Because by using our resources together, we can be much more effective. As I said before, Housing First is endorsed by the feds, the state, the county, and the city of Santa Rosa since 2016. So I think that's a real big opportunity moving forward. And with that, Mr. Gwine, did you have any questions from us? Oh, hold on a second. Mr. Sawyer, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you for your indulgence. I just have one thing that I wanted to mention. It was brought up by one of our speakers today, and it's something that very heavily concerns me. It has very much to do with with the safe parking program and the parking ordinance, and that is the dumping of sewage into our creeks. I don't know, I can't quantify it. I don't really know how big of a problem it is. It's probably oftentimes done in the dark of night, potentially, but if we're going to allow this kind of parking environment, we have to be able to deal, unless we have portalettes, and if they're on the street parking, they're probably not going to have portalettes unless things change pretty greatly. So my thought is some kind of conversation about the potential volume of how big is this problem, and might there be a way that we could give vouchers for people? I understand it's not very inexpensive to dump to have these services taken care of, and there aren't that many that do this kind of thing as well. So I just think it's a conversation that I would like to be able to have, or some kind of report as to how big the problem is. But the concept of people dumping raw sewage into storm drains, which ends up in the creek, and kids are playing in the creek potentially. There's already enough effluent in our creeks. I'd like to have that conversation at some point. Thank you.
Okay, and I would add just one more thing also, Mr. Wine, on slide 10, you talked about the HEAP efforts, and I'm a big believer those capacity that we currently have in the city of Santa Rosa should be focused on those 3 locations within the city of Santa Rosa. I think HEAP has been doing a phenomenal job working through those processes, and I'd hate to see something delay that. So any capacity that we have should be focused on the efforts of our HEAP team. So, Mr. Wine, did you have any additional questions, or did you get enough feedback?
I just want to thank the council for, listening to what ended up being a 25-minute presentation. This is a heavy subject. It's on many levels and coming from various directions. This is great feedback. It helps us focus on tier 1 priorities, which I admit are pretty rudimentary. How fun is it to document a disaster to get reimbursement from a potential FEMA? But that really is important, I'm sure, to the city manager and myself. But then, yeah, we'll look at ways where we can start crafting ideas around safe parking. Maybe it isn't all created equal. which is my long way of saying, really do appreciate the feedback, and this helps staff move forward.
All right. Thank you for that. Okay, I see it about 6:10. So we're going to take a recess before we start our regular session. Let's take a 15-minute break, reconvene at 6:25. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are we ready to start?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, we'll reconvene the regular session of the July 7th San Jose City Council meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you take a roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Olivares.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer, have you joined us?
Yes.
And Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Okay, let's see, report on closed session, Madam City Attorney.
Yes, the council met in closed session on item 2.1 and gave direction to its labor negotiators.
Mr. City Manager, report on study session.
Nothing additional to add.
Thank you. We have no proclamations. Item 7, staff briefing. Mr. City Manager, do we have anything to report today?
We have nothing on 7.1, the fire recovery build update, but on 7.2, we've got 2 items. The first is from Rachel Eade, and she will be reporting on CARES Act transit relief and Clipper start update. Rachel?
Public Works. I appreciate the opportunity to update Council on some significant developments related to the regional transit response to COVID-19, which, as you know, has had significant operational and financial impacts on city bus, as well as public transit operators throughout the region and the country, as well as worldwide. As you may know, MTC has recently convened a Blue Ribbon Transit Recovery Task Force made up of 30 members from around the Bay Area, including MTC commissioners, elected officials, advocates, labor representation, transit agencies, and members of the business community. The task force initial charge is to guide distribution of CARES Act emergency relief funding for transit agencies. And secondly, to guide development of a Bay Area public transit transformation action plan, which is due to the MTC Commission in mid-2021, and will focus on integration strategies to increase connectivity and efficiency of the various transit operators in the region. Also part of the COVID-19 recovery. I wanted to update you specifically on the CARES Act transit emergency relief. As the council is aware, the federal CARES Act included emergency relief funding for transit agencies nationwide due to the financial impacts from the pandemic due to lost sales tax, fare revenue, and other revenues. This included $1.3 billion allocated to the Bay Area. These funds are being distributed in the Bay Area by MTC in 2 phases or tranches using a regional distribution methodology. In April, Santa Rosa City Bus was awarded $2.5 million from the first tranche of CARES Act funds for the immediate needs we faced in fiscal 1920. The current MTC staff recommendation for distribution of the second tranche of funds will allocate an additional $1.6 million to City Bus for a total of $4.1 million in emergency relief from the CARES Act. This $1.6 million in additional funds for fiscal 2021 will assist City Bus in addressing our projected $4 million deficit for this fiscal year. That's an operating deficit. We will be coming to council in August for a study session, at which time we'll give you an update on our financial recovery strategy, service restoration plans, and some considerations related to fare policy. So we'll have a chance to have a much more detailed discussion with the council at that point in time about our path forward. I also wanted to make council aware that as an additional measure to address the impacts of COVID-19 on low-income transit riders, MTC has provided the opportunity for all Bay Area transit agencies to join the Clipper Start means-based fare pilot program. This program will provide a mechanism to offer a fare discount for low-income adult riders via Clipper card. And this is significant because there are a large number of low-income riders who don't fit in another youth or senior or reduced fare category. MTC will administer this program, qualify riders, and subsidize a 10% fare discount, with transit agencies contributing the remaining fare subsidy up to a 20% or 50% fare discount for low-income adult riders. So in recognition of the pandemic's impacts on our low-income residents, we believe that make up a large part of our ridership, we believe participation in this program would be a beneficial component of our COVID-19 recovery strategy, pending council approval. We plan to bring an item in August as well, proposing that City Bus join the pilot program at the 20% discount level. Our understanding is this is consistent with Sonoma County Transit and Petaluma Transit's plans in terms of bringing similar items to their boards. And both SMART and Golden Gate Transit have already adopted participation in this program at a 50% fare discount. So we look forward to having more discussion of this opportunity as well as our broader financial recovery strategy and service restoration plan in a few weeks' time. And I'm happy to take any questions you may have at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Rachel. Council, any questions? Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. More comment, Rachel, than anything. I know as all of the transit agencies are talking about new models of delivery to try to be able to plug the budget holes, I would hope if they are not at the table that you would pull SMART to the table as well, who obviously has an interest in making sure that regional transit continues to operate throughout the North Bay. It might be an interesting partner for a different type of delivery for our public services.
Absolutely, and we're working very closely with all the local and regional transit operators serving Sonoma County, as well as the other counties currently, and we'll continue to do so. So thank you for that.
Any additional questions from council? Seeing none, is there any other presentations on item 7? Thank you, Rachel. Any other presentations for 7.2?
Yes, I have a brief presentation. This is an update on California's COVID-19 watch list and surge of infection in Sonoma County. The California Department of Health is monitoring all counties across the state and assessing their ability to continue current business openings based on certain indicators, which include disease transmission, hospitalizations, and hospital capacity. Currently, 24 counties are part of the state monitoring list. As of today, July 7th, Sonoma County is not one of them. However, the county health officer has reported that indicators show our county is dangerously close to being added to the list. If Sonoma County is added to the list, the state may require or recommend limiting or prohibiting certain activities in the county for at least 3 weeks. This recommendation or mandate could affect the following local businesses: bars, indoor dining at restaurants, winery tasting rooms, movie theaters, card rooms, zoos, indoor museums, indoor entertainment centers. To help curb the current surge of coronavirus in Sonoma County, we are urging all Santa Rosa residents and visitors to follow the public health requirements as ordered by Governor Newsom and our Sonoma County Public Health Officer. Please follow these steps, which are proven to be effective to combat this pandemic. Stay at least 6 feet away from anyone not living in your house. Don't engage in gatherings with people living outside of your household. Wear a face covering in any public space. Wash your hands often and for at least 20 seconds. If you feel sick, stay home and call your doctor. Get tested. A list of free testing options is available at socoemergency.org/test. With everyone's collaboration and adherence to these protocols, we can help stem the surge of infection and help our community to stay open. And that concludes.
Thank you for that. Mr. Tibbetts, you have a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Sean, I have a question for you. I know at one point we were issuing citations, maybe it was even misdemeanors for not wearing a mask in public. Where does that stand currently? Are we enforcing that?
I will have to get you a full report, but we were not issuing citations for masks wearing. We were advising people and educating people as we continue to do.
My mistake on that is have many. Go ahead.
We were issuing citations to several businesses that were not complying with the health orders as laid out in the health policies.
Okay, because I that makes sense. I just remember seeing a video with Chief Navarro that came out, and I remember thinking, "Whoa, we're tightening up on this." And at the time, I was a little bit nervous about that, but after seeing the experience of Japan and also seeing how wearing these masks, is really enabling businesses to operate in a lot of countries throughout the world, I'm actually would be very interested in looking at a municipal requirement to require these masks. I just think we're headed up a steep curve at the moment. And when I'm around downtown and parts of our city, I don't see too many folks wearing masks that much anymore. And I think it's a shame because I think it's going to keep us going in the wrong direction.
Well, hopefully with this statement and with the cooperation of our citizens, we can improve that position and we won't have to consider that. But obviously, the health officer may be in continuing conversations if the situation continues to deteriorate.
Yes. Thanks. Mr. Rogers, did you have a question or no?
No, I just wanted to echo my colleague's sentiment and in particular point out that there have been numerous videos that have gone around of businesses attempting to do the right thing and attempting to have their patrons utilize a mask. And it's been organized in some points where folks are choosing not to and choosing to push their way into the businesses. And I would hope that our city would continue to support those businesses in making the right decision as well, and to highlight the absolute need for wearing a mask in those situations.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Yeah, not to put too fine a point on it here, but I can't remember where I read this, but about a couple of hairdressers who were positive for COVID. Obviously, they didn't know it and gave, I think, collectively over 100 haircuts together while wearing masks and transmitted none of the disease to any of their patrons. And so, if anybody has any doubt about the efficacy of this or the importance of it for both your health and the economy, I urge you to do it. I wear a mask whenever I come downtown, and not necessarily that people are close to me yet, but because unlike walking around my neighborhood where I know I can easily dodge out of the way if I see someone coming, you never know when someone's going to be around. And so one of the things I read online was that a healthcare practitioner, a friend of mine, wrote that she wears a mask out of humility because she doesn't know if she's positive. And so I really like that it's something that I can do whether or not I know I'm positive, is that I can try to take care of you and everybody around you by putting on a mask. And so I think it's an act of care and love and solidarity. And it's also an act of economic recovery. So thank you for considering that message from the city manager.
Yeah, and I would just echo the shoe manufacturer, just do it. It's pretty simple. So with that, we are now taking public comment on item 7.2, COVID-19 response update. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. Madam Zoom host, take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor. First public comment will be from Samra. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on the screen.
I can.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose. And this is for public comment on item 7, staff briefings. Your time begins now.
Okay. Hello, City Council. I'd like to directly call attention to places of worship specifically on the mask wearing policies. I know that they're allowed to be opened, but I do know that Governor Newsom said you're not allowed to be singing if you are within a church. And I seriously doubt that people are going to be following that or are wearing masks, mostly because I go to a church and I notice a lot of people using the name of God as an excuse to be selfish, aka not wear a mask. So I really do think that these places of worship should be reviewed somehow, or have somebody go there and to like maybe a service or a sermon of like all the churches in Santa Rosa, or, just any place of worship, to review whether or not they're wearing masks, because I do know that a lot of elderly people show up to church, and some of them wear masks, some of them don't. But if they got sick, it would be really, really bad. And since our virus cases and the virus rates here haven't been as extreme as like SoCal, a lot of people may not know someone personally who's sick, so they don't take it as seriously. And now with more places opening up, people take this pandemic less and less seriously, even though they're told like not to, that this should be made a priority. So I really recommend reviewing those. Also, to what Jack Tibbetts said about issuing citations for people who don't have masks, I believe that you'd have to use law enforcement to do that. And I don't necessarily think that would be a great idea, considering that law enforcement has been recorded to also not wear masks and was addressed even by the chief acknowledging that they didn't wear masks either. So it would be a little hypocritical for them to be issuing citations or, fines on people not wearing masks. I really think that's a problem that needs to be sorted out first before you go around sorting out the problem with the community. I'd like to end my time here.
Thank you, Samra. Okay, I see no additional hands raised for item 7, and there were no email public comments, no e-comments, and no voice message public comments on item 7 staff briefing. That concludes the public comment period.
Thank you. On to item 8, City Manager, City Attorney report. Mr. City Manager, do you have a report for us this evening?
No, I do not.
Madam City Attorney, do you have a report for us tonight?
No, I do not either.
All right, thank you. Council, any statements of abstention on tonight's agenda? Seeing none. On to mayor's, council members' reports. Is there any council member who would like to make a report? Mr. Dowd.
I'm reporting on a commitment that I got into, and I suspect it was from the mayor, but I don't know that. But I'm participating with the Santa Rosa Fire Department on the after action report, and we've received 6 proposals on the request for proposals from various consultants. And Thursday morning, we'll be having a Zoom meeting, myself and representatives from the fire department, to select somebody to recommend for that operation. And it's looking into what happened with the protests, etc. So.
Okay, thank you for that report. Mr. Rogers.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. 2 quick things. One, did have a chance to fill in at Sonoma Clean Power last Thursday, where Santa Rosa was thanked profusely for funding our Evergreen enrollment, which, as a reminder for the public, drops the city's carbon footprint for our city-owned buildings by about 50%. What it also does is it allows Sonoma Clean Power, based on the scale of how many cities have joined, to start to look at renegotiating some of their contracts to potentially bring down the cost for everybody. So that was a good kudos that we got there as a shout out. I'll also thank Community Action Partnership for yesterday inviting me to participate in their Community Conversations on Race series, where I had a chance to have a lengthy discussion with Joy Ayadeli, who was one of the youth organizers leading some of the marches and protests, and really had a good chance to talk about where we go from here. So if you have a chance to watch that online, it works as it's there. It's a great conversation, and we would welcome the feedback.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to say a couple of things. One is that I am continuing to reach out and also be reached out to by members of the public around the civil unrest, around the pandemic, and I'm grateful for all of your input. And I wanted to note that it is clear to me, and I'm sure it's clear to other council members, that not everybody who is asking for change is asking for the same thing. And so mindful of that and crafting a response that can both try to meet the needs of all these various groups, but also allow groups to have time to make sure that they get all of their input. And so to that end, I want to thank everybody who's continuing to show up for our forums, like last week's listening session last Thursday, as well as our public safety meeting on Wednesday, which I felt was very productive in its starting. And my main question during that meeting, and I'll reiterate tonight, is what makes a community safe? And so I hope that all of you who are listening, and let everybody know that that is something that I hope we continue to talk about. What does make a community safe is going to be a different answer for different populations based on race and gender, socioeconomic status. And it's something that's really important to me, and I believe the rest of the council, to hear from you about. And I'll cede the details of the subcommittee and what the takeaways are to the mayor. But I do want to thank you all for your ongoing participation, and I encourage it. It is a priority of the city. We do not allow protesting. We support protesting here in the city of Santa Rosa and appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that, Madam Vice Mayor. Yes, regarding our first public safety subcommittee meeting, it was very appreciative of the number of people who have participated and provided us with feedback. Our subcommittee gave feedback back to the staff. Our main three items were 8 Can't Wait. We heard from Chief Navarro and provided feedback, and also gave some direction regarding the police auditor to the city manager and the after action report to the city manager. I hope in the next couple of days to identify the next meeting date for that subcommittee, and we'll publicize that as soon as possible. We also had a lengthy list of other items we would like our subcommittee to consider. I'm guessing one of the agenda items at our next meeting will be the prioritization of those numerous potential efforts. So more to follow. And I also wanted to thank a couple folks who on 4th of July, Saturday, joined me in Courthouse Square, Councilmember Rogers, and a couple other community members, a couple from Coffee Strong and Tony Giraldi, cleaned up some of the vandalism that the square had occurred. So I appreciate Mr. City Manager, city staff gave some permission so that we could get it back to its original color of white. So I think it looks pretty good, and it's everyone chipping in to beautify our city. So I was happy I was able to participate in that. So moving on to item 11, we have no approval of minutes. Mr. City Manager, item 12, consent.
I'm going to be turning over item 12 to Assistant City Manager David Guin.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the Council. We have 5 consent items tonight. First item 12.1 is a resolution request for authorization for submittal of housing incentive pool program for downtown housing operation enhancements, fiber optics upgrade. Item 12.2 is a resolution approval of the First Amendment to the professional service agreement for workers' compensation third-party administration. Item 12.3 is a resolution adoption of an extension agreement extending the memorandum of understanding for and on behalf of the employees in the City of Santa Rosa's Unit 5 police officers represented by the Santa Rosa Police Officer Association, effective July 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. Item 12.4 is a resolution approval of the First Amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding between the California Department of Transportation and the Southeast Greenway Community Partners. And finally, item 12.5 is a resolution approval of grant agreement with Catholic Charities of the Diocese of Santa Rosa for provisions of COVID-19 related homeless services.
Thank you for that, Mr. Goen. Council, any questions on the consent calendar? Seeing none. Madam Zoom host, do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
Yes, we do, Mayor. For the public participating, wishing to make a public comment on item 12, consent calendar. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand to make a public comment. The first public comment will be from Mary. Mary, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see a 3-minute timer on your screen.
I can see a 3-minute timer. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mary. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Mary Sandberg, and I'm speaking in support of the emergency paid sick leave ordinance. Is this the proper time to do that?
Actually, Mary, that item is coming up under item 14.1, and you'll have an opportunity to make public comment on 14.1.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Morgan. Morgan, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, thanks. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, can you please confirm you can see a timer on your screen?
I see it.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and this is for public comment on item 12, consent.
Hi,
Your time begins now.
this is Morgan Wren. I am speaking to item 12.3. I'm surprised that after hearing 6 hours of public comment, hundreds of comments demanding the city of Santa Rosa defund the police, we're sanctioning an extension of what amounts to bonus pay for police and continuing with business as usual. It looks like the COVID-19 time off bank is being operated under the assumption that the police will have an increased chance of exposure in Sonoma County. I'd argue that that is, one, not the case, and two, if it is the case, partially it's because other law enforcement agencies like our sheriff are refusing to enforce the health department mandates. The payments are set to accrue for each week that we continue to enact the shelter-in-place order. If the county law enforcement is refusing to actually enforce these orders, why are city police being paid extra for them? And then I asked, do we have evidence that police risk is actually increased during shelter-in-place orders? Logic would dictate that with less people on the streets, people staying home, people being paid unemployment, not working, people will in general commit less crime. This means less exposure risk to police officers. National police records from the months of March until now corroborate this. I tried to look at Santa Rosa's specific statistics. What I found is a crime statistics website. This website contains no 2020 data. It links to LexisNexis.com, which doesn't track SRPD crime stats. It also links to a crime analyst website. This site contains staff activity reports. The staff activity reports end in October 2019. We have no data past then to actually evaluate how effective our police are or how many crimes they're responding to, and thus how much their risk has increased. The site also contains a link to the City of Santa Rosa open data portal. That link doesn't work. It takes you to a third-party site that requires a login. So we have no transparency to what our police are doing. Our police department is acting inside of a cone of silence. They can prove, until they can prove that they're actually at an increased risk of exposure, I think that this should be voted down. What we have seen during protests is, and this has been observed, it's been filmed, there's pictures of it, is Santa Rosa Police Department officers appearing in public places without masks on. So if they aren't following their own health and safety protocols, why are we paying for it? We've also seen them use tear gas, which forces protesters to take off masks, to cough, to sneeze. It's very unsafe when it comes to COVID-19. To me, that doesn't sound like supporting protest. And I don't think that we should be paying for it. If the police are increasing their personal risk because they're not wearing masks, we shouldn't be paying for it. If they're increasing public risk to exposure to COVID-19, we definitely shouldn't be paying them overtime for it or bonuses for it. Thanks. That's my time.
Thank you, Morgan. The next public comment will be from Emma, followed by Colin. Emma, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Hello, yes, I can.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record. This is for item 12 consent calendar, and your time begins now.
Awesome. Hi again. This is Emma, and I am commenting on 12.3. All right. So this town and its government has shown a disturbing lack of accountability. The repeated acts of violence perpetuated by police officers in Sonoma County have not been reconciled with. And honestly, it makes them look kind of dumb. You can all nod your head and say you're listening and learning, but you continue to actively hurt people. Sonoma County has a long, sordid history with race, and you are upholding that legacy. My colleagues have been targeted by constant police violence and surveillance for having the audacity to speak up for their community. You are not changing. Your officers act as the largest organized crime network in the city and county. You've manipulated the public eye to gain sympathy while you treat the homeless population as less than human, brutalize people of color routinely, and sexually harass minors in custody. You letting seven cars drive through protests shows that you want us gone by any means necessary. The police need to immediately release a statement condemning these violent acts, much like the statements they've been so quick to make condemning imaginary looting. Protests are ongoing, and without action, people will get hurt. Without making a statement that categorically condemns these cavalier displays of aggression, you are encouraging this behavior. Your people are not impressed. And to Officer Kenny Ferrigno, who I'm pretty sure is listening because he listened to another one, who violated his code of conduct and claimed that an anti-police conspiracy group was calling into these meetings. I am an 18-year-old who has lived in Santa Rosa my entire life. You and your thug counterparts make this community substantially worse. If you can't take criticism, don't be a cop. And since you apparently have an issue with being called names, you're kind of a dumb motherfucker, and I hope you're listening. Defund the police, rest in power, Andy Lopez. Thank you. I yield my time.
The next public comment will be from Colin. Colin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Hi, yeah, I can see the timer. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Colin. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and this is for public comment on item 12 consent calendar. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Colin Metcalf. I called in and talked to you guys earlier. I've still lived here my entire life and was born and raised here. And I'm hoping I can convince at least one person, if not more, maybe not, you might all vote unanimously on this as well, to maybe rethink extending this agreement with, to the best of my understanding, it's your labor agreement with the police union. And I think until we can have a more public forum, I know you met with the police union labor negotiator during your closed session. I was hoping to hear more details about that from the public recap on that meeting, but instead, all I heard was no additional report. I don't know if that's something that you would be willing to open up to the public, but I think we'd like to hear what labor negotiations you have with the police department. So I'm hoping you can abstain or vote against it until we can have a more public forum and we can understand better what our city is agreeing to in terms of the labor negotiations with the police union. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see it.
Great, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record. If you so choose, this is for item 12, consent calendar. Your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Charlotte. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa. The SRPD arrested and processed protesters while not following CDC guidelines. And these people who were exercising their constitutional rights were taken into custody without police wearing masks. They were put into cramped conditions where they were not able to social distance. And all of this is just completely unacceptable. Not to mention the brutality surrounding those arrests, using tools of war like rubber bullets, tear gas against these people is just totally unacceptable. additionally, not to mention the dangers of using tear gas during this time, as other people have said, it forces protesters to remove their masks and risks increased exposure for themselves and others. I find myself wondering why we should reward their behavior with things like this additional time off agreement. Why do you, as City Council, continue to passively display approval for police conduct by pushing things through like the budget, like this, that benefit police in a very direct way? The police in Santa Rosa have not demonstrated the same level of concern around protecting this community from COVID that they ask you to now demonstrate on their behalf. I would ask you to reconsider granting the police in this city the protection they deny to people they're supposed to protect and serve. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We are seeing no additional hands raised on this item. I'll move to the recorded voice message public comment. You have one more hand I'll hit back on. The next public comment is from Samra. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yep, I can see that.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record. This is for item 12 consent calendar, and your time begins now.
Yeah, so again, Samra, and I'd like to emulate what Emma had said previously about how we should not be rewarding police officers to not do their jobs. Like, I'd like to say, right now, the police are aggressively fighting back against this change because their livelihoods and their jobs are at risk. But like, it's kind of hypocritical to the whole point of being a police officer, isn't it? Their role as an officer means prioritizing the welfare of their community over the welfare of their over their own welfare. You're defeating the point of acting as a public servant if you're acting in your own self-interests rather than the public. And when I say self-interests, I mean their funding, and by funding I mean their salaries specifically, salaries, benefits, all that jazz. So I would like to take it back to that last Zoom where Chief Navarro stated that they didn't have the money to adequately handle the number of sexual assaults, not about the rape kits specifically at the current time, but saying that they didn't have the money to adequately handle the number of sexual assaults that happened in Santa Rosa. And then look at their budget, and then look at their salaries, and then think, why would we pay them not to do their jobs? Especially the fact that on the topic of the masks, and how it had been reported and even acknowledged, first time for everything, by the chief, who stated, oh yeah, we heard that some of our officers hadn't been wearing masks, so we're going to try and fix this. Yet I still see officers not wearing masks, even outside, they're, doing their work. So I don't think this should be rewarded. I think there should be legitimate consequences for this, since they are endangering the lives of others in more ways than one, not just in the terms of the virus. So really look into this, delve into this, and then ask yourselves why you're funding this. Vice Mayor Fleming said that we don't just allow protesting, we support protesting. So tell me why Sean McGlynn criminalized the protesters by instating a curfew in the first place and then didn't publicly apologize for doing that, because the police used the curfew as a justification for violence. And even before the curfew, the police were violent. But after that, they especially used the curfew as a justification. And the fact that they stated, hey, there's been a lot of, what was that? There were like graffiti and a few broken windows just around town. And specifically to Tom Schwedhelm, I'd really ask you to reconsider your wording when you say, we got rid of the vandalism to take it back to its original color of white. Just wording right there at this time to time, not the best choice. So, yeah, no, the police really need to issue a statement apologizing for how they criminalize the peaceful protesters.
Okay, the next public comment will be from Rex. Rex, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer on my screen, and can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Rex. This is for public comment on item 12, consent calendar. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
I did not create a script for this, so I would just like to say that I completely back the people calling in saying that the police need to do better. They need to wear their masks. They need to stop brutalizing the citizens that they live alongside. I just want to support everyone who is calling in and saying defund the police, disband their union. That's all. Thank you.
The next public comment will be from Sean. Sean, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose. This is for public comment on item 12 consent calendar, and your time begins now.
Good evening. My name is Sean Jazewski. I really think it's gross that the city council is even voting on this. Santa Rosa City has a monopoly on violence through the police. That is fascism. It is very clear this measure is to ensure that your militia stays healthy. This is not about public health at all. If this was about public health, you would have your officers wearing masks. You would have your officers enforcing people wearing masks. You would not be arresting protesters and throwing them in jail with people who have tested positive for COVID. If you have done all of those things, maybe we could talk about keeping the police safe. This is not that. I'm a member of your community. I have an autoimmune disorder. This is fucking disgusting. Your cops don't care about public health. This measure is about keeping your militia happy and healthy. That's it.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Soli. Soli, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, I can see it.
Great, thank you. Please identify yourself for public record. This is for public comment on item 12, and your time begins now.
Hello. I would also like to echo what some people are saying here and to not move forward with this. It is bizarre that it's even coming up. It seems almost like an insult. We're here, we're telling you to not invest more into the police, and you are obviously not listening, and you're making it an agenda item. I have encountered a police officer taking over a 45-minute break, having dinner at my neighbor's house. And I just think that that kind of behavior is unacceptable when you see their salaries and you see the amount of money that's being guaranteed to them in Measure O. I think that they've had enough. I would also, I believe it was Colin, mentioned the meeting that you had with the union. I think that that should be made public. And I would also like to see the council reconsider if they should be a part of the union. They're not at this point doing anything for the community except for harming them. And as far as the tear gas and the rubber bullets used during the protest, I've heard that there were officers or an officer who went to get more supplies from the department, and he got something that was much more dangerous and that you are not allowed to bring to a protest. And I would like to know if there's any sort of record about what is being taken out of your armory, you know, like a log of that. And and a follow-up. Like, I mean, officers should not be allowed to do that. That's it. That's my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Danielle. Danielle, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose. This is for public comment on item 12 consent, and your time begins now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Danielle Delario. I've called in once before and I've emailed once before as well. I'm a teacher and I'm a mom. And I wanted to just comment on what Vice Mayor Victoria Fleming said, that it seems like the protesters want different things. There's not really a consensus. And I think that there is a general consensus on what the protesters want and what most of the public really wants to see as well. I think most people want to see that we divest from the police. We don't want to have a militarized police force in Santa Rosa or anywhere in Sonoma County. And we want to invest in our communities. So investing in housing and public education, mental health services, social services, these should be things that we're investing in. And I myself, as a teacher, at one point, my starting salary for working full-time was $45,000 a year. $45,000 a year. And that was working full-time. I worked with 6 different grades, elementary school. And it just, I mean, if you look at that and you look at the salaries of the police officers in Santa Rosa, I just don't think that's right. You know, I think we need to invest in education. We need to invest in housing. We should not have homelessness in Santa Rosa or anywhere in Sonoma County. And we need to invest in mental health and social services. I don't think anyone is saying that we don't want to be able to call 911 and have someone else on the other side help us. You know, I think we all want to have a community policing service that's really there for the public and for the community, but not a militarized police force. So I do think there is more consensus. I think people are using different terms, and that might lead to some confusion. I prefer the term divest, but defund is very similar. It's practically the same thing. So I think maybe that's where the confusion comes from. And I think that's it. Last time I mentioned a program called Cahoots in Eugene, Oregon. It's been around for over 30 years. And, you know, you call 911, and if it's a mental health crisis or someone who's homeless, someone who needs help, domestic violence maybe, they send someone, they send an EMT with a mental health counselor, and they provide help. So you don't always need someone coming with a gun to a situation like that. And that's it. Thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to voice message public comments that were pre-recorded.
Hi, this is for agenda item 12.3. There have been many reports of cops not following CDC guidelines throughout the pandemic, especially during the protests. People whose only crime was staying out past an arbitrary curfew reported also being forced into holding situations where it was impossible for them to maintain safe distancing while cops were maskless around them. Who's looking into these reports? Why are cops getting more paid time off, more of their tax money, while we're begging you to stop funneling money into the police department? Doesn't that strike you as a little tone deaf? Stop doing it. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jojo Sanders. I'm from Sebastopol, and I'm commenting on agenda item 12.5. I support the approval of a grant with the Catholic Diocese of Santa Rosa for homelessness services in relation to COVID-19, including a non-congregate shelter and a safe social distancing program. Thank you.
Hello, I'm calling for item 12.3. I do not believe that SRPD should receive any additional time off when they refuse to follow CDC guidelines when arresting and detaining protesters. And as someone who has attended every protest with a police presence, I could easily count the number of officers wearing a mask on one hand, meaning that they were endangering every civilian with which they were interacting. SRPD should not be rewarded and protected with extra leave when they continue to cause harm to protesting civilians as opposed to protecting us like they're supposed to. The use of tear gas has lasting effects on the lungs and respiratory system, and the use of tear gas is unethical in any circumstances of a peaceful demonstration, but especially during a virus outbreak which attacks the respiratory system, as that puts civilians at an even greater risk of infection. I demand that we defund and disarm the SRPD and that we approve a budget below the minimum set by Measure O. I demand that we redistribute police funds into areas that our community has a greater need for, such as housing and mental health services. I demand that all charges against protesters are dropped, and I demand that the SRPD be held accountable for dishonest reporting concerning the Porsche incident.
Mayor, that concludes the voice message public comments on item 12 consent. There were no email and no e-public comments received.
All right, thank you. Bring it back to council. Vice Mayor Fleming, you have item 12.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll move items 12.1, 2, 4, and 5 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
All right, we have a motion for the approval of items 1, 2, 4, and 12.1, 12.2, 12.4, 12.5. Any additional comments from council? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Dowd?
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveris?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Aye.
That passes with 7 ayes.
Great. For the sake of discussion, I'll move item 12.3 and waive further reading of this text.
Second.
May I ask who's second? There was a tie.
I'll give it to Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you.
So we have a motion by our Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Sawyer. Any additional comments from council? Vice Mayor Fleming.
I just want to let the people know who made the time to call in that I hear you and I hear your concerns. Thank you.
And was there another hand up, Mr. Dowd?
I just want to be clear. What is the Vice Chair's motion and the second on 12.3?
12.3 is the item that all of the callers are calling in. It is the resolution adoption of an extension agreement extending the memorandum of understanding on behalf of the employees of the city of Santa Rosa's Unit 5 police officers represented by the Santa Rosa PO Police Officers Association effective July 1 through December 31, 2020. It's the item we discussed in closed session, granting 2.5 hours of extra PTO up to, I believe, 60 hours plus 10 hours. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong. It's in response to COVID related extra work that, or not extra work, but PTO in regard to that. And maybe somebody on the line, maybe Mr. Mills can speak to this point.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. That's correct. It is an additional 10 hours, initial 10 hours, and then 2.5 hours per week while we're still in shelter in place. It does not have any cash value. And if it's not used by June 30th, it'll go away. They can't cash it out.
June
And my
30th.
question was the motion in favor of passing it?
I placed the motion on the floor for your consideration in the affirmative.
Okay, any additional comments? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will we do another roll call vote for item 12.3?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd,
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts, Councilmember Tibbetts,
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers,
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming,
No.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That passes with 6 ayes, Vice Mayor Fleming voting no.
All right, thank you for that. Item 13 is public comment on non-agenda matters. So we're now taking public comment on item 13, non-agenda matters. This is the time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. We'll take 10 speakers under item 13. If we have more than 10 public comments on item 13, the remaining speakers will be afforded the opportunity to speak on item 17, non-agenda matters, to provide public comment. Madam Host, would you proceed with the outline public comment process?
Thank you, Mayor. First public comment will be from Sean. Sean, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Sean Jezewski. I'm a resident of Santa Rosa. Councilmember Fleming, you said you support the protesting, but there's still a curfew in place. Maybe you want to support it, but if there's a curfew, you're not supporting us. It came to my attention this week that Councilman Tibbetts is a member of CAN. We heard from CAN last week. That really seems like a conflict of interest. I don't understand that. Conflict of interest at best, maybe illegal. This group, which is comprised of people in law enforcement, is getting support from Councilmember Tibbetts, who knows how the system works here. Well, I should say when he shows up for the meetings. I don't know if this is sanctioned or legal or not, but either it's a conflict of interest or it's illegal, or the rest of you have an opportunity to join groups and are not. And so then my question to the rest of you is, why aren't you joining these groups? Why aren't you showing and engaging the community how to interface civically to affect change? That seems really inappropriate to me. I'm calling to voice my support to defund the police by at least 50% and have the City Council address the demands of the Black New Deal. Chief Navarro spoke to 8 Can't Wait. That measure is lip service and showmanship. It's nothing else. They ban chokeholds. If you look at the manuals, it bans one type of chokehold. There's 20 other types of chokeholds. This is not doing anything. It's very disappointing that this is on the table. It's very disappointing that I'm seeing lobbying happen like this within the City Council. Again, this is what fascism looks like. This is what a monopoly on violence from the state looks like. Councilman Tibbetts, I know you're up for re-election in December. I've been taking notes on how y'all are voting. That's it.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Charlotte, followed by Samra. Charlotte, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can't see the timer.
Thank you, Charlotte. Please identify yourself for public record if you choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Charlotte. I'm a member of the community, long time. I'm speaking on this item to again urge City Council to defund and disarm SRPD. You need to hold a vote to approve a budget below the mandatory minimum established by Measure O. You need to do that. I mean, clearly you're on the side of the police, most of you, which is disappointing to say the very least. Funding, they don't need that much fucking money, you guys. Like, come on. The funding that the police have could very easily cover the homelessness resources that we need. It could very easily cover, community resources for uplifting Black people in our area, Indigenous, Latinx, undocumented people, homeless people. Like, I'm fucking disappointed in you guys for that vote. That sucked. As we've been saying for weeks now, and that's just the widespread, George Floyd movement. But I mean, Black people have been saying this for forever. Policy changes are not going to be enough. This is not enough. It can't wait his words. This stuff is not changing how Black members of our community are treated. Fuck that vote. I yield my time.
The next public comment will be from Samra, followed by Lee. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
So Samra again, and yeah, no, seriously, I am disappointed. Like, it seems that all of our commenting and all of everything that we've been saying has been falling on deaf ears. And the response that we've gotten by people here have been, yes, we're hearing you guys, great. But never have I heard from Tom Schwedhelm that I've not heard you condemn the actions of the police for what they did to those protesters, shooting them, breaking their jaws, tear gassing them. I have not heard you admit or state that the thing that the police did was a bad thing to do. Like, honestly, the only decent one out of you is probably Victoria Fleming, who actually voted no on it and acknowledged her white privilege. What about the rest of you? What have you done to actually go forward with trying to make our community safer by we're saying abolition of the police? As in, we don't want to have such a system that allows for lack of accountability. I had the opportunity to speak with District Attorney Jill Ravitch yesterday, and I asked her about the Porsche incident. And she stated, and I asked her what she's going to do and what she can do. And she said, my job is to review what's given to me. And she told me the police are currently reviewing the incident with the protesters where they shot them. And it made no sense to me that the police would review and investigate themselves and then submit that report to her, because obviously it's going to be biased. And I told her that. And she said, well, it's not up to me. It's up to the Santa Rosa City Council. Take it up with the police. Get an auditor. Oh, yeah, remind me. We haven't had an auditor in 2 years. And even when we did, he's gone. You didn't renew his contract. And even when we had an auditor, it's not a preventative measure. You can't dissipate the cancerous culture of police by putting in one guy. So remember, when we say abolish the police, break down into branches and reconstruct it, they shouldn't be paid this much. That one guy, Kenneth, that broke his code of conduct is paid over $250,000. What could you do for the homeless with that money? And you have to admit that what the police did to the protesters was a bad thing to do. Tom, stop saying that you're hearing us. Actually admit that. actually go forth with some kind of plan that will be long-term in providing the safety that is promised. There have been so many accounts of officers brutalizing people, but like when people call into the police and get dismissed in that way, they don't feel like their claims are legitimate. And what are they going to do? Really? I was talking to a rape survivor who had tried to call in and was dismissed by the sergeant. And really, what can you do when your public safety doesn't care about you?
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Lee, followed by resident with the phone number ending in 8888. Lee, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer, thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
I'm calling again regarding the lack of acknowledgement, the lack of accountability for the city regarding the peaceful protests. There have been over 40 eyewitness accounts of people calling in to the police, and many of those people have stories of being dismissed or having tones of dismissive tones when they're trying to give their statement. I am one of them. We have had cars trying to ram these protests, these constitutional, we have a constitutional right to protest, and each time a car has tried to drive through them. We have one person that's been arrested. The night that that happened, the result after people were almost killed by a driver, then the police came with tear gas. The person with the white Porsche has not been arrested. There is multiple cameras. There is multiple eyewitnesses, and it's astonishing that nothing has happened. And I really want you all to pay attention to what just happened in Seattle. Are you going to wait until one of us gets killed before you make sure the people who drive through crowds for any reason, be it drunk, be it scared, be it angry, for any reason, is it going to take one of us being killed here at home before you hold people accountable for driving through crowds? This is no longer one of those things where just a few people with a camera were at the marches like in Selma. This is when everybody has a camera. People could only see what the newspaper delivered during Selma. And so there was not as much news coverage of the painful brutality that happened when the police did show up. That's happening here, and it's happening now. And again, a person in Seattle was just killed by a driver driving into the crowd. Of course, people don't want us to protest. That doesn't matter. We have a constitutional right to protest, and we cannot allow our citizens to be in danger of having other people feel like it's okay to drive into us. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from resident 8888. Resident 8888, I have unmuted or enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone.
Okay.
Thank you. There is a audio timer that will go off at the end of the 3-minute period since you are participating via telephone and cannot see the visual reminder. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, my name is Angel, and I'm a longtime resident and community member. Also a proud Black woman. I fall into all of the categories on which everything you spoke tonight. I also happen to be homeless. I do not do drugs. I'm just a struggling single mother who happens to be out here trying to make it, and I can't afford $2,200 a month by myself. I find it rude and unjust that we have to keep begging our community members to hear us out when you guys are supposed to represent us as people of the community. You guys are supposed to be our voice, and you're not even listening to us. the police in this city get new cars and higher pays, and your kids, you have to buy your kids school paper because your school can't afford it because they're giving money to the police. Do you feel comfortable knowing that you're paying for the police to pull up on me as a Black woman and ask me, what am I doing? When I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm sitting relaxing on my phone and they're harassing me. They're searching my car. They're bothering me. They're scaring my kid. And that's on your tax dollar, all because I'm a Black woman. I don't feel safe in this community. I don't feel safe for my child to grow up here because you guys are not listening to your people. All you care about is money. Tonight, the whole meeting, all I've heard is this price, that price, this price, and I've heard no real resolution. And that's all I'd like to say. Oh, no, wait, I take that back. I also find it strange that if you guys are letting people drive through the protesters, that white car, I was also there. I was leading the protest. I was in the front. My son was there. Had it been a Black woman did that, she would have been accused of vehicular manslaughter, child endangerment, and all types of other things. So I really like you to take into consideration that if your child was out there, how would you feel? Thank you. Now I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from resident 8011. Resident with the phone number ending in 8011, I have enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone. Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please note that there is an audio indicator at the end of your 3-minute period, although you are not required to speak for the entire 3 minutes. Please identify yourself for public comment if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Yes, this is Thomas Ells again, and I do thank you for having this conversation. I was very impressed with all the people who took the time to not only protest, but to come and speak to you. I myself was there in one of the early protests from the downtown square, which unification has helped us, and walked down all the way to Safeway, and people kept going, and then I came back to the square, and then all the people came back to the square. And so people talked for a while. Now, when we left the square, I want to point out that someone tried to drive through on the newly opened road in front of Hugh Cotting's hotel there. And someone tried to drive through there with a little truck. And the protesters, said, hey, you just about ran over me. Anyway, we walked all the way down past the junior college and everything, and people were driving very cautiously and very respectfully, and no one bothered any of those cars on any side of the road as the people walked all the way down and all the way back. And there was very little conflict at all at anything. And then now later on, I don't know what happened in the evening, but I left at that point. It was about dusk, maybe 7 o'clock, 6 or 7 o'clock at that point. And I walked across the street towards Bank of America, going through the intersection, the crosswalk, the lighted crosswalk, and I push the button and I start across. It's saying the crosswalk is engaged. And I look as the light is red for the eastbound 3rd Street towards Bank of America. The light is red, and a woman who is parked in front of Bank of America, actually, I believe she was in a red zone now that I realized she was right on the corner, and she pulls out as I'm walking across the street in a Mercedes, a tan Mercedes, and she accelerates straight through the crosswalk, which is lighted and everything. Everything has been going. I'm halfway across the street, and she's nearly running over me. And for what reason? I ask you, she didn't have to. Let's assume for a minute that she went to Bank of America not realizing that there was a huge protest in town. She didn't have to stop there. She stopped and went to the ATM because it was 7 o'clock. She stopped and went to the ATM and didn't have to stop there because there's a lot of Bank of Americas. Now, to say her fear of the protest made her drive like a maniac through the crosswalk and nearly ran me over was out of her fear. Why did she stop at the Bank of America? And I don't think it's fear. I think it's obstinate. I think it's obstinate.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Lisa, followed by Colin. Lisa, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the 3-minute timer on your screen.
I sure can. Thank you.
Great. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Lisa Landris, 4th generation Santa Rosa. So I just want to address a couple things that I've seen go on. I feel that there's a real lopsided equation going on with the police. I've completed the civilian police academy here. I've spoken with officers of every discipline through there. They go through a rotation. So in the class were elderly people, people that were studying criminal justice, activists, you name it. So everybody there was there for their own reason. I was there so I could better implement neighborhood watch, especially with the fires and things, so that we could be better coordinated for things like that. I found the police department to be so thorough, so professional, so compassionate. I saw them correct people in the class for using the wrong terminology. I don't know what's going on in other cities, but when it comes to our police department here, I did a 10-hour ride along on a busy Friday night downtown with an officer who had been with us for about a year. He was nothing but compassionate and treated these people with dignity, whether it was the elderly lady that was passed out halfway into the middle of the street at 4 o'clock in the morning, or the guy that was brandishing a knife outside his parents' home due to mental issues mixed with opiates. I had the neighbors of that block come pounding on my door, begging to tell their story about how this guy had been terrorizing their neighborhood for months. So when I hear that magically we're going to defund the police or take away a big chunk and that social workers and mental health people can just take care of this, that's not accurate. Because though those people were on scene for these calls and they were part of the triage for these people, each of these calls took about an hour and a half with this concerted effort of a triangle of a 3-way interface with these people. I think it's unrealistic to think that when someone's brandishing a knife, we're just going to call in mental health. So I think we need the de-escalation tactics that our police have been trained in. I think we need their compassion. I think they are people who coach Little League here in town. They donate tons of their time. They are rooted in our neighborhoods. They are part of the fabric of our society. They are not someone set apart. So I really kind of resent the comments that I hear that they are somehow this other entity, like they arrived on UFOs. They are part of all of it. And I've only had great experiences, even when they were being mistreated by the public, and I saw them spit in their face at one point, and they remained just dignified and keeping the agenda of protect and serve and public safety at the forefront. So I'd appreciate a little less criticism of our police and a little more appreciation. And maybe you should do the Civilian Police Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Colin, followed by Rex. And please note that if you've already spoken on item 13 non-agenda matters, even if you've raised your hand again, you will not be called on again to make a second comment. Colin, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Colin. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, everyone. It's Colin again. So just a couple quick things. The first one, which is my major interest, is procedural by nature, I suppose. I was just curious as to why Jack Tibbetts recused himself from the meeting earlier. I don't know if that's something that you guys talked about ahead of time or if that's something that was published information, but just out of curiosity, I'd like to know what he felt his conflict of interest was. And I'm sure other people would like to know as well. And comment, I guess, on other callers talking about how their experiences with the police mean that there could be nothing wrong with the police because, you know, your experiences are not universal. There are people who have entirely different experiences from you. And if someone says they have been abused by police, I am inclined to believe them simply because there's no reason not to believe victims of abuse. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Rex. And the 10th public comment on non-agenda item 13 will be from resident with the last 4 digits 5235. Rex, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Okay, hello. So I guess I'm a little bit more pulled together this time. I am a longtime resident of Sonoma County. I was not born here. I have personally been almost attacked by the police until a white friend pulled up alongside me, and then the police started acting very, very differently whenever they saw that there was a white man with me. I have heard many, 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 many horrible stories from literal children, preteens, and under 18-year-old folk who live here in Sonoma County about their encounters with the police, sexual abuse, rape, other such brutal acts by the hands of people who are meant to serve and protect you. And I just would like to say, yet again, defund the police. They do not represent all of us. They do not help all of us. And while they are in all of our communities, they're not keeping all of us safe at all. They are actively harming many of us in this community. Yeah, I stand with Black Lives Matter, and I want to defund the police. And lastly, one more thing. You all, the city council, don't hunger for justice because you're full on privileged. You all, the city council, are all either white or have been associated with whiteness and the police department. That's all. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from M. M, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Hi, I can see the timer.
Terrific. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Emma Linford. I am going to reiterate something that was recently said by our fellow sister. You all, the city council, don't hunger for justice because you're full on privilege. You all, the city council, are all either white or have been associated with and or for the police. So I've called in several times, and I just want to follow up on a question that I asked you. So it could be like, oh, this is a little quiz time. I asked you guys about listening and reflective listening. And I noticed that last week when I called in, only 2 people said fucking anything about what was, or actually no, 3 people. I'm sorry. There was one other gentleman about what was discussed that night. And you were there to listen. And I specifically asked you to reflective listen. And then 3 people out of how many city council member people are there? Like 9 of you said, okay, I heard what you said, like bare minimum. So tonight, after this city council, when you all make your closing statements, I challenge each and every one of you to tell me and tell the rest of us who are watching you and listening to you and keeping track of you. Tell us what you learned tonight. Tell us what you heard tonight. Tell us what new information has hopefully percolated into those dense little brains. Because I'm really interested in that. Like, are you getting anything? Please, so this is your challenge. Please tell us what you learned tonight, or what struck you and made you uncomfortable, what you want to research further, what new perspective was introduced that you hadn't thought of before. I don't care if you don't agree with it, be honest, but tell me just show me that you're listening. Show all of us that you're listening, because like, we need you right now. We need you. The wealth inequality in this country and also this county is disgusting. The treatment of the homeless is disgusting. And yes, I can say that because yes, I've been homeless. And no, I'm not a fucking drug addict. I had mental health problems, and the mental health in this county is complete shit. So we need you guys. We need you to be our advocates. As was said earlier, we need you to hunger for justice. I also want to know, why are you city council members if you don't seem to give a fuck about fucking justice? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's time you weren't.
Mayor, that is 10 public comments under item 13 on agenda matters.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're going to take a brief 10-minute break before we go to item 14.1. 10-minute break. So let's get back here together at about 8:05. 8:05. Reconvene. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, are you ready to continue?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll reconvene the July 7th Santa Rosa City Council meeting. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Madam City Clerk?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, item 14.1.
Item 14.1, report urgency ordinance adding chapter 10-47 to the Santa Rosa City Code, temporary sick leave requirements for certain private employers, which will sunset on December 31st, 2020. Raisa De La Rosa presenting.
Good evening, Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the council. The request to address gaps in the Federal Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act was first introduced to you as a proposed draft ordinance submitted by the North Bay Labor Council and North Bay Jobs with Justice. The Sonoma County Board of Supervisors also received Labor's proposed ordinance, and it's my understanding that they'll be holding a study session later this month. And to my knowledge, at this time, no other city in the county is considering similar action. Also, before I get started, in addition to myself, I want to note that Chief Assistant City Attorney Burke is available to answer questions, as is Assistant City Manager Guin. Next slide, please. By way of background, the Federal Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act for COVID-19 is part of the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, or FFCRA. The simplest summary is that this act applies to employers with less than 500 employees and requires those employers to provide 80 hours of paid sick leave for full-time employees or the equivalent for part-time staff, but only for COVID-related reasons if the employee is subject to a government quarantine or isolation order or is caring for someone else who is, if the employee is advised by a healthcare provider to self-quarantine, or again, is caring for someone else who is so advised. If the employee is experiencing COVID symptoms and is seeking medical diagnosis, or if the employee is caring for a minor child because their school or daycare is closed due to the pandemic. Next slide, please. The Act allows for 2 rate caps for compensation depending if the employee is caring for themselves or for someone else for the reasons I just described. Employees caring for themselves receive a compensation at their regular rate up to $511 per day with a $5,110 maximum. And employees caring for someone else, including their child, either if their child has COVID or if their school or childcare is closed for pandemic reasons, the employer receives compensation at 2/3 their regular rate up to $200 a day, maxing out at $2,000. Next slide, please. When we were researching this, there were only 4 cities who adopted supplemental ordinances to the federal act, and those were San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, and Los Angeles. Since then, Sacramento and I understand Long Beach as well have just passed ordinances at the end of last month, but they're not called out specifically in this presentation. Anyway, Santa Rosa's proposed ordinance is, as it's currently written, goes beyond what these cities on this slide have passed, which I'll outline shortly. A common point, though, for all cities, including Santa Rosa, is the desire to apply the federal mandates to businesses with 500 or more employees. So that is the common thread and the reason this ordinance is generally looked at. But then from there are variations between the cities on what employers are covered by the ordinances, compensation caps, and exemptions. The next slide, please. So again, I'll give you an overview of the other cities' ordinances we reviewed so you can see where Santa Rosa's differs, starting with Oakland. So we're, to a degree, most aligned with what Oakland did, but there are some exceptions. What Oakland did was to apply their ordinance to all employers, including those subject already to the federal act. But they did include a few exceptions to that, in that they've exempted government employers, as well as small employers with 50 or fewer employees. Also, their ordinance allows for optional cover for healthcare providers and emergency responders consistent with the federal act. And lastly, of note, is that they've eliminated the lower cap for caring for others, including for childcare purposes as defined by the federal act. Next slide, please. As for the remaining cities of San Francisco, San Jose, and LA, on their key points, unlike Oakland, their ordinances only apply to employers not subject to the federal act. San Francisco and LA have no lower cap for caring for others or for childcare reasons. So again, that's like Oakland. All of the, or should I say, and I think Oakland is this way too, all of the ordinances exempt government employers. And when it comes to healthcare providers and emergency responders, these cities vary in their application, though they mostly include exemptions or exclusions for healthcare workers. And by this, I mean where Oakland aligns with the federal act in that healthcare provider and emergency responder employers can opt into that ordinance. San Francisco applies it, for example, only for self-care. So for them, the benefits do not extend to healthcare workers or emergency responders who are caring for someone else or who have childcare needs, but only to themselves. Next slide, please. Moving on to Santa Rosa's proposed urgency ordinance. This has been an item of discussion in various forms in the Economic Recovery Task Force since the federal act was passed in April, with the core question being, how do we make sure large employers, and again, that means those with 500 or more employees, how do we make sure large employers are held to the same standards as what is required of small businesses? And then also, how do we ensure people who need childcare have childcare? So in addition to that, this is also a time-sensitive issue. The federal act, as well as all of the city ordinances thus far, including what we're proposing today, expire on December 31st of this year. Our quandary in the task force was whether to move quickly and try to let businesses know that this is coming, or to move slowly so that we could engage businesses and try to get more data, or honestly, really any data to understand the scope of the needs and the issues. As we are here today, as you can see, that the decision was to move quickly. So what the task force came up with is a proposed ordinance that would be in effect starting today, if adopted, through December 31st, consistent with the federal act. All businesses operating within Santa Rosa city limits would be subject to the ordinance, including those already subject to the federal act. The only exception to this would be government employers. Also, like with the federal act, employers with less than 50 employees that are experiencing severe economic hardships are exempt from the childcare benefit if providing the benefit would jeopardize the viability of the business. So we don't differ there from the federal act. But we do include healthcare providers and emergency responders in this ordinance. Because it's important to understand the federal definition of these terms, I'm actually going to read them to you. So per the FFCRA, a healthcare provider is anyone employed at any doctor's office, hospital, healthcare center, clinic, post-secondary educational institution offering healthcare instruction, medical school, local health department or agency, nursing facility, retirement facility, nursing home, home healthcare provider, any facility that performs laboratory or medical testing, pharmacy, or any similar institution, employer, or entity. This includes any permanent or temporary institution, facility, location, or site where medical services are provided that are similar to such institutions. This definition includes any individual employed by an entity that contracts with these institutions described to provide services or to maintain the operation of the facility, or that individuals' services support the operations of the facility. And this also includes anyone employed by any entity that provides medical services, produces medical products, or is otherwise involved in the making of COVID-19 related medical equipment, tests, drugs, vaccines, diagnostic vehicles, or treatments. So that's healthcare providers. Also, per the FFCRA, the definition of emergency responders is anyone necessary for the provision of transport, care, healthcare, comfort, and nutrition of such patients or others needed for the response to COVID-19. This includes, but is not limited to, military or National Guard, law enforcement officers, correctional institution personnel, firefighters, emergency medical services personnel, physicians, nurses, public health personnel, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency management personnel, 911 operators, child welfare workers and service providers, public works personnel, and persons with skills or training in operating specialized equipment or other skills needed to provide aid in a declared emergency, as well as individuals who work for such facilities, employing these individuals, and whose work is necessary to maintain the operation of the facility. So because these were very long explanations of what constitutes healthcare workers and emergency workers, I do want to go back and point out that government is exempted from this ordinance, so these benefits would not apply to city, county, state, or any other governmental employee. Next slide, please. Full-time employees would get 80 hours of COVID-related leave, which would be prorated for part-time employees based on the average number of hours worked over a 2-week period. And then the ordinance does away with the 2-tier compensation structure, providing only the higher cap of $511 per day, up to $5,110 max for both care of self and care of another, including child care. Next slide, please. The ordinance does not change the applicability of the compensation from what is outlined in the federal act, which are seen here, but only changes the rate of pay that's applied. So again, under the federal act, the employee would get the higher rate cap for themselves as outlined in items 1 through 3. And then would get 2/3 their rate of pay, up to $2,000 max, if caring for someone other than themselves, or for childcare as seen in items 4 and 5. So it's this lower rate of pay and lower maximum that the Santa Rosa ordinance eliminates. It does, however, allow for offsets. So if an employer has already provided leave equivalent to this ordinance in part or in full, that leave can be used to offset this requirement. Next slide. The city would have no role in enforcement of this ordinance. Rather, an employee claiming a violation would need to bring an action against their employer through the California Superior Court. Next slide. In regard to input and outreach, as I mentioned earlier, the task force did recognize this would be an issue. We do not have a clear understanding of the impact of this ordinance, nor have we had time to engage or get input in a manner that we would have typically for a policy of this nature. Obviously, the initial input we received related to employees was through the draft ordinance submitted on behalf of labor by the North Bay Labor Council. But we've also received a number of correspondences from the public in advance of this presentation tonight in support of this item. Where we struggled was on outreach, data collection, and getting input from businesses. Even the preliminary summaries I was able to provide to business groups, as well as labor, changed within the 2 weeks I initially reached out, with a final version of the ordinance elements available only as of last Thursday when the item was posted to the public. But within this limited time period in advance of tonight, businesses did respond, and I'm sure will be on tonight. As I think you've seen some of the letters and emails that council was copied on. The gist of the feedback from businesses, and especially from healthcare interest groups, falls along the lines of delaying action or amending the proposed language to include the impacts of Santa Rosa's hospitals. As it's been pointed out, all of the other city ordinances we looked into have done to one degree or another. Similarly, delaying, rejecting, or amending the ordinance to consider the impact on non-healthcare businesses has been requested, as a business has already taken an unprecedented hit to their bottom line. So that's the gist of the letters we've received thus far. Next slide. I recognize there's a lot to take in on this ordinance in terms of benefits to workers and potential impacts to businesses. So I do want to just go back and say the why behind why the task force pursued this proposal. It really stems from wanting to apply the federal act to businesses that employ 500 employees or more, because they were not included in the FFCRA. The baseline questions that stem from this then were, should we include healthcare workers and emergency responders or keep them as optional as stated in the federal act? And what benefit rate caps do we want to apply? So where the task force landed is summarized on this slide. The proposed ordinance, which is an urgency ordinance, requires a minimum of 5 votes to pass, applies to all employers, including those already subject to the federal law. It removes the discretion to exclude healthcare providers and emergency responders. It applies only the higher cap of $510 per day up to $5,110 max for all employees for both personal use or for childcare and caring for others. So it eliminates the lower 2/3 rate cap of up to $200 a day with the $2,000 max. So everyone's at the same rate. And lastly, it only exempts government and, like the federal act, limited small businesses that qualify for the hardship clause. Next slide. Before I read the recommendation, I do want to point out a minor typo in the ordinance that would need to be corrected as part of any council action, should council choose to act. And that is on page 4 of the ordinance under section 10-47.020D, the reference at the end of that sentence to section 10-47.050A4 should read A5 instead of A4. And with that, it is recommended that the council add by urgency ordinance chapter 10-47 to the Santa Rosa City Code to establish temporary sick leave requirements for certain private employers, which will sunset on December 31st, 2020. And again, Assistant City Manager Ewan and Chief Assistant City Attorney Burke and I are available to answer questions.
Okay. Thank you, Rosa, for that presentation. Council, questions? Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Rosa, I have about 4 questions for you, or maybe 5. I hope you'll bear with me. I'll try to be quick. Can you explain very kind of clearly and cut and dry how this goes beyond the federal act? I had the chance to speak with a representative of the business community last Friday, and it seemed like when speaking with him and then speaking with a labor leader, it sounds like there may be a little bit of confusion. I think some folks in the business community believe that this is going to essentially double the time that already applies to the federal act. Can you explain what differences the average size employer in Santa Rosa might experience as a result of us passing this tonight?
I'll try, and if Assistant City, if Jeff Burke and Assistant City Manager Ewan can step in if I'm not being clear, that would be helpful. So firstly, it doesn't add 80 hours to the 80 hours that the federal act offers.
Actually, Rosa, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Jeff Burke. Good evening, everybody. Actually, the way the ordinance is crafted, like the federal law, it does require an additional 80 hours. So in other words, if an employee happens to have a certain amount of leave already banked on their books, this provides 80 hours on top of that. However, if the employer has already provided a COVID-related leave and has provided those additional hours, then they get an offset for that. I will say there are some cities that aren't requiring the additional hours, but instead just have to bring it up to 80 hours. And if there's been a use of some of it, then they have to make up the difference. But the offset provision is currently crafted, does require an additional 80 hours, just like the federal law. But again, if they've used it up until today, then they don't have to provide it again.
Right. So then in addition to that, the clear difference is that it includes people above businesses that have 500 or more employees that were not included in the original law.
So two other differences. There, if I may interrupt, I'm sorry. There are two other differences with this draft ordinance versus how it goes beyond the Federal Act. The Federal Act allows healthcare providers and emergency responders to be optional. The employer can decide whether or not to include them. This ordinance says they are covered. And the other difference is it eliminates the lower cap that would apply if you're caring for somebody else. Sorry to interrupt, Rosa.
That's okay. Yeah, and that's summarized, I think, easiest on slide 12, if you look at that one.
Jeff, I want to thank you for that interruption, because when we move quickly like this, these are I think the types of things that need to be discussed and aired out really clearly to the public, so that upon passage or denial of the ordinance, we all know what we're getting into. So thank you so much. As for okay, so I'll table my comments until after public comment on that one. Does the sick time that is accrued, so if we pass this and the 80 hours that's accrued, sick time is not considered a financial liability on the books of businesses typically, isn't that correct? I know that we don't consider sick time as a payout upon termination or leaving the company. So are we, by passing this, would we create a direct financial liability?
No, this is not something that would carry forward past this use, and they could not cash this in.
Okay, great. Thank you. That clarification, I think, is helpful. And so my next question here is the child care benefit an added benefit on top of the existing rate of pay? I noticed there were two numbers in there. There was effectively, I think, a $200 number and then a $511 number. Has anybody calculated if that $511 number was the minimum wage, so the baseline, and then there's a child care benefit payout on top of that? Is that how it's structured, or is that total amount daily payout equal to the minimum wage?
So you get your for certain reasons, and it was mostly if you're caring for yourself, you would get the higher rate, you would get the higher cap, I should say, paid at either, if you make minimum wage, at the minimum wage, or your regular rate of pay up to $511. But when you switch over to caring for someone other than yourself, or for child care purposes, that's when the lower rate in the Federal Act applies, and that's at 2/3 your regular rate, up to $200. So if it's 2/3 of minimum wage, for us $15 per hour, or your regular rate up to $200 per day, and $2,000 cap. So we, for the Santa Rosa ordinance, we are eliminating that lower cap for caring for someone else, whether it be your child for child care purposes, or if someone is sick or under the other circumstances, we eliminate that option.
And Councilmember Davis, I just want to clarify too, if I might real quick, the $510 per day is much higher than minimum wage. So minimum wage would be about $120 a day. So basically what this is showing is if you make more than minimum wage, you'll get up to $510 a day, and that's as far as the employer has to pay.
Okay, thanks, David. My next question is section 10-47.060 in the ordinance, in the exemption offset section, it states that if an employer provides 80 hours or more through an existing combination of sick or personal time, they are exempt. Did I read that correctly? So if somebody has 14 hours of sick time, 2 days, which I think is the state's minimum, in combination with what would that be? 56 hours of personal paid leave. They would qualify for this without adding an additional 80 hours.
So if I may answer that, it's Jeff Burke. So if you look at the last sentence of .060, it says this chapter is intended to provide additional COVID-related paid leave beyond what an employer normally provides. So that gets back to what I mentioned earlier. Like the federal law, this ordinance as crafted now provides an additional 80 hours of leave, unless the employer has already provided it and the employee has used some or all of that.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. But you also said previously, if I heard you correctly, was that we could choose tonight to just require that as of this date, employers who've already tapped into some of that time can bring it back up to 80. Is that correct? Instead of going above and beyond that?
That's correct. You could remove that last sentence of .060A.
Okay, thank you. And then one question I had too is, why did we opt to not include government? I would think that we should probably consider that if we're asking businesses to do that also.
So perhaps I had to answer that one. So I believe that all the ordinances exempt government, and even if they didn't, I don't believe that you could legally bind separate sovereign governmental entities.
And then as to including ourselves, I think it had also to do with the definitions that I had read that was very, very broad.
Okay. But I hope I'm not overstepping, Sue. Please let me know if I am. But I believe we have discussed going to 14 hours. We did earlier today in the consent calendar. But is that applied across all miscellaneous employees, fire, police, et cetera, in the city? Or did we just do that for EMS?
I'm not sure I understand your question. If you're, what the council did approve earlier on consent was a particular number of additional COVID-related leave for Unit 5. It was not across the board for all of the city.
Okay, well, I guess what I'm gonna share, and I hope I'm not getting too far ahead of the council, but I'd like to see us discuss whether it's tonight or if we pass something tonight and come back to it. If we're going to be passing this on local businesses, whether they're small or large employers, I think we should extend the same courtesy across employees within the city of Santa Rosa also. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask the same question about government employers, but mostly because I wanted to see if we could actually apply it to the county as well, since they're within our jurisdiction. Jeff, I had a couple of specific questions, and actually it's as it pertains to the San Jose ordinance that I've been looking at. There are 3 specific exemptions that are built in here. One you already mentioned that we have, and then added into it that sentence that you read in 10-47.060. This chapter is intended to provide additional COVID-related paid sick leave. We can talk about that separate. The first one is nothing in this ordinance is intended to require this provision of sick leave to employees who can work from home. And I'm just wondering if that provision was discussed by the ad hoc committee, and if so, why it was chosen not to put this in the ordinance.
So maybe Rice or David will remember the specifics of the discussions, but because the health officer's orders have evolved over time, I mean, when some of the cities first started enacting this, it was really essential workers only. And now I kind of broadened it because it's allowed or essential. So if the employee is allowed or essential, if they're working, then they're covered by this ordinance. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but the intent of that there was to figure out which employees would be covered. I think there are some ordinances that talk about, like San Francisco, for example, whether the employer is shut down because the health officer order, San Francisco still requires that employer, even though the employee's not even working, if they satisfy one of those 5 categories, they get the benefit. The way this ordinance was crafted is you have to be you have to have the ability to work. Either you're allowed or you're essential. Whether or not the person is working from home really is irrelevant.
Okay, we can definitely discuss that a little bit more. And then you touched on a little bit some of the problematic or broad language that was used for health workers and emergency responders. I thought I would share for discussion in that San Jose ordinance the way that they dealt with it. It says this ordinance does not apply to any employer that operates a hospital if such employer provides its employees within 2 weeks of the effective date of this ordinance with some combination of paid personal leave, at least equivalent to the paid sick time required in this ordinance. And so I'd throw that out there for discussion and for the public comment to hear from folks, because we have heard from our hospitals that this is problematic for a number of reasons for them, most of which it sounds like is response to potential surges from COVID. And I'll just admit I'm a little bit reticent to step in there in a way that I don't fully understand. And I'm looking for more clarity from folks in the public about what the impact would be to our ability to respond to surges if we were not to exempt the hospitals as well. And then the last question that I have for you, Jeff, is some folks brought to our attention that it's not just childcare, but it's also elder care. And wondering if there was discussion about adding that language in as well as a accepted use of this provision.
So that actually is already covered in the slide that Rosa showed you that listed 5 categories of which you could avail yourself of the benefit. That would be number 4.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm looking at the actual ordinance and I did not see it in the specific ordinance.
Okay. So if you look at number 4 in our ordinance, it's on page 5. It's section 0.050A4. And I will say that could be made clearer, but the intent of it is to cover folks if you're caring for someone under A1 or A2. In fact, I was going to propose making that change, and I appreciate that you brought that up because that is what the intent of number 4 is. And that's consistent with the federal law. If the employee is caring for someone under 1 or 2, that they would both apply.
Okay, yeah, that was a question that I had. I did notice that in other ordinances and in the federal legislation, the way that it actually is drafted is caring for someone. And I wasn't sure if there was a good definition or a way for us to clarify what that actually entails. And then my last thing, and then I'll turn it over to other council members who have questions, is I noticed in most of these, the scope of the benefit, it ends at the end of the year. I don't think it's likely, but I'm also curious why it doesn't say, or at the end of the emergency. If for whatever reason the shelter in place is lifted and some of these provisions that we have in place are no longer necessary, or conversely, if it extends beyond the end of the year, why doesn't this run with the shelter in place or the state's emergency declaration going forward?
I think that's a good question. None of them do. Maybe they're all being optimistic. I can't really say, but the federal and all the ordinances all are consistent in that they run to the end of the year. And I suppose that if it does continue and there's a desire, then they'll go back to their respective legislative bodies.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, council, any additional questions? Mr. Dowd.
I guess I have to have a response to this question from Jeff, but it seems like we're throwing the burden on the businesses of various sizes, the expense of this to assist with the economic situation that their employees are in. But what is the source of funds to the businesses to help them make these payments? And the businesses are something that is important to this community to get the economy up and running. So I'm confused unless there's money coming from the CARES Act or something else that backfills in the expenses that are happening to the businesses that are that this is applied to.
So that is a good question. And the employers that are subject to the federal law, there are tax credits available for them. And I don't know the legislative history or why they chose. Maybe they thought that employers with more than 500 employees already provide generous leaves. I don't know. But you are correct that there are tax credits for those subject to the act, but there are not tax credits for those that are not.
Thank you.
Okay, council, any additional questions? Seeing none, we're now going to take public comment on item 14.1, urgency ordinance adopting chapter 10-47 of the Santa Rosa City Code, temporary sick leave requirements for certain private employers, which will sunset on December 31, 2020. If you wish to make comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes. Madam Host, could you please proceed with public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. The first public comment will be from Ron, followed by Ever. Ron, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm that you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Ron Taylor. I live at 5235 Montecito Avenue, and I support the proposed ordinance. I realize there may be questions about some details, but this is a safety net measure, in my view. It plugs a big loophole for our community, and in this case, we are the community. So I just want to express support for this measure in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. The next public comment will be from Ever, followed by Paul. Ever, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see a timer on your screen.
I see it.
Thank you, Ever. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Eric Flores. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Rosa, and I'm also the president of the Healdsburg Area Teachers Association. And I'd like to say that after the coronavirus crisis subsides, the Santa Rosa City Council and the Board of Supervisors should implement permanent sick leave for all residents, such as the City of Oakland, that enables employees of large firms to accrue up to 9 days of sick leave a year. Thank you for listening, and I yield my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Paul, followed by Ananda. Paul, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see a timer on your screen?
Yes, I can see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Please proceed.
Yes? Okay, thank you. Yes, my name is Dr. Paul Da Silva, and I am a former resident of the city of Santa Rosa. And I would like to support this measure because it really enables the council to address two problems with one ordinance. Fewer and fewer people are able to deny that we have a big public health problem and a big racial injustice problem. What needs more emphasis is that these two problems are linked. People of color are far more likely to be exposed to the new coronavirus, become sick because of it, and die from it. One reason is that they are far less likely to have paid sick leave. Here's an opportunity to address these two problems at once. Please enact the paid sick leave ordinance now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Ananda, followed by M. Bennett. Ananda, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can, thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
This is Ananda Sweet with the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce. A good evening, Mayor Schwethelm and members of the City Council. We urge you to postpone the adoption of this expanded leave ordinance. The final details and language of this ordinance just became available as we entered the holiday weekend, leaving no time for meaningful engagement with the business community. The city does not have a clear understanding of the impact, and employers have not had opportunity for engagement and understanding of the implications of the ordinance, which will be required to implement the ordinance immediately. It is completely unacceptable to enact policy in this way. We want to be clear that we emphatically agree with the issue that is at the foundation of this conversation. Employees should not be put in a position where they have no other option than to go to work while sick. The health of our community should be everyone's priority, and we know that businesses are doing everything they can to protect their employees and the public while struggling to survive financially. This proposal now comes at the exact moment when businesses can least afford it, while they're closing or struggling to make it through the current crisis without meaningful financial support or resources to help, and while there is so much uncertainty about the future. While such an ordinance should not be voted on without clear and full understanding of the impact and engagement with employers who will have to implement it, we have some immediate areas of concern after initial review. Small businesses have already taken unprecedented hits to their bottom line in order to keep the community safe and should be exempted from this ordinance. Small businesses are the foundation of Santa Rosa's economy and simply do not have the financial safety net to sustain this level of added costs. Additionally, many employers have already provided flexibility and enhanced benefits without a government requirement to do so and would be penalized by these additional requirements. A good example of this is our hospitals and health systems that already have generous paid time off and paid sick leave policies and programs in place to ensure an employee who is sick stays home. When considering hospitals and health systems, this ordinance would impact their ability to remain staffed for surges. Finally, as we discover gaps in social safety net and need for programs as a result of the COVID-19 health crisis, such as paid leave for parents due to school closures, they need to come with an identified public funding source. Putting this financial burden on the shoulders of employers will magnify the impact of COVID-19 on the economy and increase unemployment. Should you postpone this item to gain a better understanding of the impact, the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber is fully committed to convening employers and engaging in this process to help the city gain the needed understanding of the impact of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from M. Bennett, followed by Emily. M. Bennett, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see a timer on your screen?
Hi, my name is Martin Bennett. And I'm with, am I on?
Yes, please. Your time begins now.
Okay, thank you. My name is Martin Bennett. I'm with Unite Here, Local 2850, and North Bay Jobs with Justice. We are requesting that the council adopt an urgency ordinance to provide all workers employed 2 hours a week in the county 10 days or 80 emergency hours of paid sick leave. San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, and the city and county of Los Angeles have already enacted 2-week emergency paid sick leave. Federal legislation enacted in March does provide 10 days emergency paid sick leave for workers affected by the coronavirus. However, that legislation has a giant loophole. It exempts companies with more than 500 workers. The New York Times estimates that only 20% of the entire workforce is eligible. Our proposal legislation closes this loophole for big business. Small business is already covered by the federal legislation, and small businesses can apply for a tax credit or an economic hardship. Large companies have earned record profits prior to the current economic crisis and greatly benefited by the Trump 27 tax cuts. Moreover, academic research indicates that paid sick leave is cost-effective and good for business. According to the National Partnerships for Women and Families, workers without sick leave are more likely to work when ill. They are less productive when they do so and more likely to expose co-workers to their illnesses on the job. Job turnover is lower for workers with paid sick leave, saving employers the cost of employee hiring and training and yielding increased worker productivity and a higher quality of services. Connecticut was the first state to enact universal paid sick leave in 2011. Workers employed by firms with more than 50 employees accrue up to 5 days annually. Several studies document that the cost to employers on average was less than 0.4% of annual sales revenue. In 2006, San Francisco approved up to 9 days annually accrued paid sick leave for all residents. In 2011, several studies published document the impacts of the ordinance based upon a survey of 700 effective employers and 1,200 workers. Bay Area counties experience slower job growth and less job creation than San Francisco. The typical San Francisco worker used only 3 paid sick days annually, and 1 quarter used none. 3 years after the law was passed, 6 out of 7 San Francisco employers reported no adverse effects on their profits.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Emily, followed by Mary. Emily, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Emily, and I'm with the North Bay Labor Council, speaking in support of this ordinance. Today, approximately 4 in 10 workers are ineligible for emergency paid sick leave. When workers who are impacted by COVID are unable to stay home, they put our entire community at risk. With this proposed ordinance, we have the opportunity to protect our community and expand the scope of coverage for COVID-related sick leave. There are 2 major sections in the proposed ordinance which should be amended to ensure full coverage for workers. First, we ask that the city amend section 10-47.050A1 to allow workers to care for an individual who is subject to a quarantine or isolation order. The FFCRA, as well as ordinances passed by San Jose, Oakland, San Francisco, LA, and San Diego, all include this provision. We must follow in these cities' footsteps and protect those caring for quarantined individuals. Second, we ask that the city amend section 10-47.050A5 to ensure that we are covering workers when they need to care for an individual, such as an older adult or a disabled loved one, whose care provider is unavailable due to COVID-19. In this case, the federal legislation is also notably broader than what Santa Rosa is currently proposing. We must match the federal coverage, just as ordinances in San Francisco, Oakland, and LA have, to protect all caregivers. It is not just those who are actively sick with COVID who deserve our financial protection. It's the caregivers of at-risk and ill individuals. It's the parents who must stay home with children, and those with elderly parents at home whose care facilities are closed. It's the folks who must care for their quarantined loved ones. They all deserve time off without fear of impacting their income. In this pandemic, the well-being of our community is dependent on every single individual's ability to step away from the public when the virus is impacting them. So many other cities in California have stepped up to expand their sick leave coverage. Notably, here in Sonoma County, Petaluma is also considering this ordinance. Now it's Santa Rosa's turn to step up to the plate and to ensure that all of our hardworking citizens are able to protect themselves and those they love from this virus. 4 out of 10 workers left financially unprotected is too many. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Mary, followed by Hillary. Mary, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can see the timer. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mary. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Mary Sandberg. I want to thank the City Council members for giving us this time to speak. I am speaking in support of the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Ordinance and urge you to vote on it to approve it today. Because federal legislation doesn't cover employers above 500 employees, nor does it cover the childcare for employees below 50 employees, this leaves 75% of the workforce potentially excluded from a protection that was seen as important to pass back in March at the beginning of the pandemic at the federal level. Further delay only adds to the increasing COVID infection rate in our community. This gaping loophole doesn't make any sense in terms of how this disease spreads. It doesn't recognize employer size. Emergency paid sick leave for all is essential for public safety. Workers employed by firms providing essential services such as groceries, pharmacies, retail, home care, and healthcare who work while sick may infect customers, patients, and their fellow workers with the virus and other illnesses. For example, the CDC reports that 1 in 5 food service workers reports for work when sick. To prevent the continued spread of illness, these workers need access to paid sick time without fear of retribution for taking the time off when needed. We know from our own county data that part of the reason for spread is clusters of infections happening at work sites. This emergency paid sick leave helps our business economy. Without this ability to take time away from work without losing pay, the city's rising COVID infections would continue, which only hampers our ability to reopen businesses, keep business open, and begin to consider opening schools and other segments of our economy. I look to our elected leaders on this council to protect our economy, the public health, and those workers who provide our essential services. The same principle that makes paid sick leave necessary for employers from 50 to 500 makes sense for all employers. I urge our City Council to address this gaping hole for the safety of the public, the health of workers, and our community's economic vitality. This is reasonable and effective public policy in this extraordinary time. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Hillary, followed by Tony. Okay, it seems that Hillary has fallen off the line. The next public comment, oh, there she is. Hillary, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay.
My name is Hillary Zarati, and I'm a resident for 18 years in the city of Santa Rosa. And I really do thank you for your time. I live in District 7, so I'm not sure exactly who my city council member is right now. I believe we elect them in 2020. And I worked with the city manager, McGlynn. I'm not sure if he's still on here. I was with the Rosa annexation planning committee. But I do support this urgency ordinance and urge you to vote today. Like you, I am privileged to work remotely. However, I do walk in my neighborhood, and I walk near Amy's Kitchen. And ever since March 19th, when we were sheltering in place, the parking lot has been full over there. And if you've looked at data, you've seen that Latinx and Black and African American communities have more positive COVID-19 cases. And it's because of socioeconomic experiences that people need to continue to work. And so I definitely support paid sick leave as generous as possible. And I actually think this doesn't go far enough. So thank you for your time and for listening. Take care.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Tony, followed by Mike. Tony, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, council members. My name is Tony Ramirez. I am a physician at Santa Rosa Community Health Center, and I'm not here representing the health center, but I'm intimately connected to our medical response to COVID-19, as well as the disproportionate rates affecting the Latinx community. And it just felt really important for me to speak on this issue because paid sick leave is such a key way in which we can decrease the rates of COVID infection. If I had to choose some of the top things that we could do to flatten this curve, this would be at the top. So many patients are really struggling in weighing the risks of returning to work, especially if they feel well, versus staying at home. Because staying at home means losing wages, which means can also sometimes be just as detrimental to them. So that means no rent, no money for rent, no money for food, no money for medications. This ordinance would expand this immensely, would provide a wage replacement to so many of our essential workers, as we're speaking about those that have more than 500 employees. Time and time again, we are asking them to do so much for the community, and we really need to respond and support them in a way that matters. I also wanted to address Council Members Rogers' questions about the hospitals, and also just I was really disturbing to hear the chamber saying that they're opposed to this staffing citing concerns at a hospital and their ability to respond in a surge. One, I will say that let us not forget that hospitals, most of them are often for-profit businesses first, and secondly, healthcare providers. And I stand by that as a healthcare provider. So I can imagine the effects they're concerned about from a profit issue. But if a worker is sick, a healthcare worker is sick, they should stay home. And paid sick leave will not be the reason why there's a decrease in staff. It will be because they have the infection and we want them to stay home. And so I also, Chris Rogers, do not understand how this can affect our ability to respond to a surge. And I would be very wary that we do not provide sick leave for healthcare workers, because we do need them to be also staying home if they provide that. And just thank you so much, City Council members, for bringing this paid sick leave. It can have a huge impact on how COVID-19 is affecting our community, and specifically the Latinx community. And so thank you for bringing this to our city. I'm done.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Mike, followed by Samra. Mike, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can, thank you. Hi, council members and Mayor Schwedhelm. My name is Mike Cook. I'm a small business owner here in Santa Rosa for the last 12 years, and I have about 5 employees, and I'm really concerned about the way that this ordinance was brought about. I'm really concerned that small business has not been contacted or consulted about the ordinance. I'm concerned that if this ordinance was enacted, I won't be able to continue doing business. Like I said, I have 5 employees. Luckily, none of my employees have yet had issues with COVID. But as we all know, we're not through the thick of it yet. We are just getting into the surge, and should my employees have to take off time, I will not be able to continue business. Now, saying that, I understand that sounds a little harsh, but at the same time, I have a business. I'm trying to pay my bills. I'm trying to pay my employees. I'm trying to pay my employees sick time. I'm trying to pay my employees vacation time. health benefits, utilities, rent, all that stuff. And I do give my employees 40 hours of sick time. I do give my employees vacation time. As a small business, it's really hard to do business in the city of Santa Rosa. There's a lot of obstacles, and this is adding another obstacle. Obviously, I want my employees to stay home if they have any symptoms, and obviously I will support them financially and in other ways if they aren't able to continue. But to make this a policy without engaging the business community, without engaging small business, and I just don't see how the city council can move forward with this. And I respectfully ask for a delay in voting on this, at least for another week or two, until you can have staff actually engage with the community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Samra. Samra, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
So I am in support of what Emily Connolly said, and along with Hillary and that previous healthcare provider, in the fact that this should be implemented as soon as possible, because we legitimately do have to pay attention to the needs of our community in terms of health rather than in terms of the entirety of businesses and their profits. Because at the end of the day, this is a health concern, and 80 hours is approximately a little over 3 days. So if someone were ill and had to care for somebody that was ill, etc., they need this kind of time so that they don't have to live in fear of, losing their jobs. And I do stand for Emily Connolly's amendments to the act, and this should be implemented as soon as possible. There are already a ton of state families and just individuals that are strained at their jobs. I don't think that people would necessarily abuse this because, as you can tell, this is sick leave for COVID you can get at any time. And we shouldn't rely on the naively rely on the good graces of employers to give their employees sick time. Even though there are good employers out there that probably will, we have to understand that there are many that won't, specifically for big businesses. My friend's friend worked at a Target. They refused to give her leave, and she got extremely ill. And now she has permanent lung scarring. And it's honestly terrible because they wouldn't let her take time off because she was in fear of her health. And I really think that should be prioritized, and we should pay the utmost attention because this is an urgency ordinance. We have to do this as soon as possible. And I remember that in the ordinance, there are different requirements for certain owners. We should follow in the steps of the certain cities around us, such as San Francisco and in Oakland, I believe. And voting yes on this would be very helpful towards minority communities, most of which are already subject to higher rates of COVID because of multiple jobs that they have to work because of socioeconomic disparities. So they are working multiple jobs and can't afford to take off sick leave or can't afford to ask for time off. So we should really prioritize this. We don't want to end up like Southern California and how bad it is there. So please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to move on to the pre-recorded voice message public comments received.
Hi, my name is Dennis.
resident of Sonoma County, and I'm speaking to agenda item number 14.1 at the July 7th meeting. I'm speaking as a retired physician and an occupational health specialist about the proposed urgency ordinance, Chapter 10-47. This is definitely a public health issue. Workers are telling us that they are and have been going to work while sick or while living with someone known to be positive for COVID-19 because they can't afford not to work. While we make sure that workers at smaller companies get their sick leave, we know we must help workers at large companies as well. Fast food chains, Home Depot, Costco, Mary's Pizza, etc. We are all at risk when workers can't stay home when they are sick, or when they are subject to quarantine or isolation orders, or when they are caring for a COVID-19 impacted family member. I urge you to pass this urgency ordinance so that all our workers are covered. Thank you.
My name is Abigail Zoger. I'm a resident of the city of Santa Rosa, and I'm calling to speak about Agenda 14.1 on the temporary sick leave requirements. It may be tempting to think that the CARES Act that the Congress passed takes care of the problem of giving emergency sick leave to people during the coronavirus era. However, there are big exceptions and there's real problems. For starters, businesses larger than 500 were exempted because the assumption was they already had sick leave policies in place. But fast food franchises fall into that loophole. In addition, healthcare workers are left out of the CARES Act. So basically, as far as the CARES Act is concerned, there's a large chunk of the Sonoma County population who, if they got sick with coronavirus, would not be able to have paid emergency sick leave and would therefore be pressed and tempted to go into work and therefore endanger the rest of the community. So even though it's the moral and right thing to do to give people paid sick leave, it's also the practical thing to do. I urge the city of Santa Rosa to fill this loophole and protect our community from more and dangerous spread of coronavirus by giving people the right to emergency paid sick leave. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Stephen Kessler, and I am commenting on agenda item 14.1. I am a faculty member at Santa Rosa Junior College in the biology department, and I am also a vice president of the All Faculty Association at SRJC. I am calling to urge you to support the expansion of emergency paid sick leave, which you are considering tomorrow. Paid sick leave is essential to protecting the health of our citizens. Of course, it allows those who are sick to recover safely at home or to visit their doctor if needed. It also protects their coworkers and others who enter their workplace. Without paid sick leave, people who are sick are more likely to go to work while sick. If their illness is an infectious disease such as COVID-19, influenza, or a GI bug, they are much more likely to pass that infection on to those they come into contact with during the workday. This would be bad for public health and bad for those businesses. If these vulnerable workers do not have to sacrifice their much needed income, they are much more likely to stay home during their infectious stage. In addition, with paid sick leave, they are able to visit their doctor during normal daytime hours. If they have to go to work first, these people will be forced to visit the emergency room in the evening, which is much more expensive, often for the taxpayer if this person is also without health insurance. Expanding paid sick leave will protect everyone's health, will protect businesses and other workplace environments, and will lower our overall healthcare costs. Thank you so much for your attention.
Hello, my name is Juanita Galibo. I'm calling from 95403, Santa Rosa, California, and I wanted to speak on behalf of the agenda 14.1 regarding the paid sick leave for workers. It's really necessary that you guys might approve, with all the respect, that you approve all this sick pay leave, because some workers right now with so much need, they're forced to keep quiet and not let anybody know that they're sick or others also, if they're working and they need to go test, they might not want to go take a test because they're afraid of being positive. With this pandemic, it's really imperative that we have the sick leave so they can feel that they don't have to pay any time, that they don't have to lose any time on money, because they need it so much right now. So I'm urging you, please, to pass this agenda 14.1, paid sick leave. I am with United here 2850, and we really appreciate if you do that. The pandemic accounts is already way high up right here in Sonoma County. It's almost hitting the 1,500, and that's no counting the people that they don't have any symptoms, the asymptomatic people. So that means it's probably around 5,000 or more. They said times 12, but I'm just multiplying for 3. So that's a lot of sick people, and I understand that you probably think because of that you don't want to pass it, but at the same time, if people feel sick and they do need the money, they're forced to choose between food, rent, or work, or not be able to go to work. And they definitely, if they need the money, they're gonna stay working, and they're gonna contaminate other people, contagion other people. And we really have to try to stop this pandemic. And we gotta try to do the best we can do in our county of Sonoma. Thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you for doing the right thing. And have a nice day. Protect yourself. Be safe. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susan Hammond, and I'm representing the indivisible Sonoma County, which I am an advisory council member. I want to comment on agenda item 14.1. Our membership strongly recommends that our city adopt this measure to close the loophole in the Federal Family First Coronavirus Response Act. This would approve a 14-day emergency paid sick leave for all Santa Rosa workers not covered by the federal mandate. No worker should be forced to choose between working when sick and taking unpaid sick days. And our community desperately needs to take all measures we can to contain the COVID virus. We believe that our city government must step up to ensure that everyone in our community has the financial wherewithal to stay at home if they are affected by the COVID-19 virus. This would support their recovery and slow the spread of the virus and prevent new infections, ensuring the welfare and safety of our entire city. The federal mandate only covers employees in firms with under 500 employees, excluding those workers for firms such as McDonald's or Marriott, Exxon, Chase, Manhattan. And these are the very employees that often are at higher risk. The state of California mandates no more than 3 days paid sick leave to low-wage workers, so that 7 in 10 low-wage workers do not receive paid sick leave at all. Our proposed 14-day emergency paid sick leave is designed to close the loopholes and allow every worker in Santa Rosa to be able to stay home if they contract this dreaded virus. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. I am commenting on item 14.1 on today's agenda, a proposed paid leave ordinance. My name is T. Abraham, and I'm with the Hospital Council of Northern and Central California. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of Santa Rosa's hospitals when I respectfully ask that you consider a delay or amendment to the proposed ordinance to consider unintended consequences that could hinder the ability of local hospitals to respond to a statewide surge in COVID-19 cases. After reviewing proposed language, the staff report, and the presentation, we were surprised to see that it did not include an exemption for your local healthcare providers. Our reasons for this include, first, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, which is the foundation for the local ordinance you are considering, itself calls for special rules to apply for healthcare providers and emergency responders. Second, the staff presentation highlights analysis done on similar ordinances enacted in the cities of San Francisco, San Jose, Los Angeles, and Oakland, all of which include exemptions and or exclusions for healthcare workers. There are more California cities that have enacted ordinances, and in each one, including Sacramento just last week, healthcare exemptions are also included. Next, the staff report on the proposed ordinance mentions that there was not time to adequately research potential impacts to business. Further, it lists 4 business groups that were contacted, none of which were hospitals. While we appreciate the need for a compressed timeline, this is not a time to ignore your key partners in the COVID fight. Lastly, the authority for the urgency ordinance that is being proposed is only justified in order to preserve the public peace, health, or safety. If outreach to local hospitals had been considered, we can assure you that staff would have heard clear, unanimous evidence that the proposed ordinance will not preserve, but rather threaten public safety. The reason that the federal and every other local paid leave action includes healthcare exemptions are clear to hospitals. Our resources are stretched, and our need to respond to surges is complex and challenging. In fact, many state and federal agencies have suspended regulations, and all recognize that this is not a time to be adding regulation for anything beyond those involving infection control, such as masking and PPE. Hospitals have long maintained generous compensation and benefits to retain our valuable workforce, including robust paid time off and sick leave policies. If a hospital or clinic employee is ill, we have and will encourage them to stay home and recuperate, which is the desired practice at the very heart of the Family's First Act. When and where COVID-19 will surge is still unpredictable, and preserving the free movement of staff is key. Your local hospitals may need to move staff in or out of the area to respond to a surge in Santa Rosa or elsewhere so that they can treat or limit the spread of COVID-19 in Santa Rosa. Having one jurisdiction with unique paid leave policies will complicate that effort at a critical time. We appreciate the city's effort to protect essential workers, and that said, respectfully ask that you delay action or amend the proposed language to include the impact on Santa Rosa's hospitals. Thank you.
That concluded the voicemail public comments. Now we will go on to the email and e-comment public comments received. City Clerk Stephanie Williams will read into record.
I will now read e-comments and emails received. I have 10 that will be read into the record. Comment received from Laura Niche. Thank you for your hard work and dedication as our community continues to get hit with multiple severe issues. 350 Sonoma supports the paid sick leave ordinance. Simply labeling workers as essential is not enough, as they put their health and even lives on the line to serve us. The lower paid workers in particular need our support, and one immediate way to do that is to require an adequate sick leave policy. This will protect them, honor their work, and also allow them to stay home when they are symptomatic, protecting our broader community. It's not just the right thing to do, it's the pragmatic approach as well. Comment received from Sharisi Heather, or Heather Sharisi, excuse me. Please help protect the health of our community by passing this ordinance. The CARES Act didn't go far enough since it exempted some key groups of employees. A, employees of businesses with 500 or more employees, which includes franchises located within Santa Rosa city limits if the owner-employer has more than 500 employees nationally. And B, healthcare workers, which removes discretion from employer as provided. Thank you. Comment received from Laura Aspinall. I am writing in regards to item 14.1. Please help protect the health of our community by passing this ordinance, as the CARE Act did not go far enough. It exempted some key groups of employees. Employees of businesses 500 or more employees, which includes franchises located within Santa Rosa city limits if the owner-employer has more than 500 employees nationally. And healthcare workers, which removes discretion from employer as provided. Thank you for your consideration. Comment received from Deborah Sherman. Please help protect the health of our community by passing this ordinance. The CARES Act didn't go far enough. It exempted some key groups of employees. Thank you. Comment received from Laura Gonzalez. The COVID-19 pandemic is causing tremendous hardships for all working people in Santa Rosa. This crisis has taught us that we are all interconnected. None of us are healthy and secure if all of us are not. The Green Party of Sonoma County, along with the North Bay Labor Council, North Bay Jobs with Justice, Food Empowerment Project, Sonoma County United in Crisis, the Alliance for Just Recovery, and other organizations are advocating for policies to protect working families in this public health and economic crisis. This is why we are asking Santa Rosa City Council members to stand with workers and vote for an urgency ordinance to address the gaps in the National Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, so the Santa Rosa ordinance would apply to all employers, including those already subject to the act. The Family First Coronavirus Response Act, enacted by Congress and signed by the President, provides 80 hours emergency paid sick leave for workers employed by companies with less than 500 employees, and includes paid sick leave for a worker who is caring for a family member or partner, or for the care of children when school or childcare is closed due to the public health emergency. However, the Act exempted large employers with more than 500 workers and provided hardship exemptions for small employers with less than 50 employees. The proposed urgency ordinance for Santa Rosa is needed to close these loopholes and apply to all employers. A shelter-in-place policy to slow the spread of the virus by preventing new infections would be more efficient and effective with consistent emergency paid sick leave. Most low-wage workers do not have paid sick leave. Workers employed by companies and agencies providing essential services such as grocery, pharmacy, retail, home care, and health care, who work while sick are certain to pass the virus to customers, patients, and their fellow workers. No one should be forced to choose between working when sick and providing for their family. The Green Party of Sonoma County respectfully requests that the Santa Rosa City Council stand with workers and adopt an ordinance that enables emergency paid sick leave for all. Sincerely, on behalf of the Green Party of Sonoma County. Comment received from Jessica Melvin. Please pass the urgency ordinance adding Chapter 10-47 to the Santa Rosa City Code regarding temporary sick leave requirements for certain private employers. Access to paid sick leave is vital, especially during the current pandemic, to protect our community and limit the spread of infectious diseases like COVID-19. Without paid sick leave, some people will be forced to choose between putting food on the table or going to work sick and spreading COVID to their coworkers and community. Thank you for your consideration. Comment received from Eva Bilderbeck. I am writing to support of an ordinance for mandatory paid sick leave for all workers in Sonoma County. I am a nurse and am watching the Sonoma County positive test rates increase. Sick leave is an essential for people to quarantine if they have been tested positive or have symptoms of COVID. People cannot effectively quarantine if they have to choose between staying home and losing their job or loss of wages. Currently, the sector in our community that is the least likely to have sick leave protection or pay from their employers are also the hardest hit by COVID. Protect everyone's health and well-being by making it possible for sick people to actually stay home. Thank you. Comment received from Taheri Mirzakazemi. I urge you to support paid sick leave for all workers during the upcoming vote on Tuesday, 7/7. As a medical doctor and someone who has treated COVID patients in both the clinic and hospital, it is extremely important for our community members to feel incentivized to stay home if they have any symptoms concerning for COVID. I have personally witnessed many people continuing to present to work despite symptoms due to financial need. Supporting paid sick leave would allow people to stay at home until they can be confirmed to have a negative COVID test and would slow the spread of COVID in our county. Thank you for your consideration. Comment received from John McHugh. Paid sick leave now is problematic for small businesses, 1 to 5 employees. This, on top of a $15 an hour minimum wage, will cause some to fold. Additionally, enforcement through the courts will force some to shut their doors. What good is paid sick leave if no job exists? If you feel this is a good public policy, perhaps you should fund it yourself with a GO bond. Short of that, consider an enforcement structure short of going to court. Letter received from Tarek Salawe. We appreciate all the support the City of Santa Rosa is providing to the healthcare community and the people of Santa Rosa during this unprecedented community health crisis, including taking steps to protect workers. As you know, Kaiser Permanente is the largest nonprofit integrated healthcare delivery system in California. It is comprised of 2 nonprofit entities, Kaiser Foundation Hospital and Kaiser Foundation Health Plan, Inc., and the Permanente Medical Group. While most Californians are presently staying safe at home, the people of Kaiser Permanente are on the front line of the battle against the COVID-19 pandemic. Kaiser Permanente is intensely focused on providing care and managing surges in COVID-19 patients while keeping our healthcare workers and support staff safe. We support the slow reopening as outlined in Sonoma County Public Health Orders and Stay Well Sonoma County, along with State of California Public Health Orders, and believe that they are critical to beating this pandemic. In addition to sick leave is an important tool for protecting workers, Kaiser Permanente has generous sick leave policies in place for our employees, including existing paid time off policies. If a hospital or clinic employee is ill, we want them to stay home and recuperate. As the City of Santa Rosa considers an emergency paid sick leave ordinance, it may be beneficial to other industries, but if it is applied to hospitals and health systems, it will seriously hinder our ability to provide necessary care during this health crisis and anticipated surge. Hospitals and health systems need to be prepared to provide the necessary care during the current COVID-19 health crisis and any future surge in patients. We encourage the city to adopt an employer-based exemption for healthcare delivery systems and ancillary operations to ensure that KP and other hospitals in the city can deliver full and high-quality care during the pandemic. Failure to exempt hospitals and health systems and providing only piecemeal exemptions diverts our focus from any coming surge and onto implementation administrative compliance. As we have dozens of different unions, types of employees, this is a huge undertaking at a time when we need to be laser focused on the crisis. Thank you for your leadership and support in this historic time. Should you have any questions, please feel free to contact Carol Harris, Community and Governmental Relations Manager. We appreciate your attention to this matter. And that concludes email and e-comments provided on item 14.1. Mayor, we have additional hands raised for this item. Would you like to circle back to those public comments?
Yes, let's go ahead and circle back to those who have their hands raised.
Thank you.
Okay, the next public comment will be from Mara, followed by Maddie. Mara, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your mic and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Mara. I'm the director of North Bay Jobs with Justice. First, I want to say I'm a little concerned that a small business testified that they are only giving 40 hours. I hope someone follows up with Mr. Cook that he's actually mandated to provide 80 hours by the federal government since March 27th. I also want to remind folks that as of April 17th, Governor Newsom's executive order requires all food employers, regardless of business size, to provide 80 hours across the state. All restaurant workers, all grocery stores, and all food delivery employers in the city of Santa Rosa are already mandated to provide 80 hours of paid sick leave. And if there's farm workers in Santa Rosa as well, 70% of low-wage workers in Santa Rosa are two things. One, they are majority Latino, and two, a majority of them work for large businesses. Our rates of people contracting COVID are Latino mostly, and we've had a lot of work clusters in this community. If this council really wants to show the Latino community that you're doing everything in your power to help protect them, help give them the option to stay home when they're sick. Don't just let local businesses with less than 500 employees shoulder all of this burden. Ensure that corporations like TJ Maxx, Best Buy, Bed Bath & Beyond, all of these big corporations help keep workers from exposing the rest of us. As for the delay, the chamber has said that roughly 80% of their businesses have less than 25 employees, meaning that a supermajority of their businesses have already been subjected to following a mandated 80 hours of paid sick leave for the last 3.5 months. So none of this should be new to them. In terms of their healthcare institutions, first, if they're already providing generous paid sick leave, including the testimony from Kaiser just now, then this shouldn't be a problem. Second, cities who passed emergency paid sick leave, like Los Angeles and San Francisco, already have permanent paid sick leave on the books. One of them was from San Francisco, passed in 2016, and neither of those exempt healthcare workers. That's why they're not in the emergency policy, because they're already mandated. You can find this on the San Francisco City's website and the San Francisco Employment Law Firm, as well as the Better Balance Law Firm regarding Los Angeles. And finally, I'd like to know why any of us should feel safe going into a healthcare institution represented by the chamber if they don't want to provide paid sick leave for anyone who's sick with COVID or COVID-related symptoms. Hearing it impacts their ability to respond to surges is terrifying. Hospitals are saying that when they have a large amount of people in their hospitals, they still want their sick workers to work. That's really terrifying and unacceptable. Please don't delay. Please vote this through tonight. Every week workers come to work sick is another opportunity that our COVID rates rise. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Jack, followed by Maddie. Jack, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, I can see the timer. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Jack. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Jack Buckhorn. I'm the executive director of the North Bay Labor Council and a Santa Rosa resident. On behalf of the North Bay Labor Council, we urge your support for the emergency paid sick leave ordinance. We have entered a critical phase of the COVID-19 pandemic in Santa Rosa and Sonoma County, in our state, and across the nation. We are seeing record levels of infections, leading to increased death rates. We must take serious action to stem the surge, and I believe the Sonoma County coronavirus data shows us where to start. We just need to be willing to connect the dots. As we all know by now, a disproportionate 73% of the confirmed cases are Latinx, although Latinx only represents 27% of Sonoma County population. The vast majority of these workers have been classified as essential. They typically work at low-wage jobs with few, if any, benefits. They can't work from home, and they live paycheck to paycheck. So if they get sick, they have little choice but to go to work and provide for their families. This is the primary reason Latinx workers have suffered a higher incident of COVID-19 infections here in Sonoma County. Essential workers need more than symbolic gestures. Passing the emergency paid sick leave ordinance tonight would be a significant step It closes a big corporate loophole that was included in the Federal Families First Coronavirus Response Act by requiring employers with over 500 employees to provide emergency paid sick leave. Small employers are already doing their part by providing this public health benefit. And it's past time to level the playing field and require the largest employers in America to step up and do their part to protect the public and their employees. We all support our local business and need them to be successful. The North Bay Labor Council has worked with business and local government to develop protocols that allow for reopening in a safe and sustainable manner. Providing essential low-wage workers with emergency paid sick leave is a necessary public health policy. None of us benefit when businesses are forced to shut down, but we all benefit by public health policies that reduce infection rates and keep us open for business. The emergency paid sick leave ordinance is one such policy, and I urge you not to delay action and approve the ordinance tonight. Thank you for your time this evening.
All right, the next public comment will be from Maddie, followed by Liz. Maddie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Okay, my name is Maddie Hirschfield. I am the political director with the North Bay Labor Council. Been trying to listen and incorporate some of the comments. This is a serious public health issue. Workers are telling us that they are or have been going to work while sick or while living with someone known to be positive for COVID-19 because they can't afford to not be paid. Because the federal legislation, the FFCRA, doesn't cover them. We know we have to capture workers working in large companies. And the truth is the FFRCA only covers about 20% of workers. Most workers at these large businesses, such as fast food chains, Home Depot, Costco, Mary's Pizza, large farmers, etc., are low-wage workers who don't get more than the average, the 3 paid sick days that are mandated by the state. We need to be sure that these people can stay home when they're sick or suspected of being sick or living in a home where someone else is sick. According to the Economic Policy Institute, 90% of the highest earning private sector workers have access to paid sick leave and are more likely to be able to work from home. But 7 in 10 low-wage workers do not receive paid sick leave, and many are employed by businesses providing essential services. Workers going to work sick under the best of circumstances is a public health risk. During a pandemic, it's a public health nightmare. And I want to emphasize no delay. If ever there was a need for an urgent ordinance, this is it. Much of what we're asking for in this ordinance is already in the federal legislation. Small businesses are already required to provide sick leave under the federal legislation. As far as healthcare workers, I understand hospitals need to provide a level of service, but why anyone would want that service provided by workers who may be sick or spreading COVID-19 is completely against what we're all trying to do to flatten the curve. For everyone's sake, we need you to pass this ordinance, and we need you to pass it tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next public comment will be from Liz. Liz, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Liz Fikowski, and I am a resident of the city of Santa Rosa. I work as a labor rep for Engineers and Scientists of California, IFPTE Local 20. I'm a member of the North Bay Labor Council. I hope I can give you a slightly different perspective, although I was tempted to pass because Maddie was so eloquent. But I represent 500, 750 workers in Sonoma County. including quite a few people at the county itself, including the public health nurses. And the public health nurses are the ones who are doing all the contact tracing and all of the investigations. I can tell you from my work with the public health nurses that having a paid sick leave ordinance would help to reduce the spread of the virus. Right now, numbers are ramping up. I think we all know that. The public health nurses are understaffed and overworked, and they, the population that they're dealing with are people who cannot take time off. So the time is right for now for this ordinance, and it's crucial that it get passed immediately. I can also tell you that the hours that were available through the FFCRA were a godsend for the people who that was applicable to. I can only imagine that 80 hours of paid sick time for folks who had been laid off or who can't take time off, it could change people's directions of their lives. Finally, I also need to mention that I represent people at Kaiser and Sutter, and you know, we've had to fight for every inch of the benefits that we've gotten for those workers. So I feel strongly that healthcare, the hospitals should not be exempted. I'm going to ask the council to pass this ordinance and to do it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you for that. Council, any additional questions after hearing public comment? And Mr. Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Raisa, Jeff, can you just confirm again? I noticed both Ananda Sweet and Mike Cook at the chamber had some concerns around employers under 50. Can you confirm that that is covered under the federal act?
Yeah, I think just after listening to those comments, it'll be helpful if I break it up into 3 buckets so that it's very clear. One is addressing what Mr. Cook brought up is businesses under 500 with under 500 employees. So the only thing that is removed for those businesses, because they are currently subject to the federal act now, the only thing that changes for them is the lower cap if an employee is taking time off to care for someone else or for childcare reasons related to COVID, meaning that their school or childcare is closed because of the pandemic. So specific to Mr. Cook, there are 2 things. One, he is already required to provide these benefits. And the only thing for him that changes, or the only impact to him, is that he now will have to pay the benefits at the higher rate for those 2 things that I mentioned, childcare or caring for someone else. The second thing that that relates to him that is not changing in the ordinance is that because he has less than 50 employees, he is still eligible for the hardship clause. So that is not changing in this ordinance. So that's for businesses under 500. The things that are changing, that the businesses that will be affected, are those businesses with 500 or more employees. They are would now then be covered under this ordinance. And then healthcare providers and emergency responders are now no longer optional under this ordinance, and they too would be included in the ordinance. So hopefully that makes it clear.
It's a little bit clearer. Can you quantify, and you may want to take a minute to do this, and I can ask a separate question or make a separate comment while you do, but what would really be helpful for me is to quantify the difference in that cap amount for a business like Mr. Cook's under?
Yeah, it's the difference between $200 and $511. So it's a $311 difference only for those employees needing to take sick leave for caring for someone else who is in quarantine or isolated by order or under the advice of a healthcare provider, or for employee caring for a minor child because their school or daycare is closed. So it's a difference, a maximum cap of a difference of $311, but it's at their current rate. So if they made minimum wage, it would be that or up to $511.
So per employee, it could be a difference of about $3,000, assuming 10 full days or 80 hours.
Right, because it's the difference between a $2,000 cap and a $3,110 cap. Yes, so it's $3,110 difference per employee potentially.
Okay, so under this ordinance also, in the case for the small employers, would the employees have to show some sort of doctor's note to be eligible for this added cap benefit?
I'll defer to Jeff. I'm not aware that a doctor's note is needed, but perhaps he knows.
I do not believe that a doctor's note is required under the federal act.
That's something, if we're, I'm actually quite supportive of the higher cap for a family member who needs to care for somebody with COVID. But when it comes to our small businesses, I just want to make sure that there isn't any, potential for abuse. I mean, I've been an employee before. I've taken sick days to the Russian River. I think a lot of people have. I would just, that is a big amount. $3,000 per employee is a big amount. So I'll look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say on that. But otherwise, where I'm coming from tonight is I'm very much in favor of closing this loophole for large employers. It was said earlier by Councilmember Dowd, where is the support for small businesses in the city? And I hope that this city council will answer that question soon by exploring things like microloans or grants that could be provided through CARES Act funding. But, when we talk about these big corporations, they've not only gotten this exemption, but they've gotten millions of dollars in small business administration loans during COVID-19. And the idea that somebody who's minimum wage and is stuck going to work because of financial pressures is not only unsafe, it's unethical. So I want to close that tonight, no matter what we do. And that's, so I guess I'll yield my time. On the healthcare issue, I'm wondering if a good compromise is to reset the 80 hours as well, because it is my understanding that some of these hospitals already provide 80, but having for people who may only have 60 right now, well, they get refilled up to 80, something along those lines. So again, I can defer that to my colleagues. We may want to discuss that tonight. We may want to discuss that at a subsequent meeting as we get more information and have the opportunity to do more outreach to these groups, but very much in favor of closing the corporate loophole tonight. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Raisa, I was hoping you could one more time, just because it's so broad, reiterate for the public and the council the definitions of emergency worker and healthcare worker.
Sure. Just one moment. Okay.
I can do it for everybody, right? I'm just
Sorry?
kidding. I said I could do it for you. It's pretty much everybody. It was a joke. Sorry.
Yeah, it is. So for healthcare providers, it's anyone employed at any doctor's office, hospital, healthcare center, clinic, post-secondary educational institution offering healthcare instruction, medical school, local health department or agency, nursing facility, retirement facility, nursing home, home healthcare provider, any facility that performs laboratory or medical testing, pharmacy, or any similar institution, employer, or entity This includes any permanent or temporary institution, facility, location, or site where medical services are provided that are similar to such institutions. And this definition includes any individual employed by any entity that contracts with any of these institutions described to provide services or to maintain the operation of the facility, where that individual's services support the operation of the facility. And this also includes anyone employed by any entity that provides medical services, produces medical products, or is otherwise involved in the making of COVID-19 related medical equipment, tests, drugs, vaccines, diagnostic vehicles, or treatments. So did you also want the definition for emergency responder?
I did. I think it's helpful for us to hear how broad the exceptions were under the FFCRA.
Okay. So emergency responders are anyone necessary for the provision of transport, care, healthcare, comfort, and nutrition of such patients or others needed for the response of COVID-19. This includes, but is not limited to, military or National Guard, law enforcement officers, correctional institution personnel, firefighters, emergency medical services personnel, physicians, nurses, public health personnel, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, emergency management personnel, 911 operators, child welfare workers and service providers, public works personnel, and persons with skills or training in operating specialized equipment or other skills needed to provide aid in a declared emergency, as well as individuals who work for such facilities, employing these individuals and whose work is necessary to maintain the operation of the facility.
Thank you. I apologize asking you to read that again, but I do think that it's so exhaustive that it really is worth a second listen. The other thing I wanted to circle back to is just a clarification around the doctor's note question raised by Mr. Tibbetts. And it's my understanding that because the paid leave for caring for a family member is not predicated upon that family member having COVID. For example, if you have an elderly family member whose elder care facility has been closed as a result of COVID, or your child's school has been closed for COVID, and you want to take that extra fun vacation of spending 2 weeks locked inside with your 5-year-old, which I can tell you seems like an exciting vacation at the outset, but turns rather dark quickly. You would not necessarily need a doctor's note at the beginning, although you might need one from a psychiatrist at the end. Is that the case?
That's my understanding. And again, Jeff can jump in on this one, but you know, with the elderly, especially if, for example, their care home has, for whatever reason, been closed, or they're not staying there. I think that was something that was brought up. Those people have been advised, or elderly have been advised, to self-quarantine by healthcare providers. They are considered at risk. So it's my understanding that they would be included, and I believe that's what Jeff was referencing to earlier.
Right. My clarification is really driving at that. In a couple of very narrow instances, you don't have to have a family member actually be sick. It could be a dependent child or adult for whom their care has been compromised as a result of coronavirus, but the dependent wouldn't qualify for a doctor's note because they are not sick.
Correct. That's my understanding.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you very much.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the reminder of how broad that definition is, Madam Vice Mayor. I think that that's why some places like San Jose have specifically said hospital workers to try to at least narrow the federal definition down to something that's a little bit more digestible. And I do think, after hearing from some of the comments, I suspect it would be nice to hear a little bit more from some of our hospital systems that they're not objecting to the paid sick leave for folks who are sick that are employees, but rather some of the additional things that are in place, such as if you can't find access or your child care or your elder care is shut down, we can have a conversation about that. But from what I've heard from folks, they're not objecting to the idea that their workers should not come to work when they're sick. And so we can talk about that a little bit more as well. I think for me, the two remaining questions, and I think that they're both for Jeff. First is in the federal legislation, who determines if a small business is in dire financial straits to allow them that waiver, and how do they go about showing that?
So that's a good question. I believe the answer to that is they have to show, I mean, it is really a very stringent standard that they cannot continue as a going concern, which means they're on the verge of bankruptcy. And I believe that if they were to exclude some employee, and remember that exclusion only gives them the out for having to provide the benefit when they have a child who doesn't have daycare. Even if they still have the economic concern, they still have to provide the benefit for all the other reasons. But if they refuse to provide the benefit in that limited circumstance and an employee challenges it, under the federal law, you have to go to the Department of Labor and they have an administrative process, and the employer would have to show financially, I mean, it would be an evidentiary issue to prove up, why they couldn't pay that limited benefit.
Okay. The other question that I had, and one of the public comments brought it up, was on the issue of enforceability. And I did notice in some of the ordinances that have passed that they have relied on their own authority, some of them, the authority that they'd given themselves to enforce, say, minimum wage. So I'm wondering why the city chose to do it through the California Supreme Court or through the California court system, as opposed to empowering our own attorneys in code enforcement to enforce the measure.
So I guess I'll speak for the group. So I think that in some of the cities like San Francisco, they have such comprehensive, they already have paid leave on the books and a whole host of other ordinances, and they already have the administrative staff set up to handle those complaints internally. San Jose, for example, has the language that we do in some other cities as well, that the forum for you to go is Superior Court.
Well, San Jose, it specifically says, I've got it up in front of me, the office is authorized to implement and enforce this ordinance in the same manner as and consistent with the authority granted to it to enforce the minimum wage ordinance in Chapter 4 of the San Jose Municipal Code.
You may be right. I may have mixed them up, and I apologize for that. I do know that the ones that have already set up administrative processes, for example, the minimum wage, and Raisa knows this better than I do, that's not enforced by the city of Santa Rosa. That's enforced at the state level.
Right. So could you chime in a little bit on that point?
He's correct. That all we do with the minimum wage is we can make a call, but we defer to the state labor commission for minimum wage violations.
Okay, that's right. Okay, thank you.
All right, Council, any additional questions? Mr. Dowd.
Well, I have vacillated as we've had this discussion on this item, and I wish we weren't in this place where we had this urgency item before us. But I then say, but it is an emergency, and there are stipulations within it. It's like health industry exemptions, and also the severe economic thing about when it comes to childcare thing. But I look at this as an emergency that needs to be addressed because of the safety of our constituents, that are working in situations where they have to go to work even though they may or do the COVID-19 virus. And when you put that emergency in to this conversation, I have to support this to help our region get through this pandemic. So that's where I'm coming from. But I think the items in the thing that we are being voted on cover some of the weaknesses in this whole concept. And I would wish we could have had more time, but I think it's more important to move forward with this to protect the community and the employees who are having to go to work even though they are not healthy.
All right, Council, are there any other questions of staff at this point? Seeing none, if we want to start this conversation, Mr. Sawyer, you have this item.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's get the urgency piece taken care of first, and then I'll introduce the item, and I have some comments to make as well. So if I'm not mistaken, let's see, we need to adopt an urgency ordinance first, which will require 5 votes. Madam City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong in this language that I'm reading right now. I'd like to introduce a recommendation that the council adopt an urgency ordinance adding chapter 10-47 to the Santa Rosa City Code to establish temporary sick leave requirements for certain private employers, which will sunset on December 31st, 2020. Is that the correct language for this part of the ordinance? That dictating an urgency ordinance?
That is the language to adopt the ordinance itself.
Okay.
And the ordinance itself is urgency.
Okay, so above that, if that is actually the ordinance, we do need to adopt an ordinance. So that is it. That is all of the language is encapsulated in that piece.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what I want, there are a couple of things before we. Oh, I'll wait for a second.
Second.
Thank you. First of all, I want to let you know as a council that we were definitely struggling with process. None of us were comfortable coming to you tonight with an ordinance that was introduced to the community on Thursday before a weekend, before a 3-day weekend. We understand the discomfort that creates, and it's not our usual way of conducting business. But there is, because of the urgency, we realize that we, in a sense, needed to move forward. It is a safety net that we're talking about, and it is a public health issue. We understand the frustration of the business community in not giving them more time to have a conversation about what direction we were moving in. As far as our subcommittee, I wanted to read one paragraph from a story that hit the paper on Saturday, and it ties in very nicely to why our subcommittee was dealing with this in the first place. And some of this is paraphrased. The child care crunch triggered by the pandemic has rapidly become a crisis for many workers and companies that is hindering the economic recovery, disproportionately harming women, and women, specifically women of color, and threatening to leave deep scars for years to come. So that also was ahead of us, is what we were trying to do is to avoid some of those deep scars. And that was, we spent probably 8 meetings, a couple of months, having a conversation about this very topic. A great deal of research went out as much as we could in the short period of time we had to do it. But we ultimately realized that as a social justice issue and a economic justice issue and a racial justice issue that we needed to move forward. And that's why this is before you tonight.
Okay, Mr. Tibbetts, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I'm just curious if it's possible to, I mean, what would the enforcement look like on the less than 50 employees, i.e. small businesses in our community to require, I mean, is it possible? I recognize that a doctor's note is kind of a legally enforceable document, kind of in the law's eyes, but could we also include something to the effect of letters from, you know, evidence essentially of a nursing home closure or a daycare closure that could be taken to that employer? I mean, I suspect that it would be honored once it's taken to the employer, or certainly would be honored by an employer with an HR department or an HR consultant. So I just want to see if we can mitigate the potentiality for any kind of misuse when it comes to the small employers.
Are you asking the attorney?
I think so, yeah.
So I can tell you what the federal law requires. So if you want to use the leave because your child care is no longer available, it requires that you identify the child for whom you will be caring in the relationship and identify the school, place of care, or child care facility that is closed or unavailable.
Okay, so there is something beyond just saying I need to take 14 sick days.
There is no doctor's note that's required, but that is what's required in that situation. If you have a doctor who's asked that you stay home or is suggesting you be tested, you're only required to identify who the healthcare provider is. That's it. If you're requesting leave to take care of somebody else, you have to designate the name of the person whom you're providing care for and state the individual's relationship to you. That's what the federal law requires, and that's the extent of the documentation.
Okay, so our ordinance would merely just honor what's already in the federal law, correct? So we would, the same process would occur, we would just provide a little extra benefit.
Correct.
Okay, thanks, Jeff.
And Mr. Tibbetts, was that your question? Okay, Vice Mayor Fleming.
I just wanted to speak to that point that, you know, I think that it's easy to imagine being a young person wanting to take a trip down the Russian River and take a day off for that many of our workers with children, and I'll just speak for myself, have already been burdened by providing childcare for all of the schools and all the closures, daycare closures that have happened, and that it is hard for me not to take offense at the suggestion that somebody would abuse it for that purpose. And all of us who are parents on the council can relate to trying to juggle being a parent and trying to work simultaneously is very different from, you know, wanting to play hooky for a day when you're a young person. And while, you know, probably most of us can relate to that, it's apples and oranges. And to bring that into this conversation, especially, you know, last week when I was, or the week before, passing a budget with Evie on my lap is a real challenge for me not to feel offended by that suggestion.
Okay, were you done with your comments, Madam Vice Mayor?
Oh, not on the item. I was responding to Mr. Tibbetts.
Okay, because I think we're taking comments on the item, and I just want to share, and I appreciate Councilmember Sawyer's comments about why this is before us, because that was where my level of comfort was. This isn't the way we normally do it. Getting feedback so that people from other perspectives can give us the pros and cons. We've had a pretty robust discussion, and the folks in support of this who I've talked to throughout the week who are very comfortable with it I have the belief that those that are not as familiar would come to the same understanding that this is a beneficial thing for our entire community. And just as you mentioned, Mr. Sawyer, it came out on a Thursday, and then Friday was the start of the 4th of July weekend. Now here we are Tuesday, ready to vote on this. I think Mr. Dowd made similar comments that I was thinking that this is an emergency. These are unique and special times given our COVID situation. But I appreciate your comments and clarifying for the rest of us on council where the task force was coming from on that. So I also see Mr. Tibbetts, did you have your hand up again? Is that a new one or an old one?
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize to Vice Mayor Fleming. I didn't mean any offense to her or any other parents out there, but we also have to look at this, I believe, from a business owner's perspective, where the added $3,000 that we're asking them to shoulder without any form of kind of process is probably going to be difficult and confusing for a lot of business owners. So that was the genesis of my question.
Okay, let's see, we got a lot of hands up here now. So let's just go, I think Ms. Fleming, your hand was up next.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to comment on, add to Mr. Sawyer's comments that we did spend quite a lot of time putting this together in terms of trying to get it together in light of what Mr. Dowd said, that this is an emergency. And I want to express that our council and me in particular value public outreach and engaging our communities, all of them, as utmost. But in this situation of an emergency, it's not always possible for us to react because the virus does not care about the process. And if the virus cared about the process, we would be observing the process. This situation is a matter of two principles in my mind. One is fairness, and the other one is safety, and not actually in that order, in that we need to make sure that nobody is going to work out of fear of losing their paycheck, as was brought up by many people. But the other one is fairness. In my mind, the Families First Coronavirus Relief Act should be called the Families Last Coronavirus Relief Act. The largest organizations and businesses in our country have the best lobbyists, and we're able to get all the businesses over 500 and all the franchisees out of it while leaving the mom and pops largely on the hook. And if you look at it by the numbers, women, minorities, and single parents like myself are the people who vastly bear the brunt of this. And so what we were looking at was filling the gaps, not just for parity, but also so that people wouldn't go to work and infect their workplaces, which is where we are seeing these outbreaks. And so to that, I want to say is that this is a moment in our time where we're looking at reconciling who has the ability to speak for themselves and who doesn't, and power and justice. And I do believe that this goes a little bit of the way towards bridging that gap and making sure that those who didn't have expensive lobbyists at the table in Washington with the Trump administration have the chance to have the same access or similar access to the benefits as other folks, and that people who are at home losing wages as a result of childcare closures, school closures, are not unduly penalized. Because as Mr. Sawyer said, if you're home because you can't work, you're home because you can't work, meaning that you don't get paid. It doesn't matter the reason why. And so we bring this for you, not out of any thumbing our nose in business, but out of a genuine concern for the health and safety of our community, as well as a genuine respect for the women and people of color who are working in low income sectors of our economy. And our hats off to those people who were deemed essential and necessary workers. So thank you for your service to our community.
Mr. Sawyer, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. I wanted to thank Ms. De La Rosa also for mentioning twice that list of healthcare providers and emergency responders. It was a very telling list to us when we were talking about what we wanted to include and not include. And when we heard that list, although I am sensitive to our hospitals and their concern about their employees and dealing with the surge, it was very, very difficult for us to embrace that kind of list of exemptions. Secondly, it's not something that we felt that we needed to highlight because it's something that we always have available to us. If something were to come up where we had a surge, that the hospitals were to tell us that they had some absolute need to bring certain workers back to the hospital. These would be workers that are not sick, but potentially taking care of aged parents or children, that we could reverse this ordinance. So we always have that power to do that. We could do it on this one. We will be in touch with our healthcare providers of our hospitals, and if it became absolutely necessary between now and the end of December, we could reverse this action that we potentially are taking tonight.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Oliveras, you are next.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to thank staff for all the work that went into this and to the committee for your work as well. And Vice Mayor, thank you for your comments. This is something that is very important for our community and our employees. I did not hear our employers coming forward and talk about abuses of sick leave that they're dealing with now. So we should not be bringing that up. I don't think this is the time to be adding barriers to this or to employees and trying to deal with this COVID pandemic that we have been dealing with. But I do appreciate that we have added things, including the elder care and other things like that. But I think this is strong. And again, I appreciate all the work that went into this.
Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've said this before, that it's really unfortunate that most of the assistance that has come out of the federal government hasn't made its way down like usual to the average employee or the folks who are essential workers within our community. I think the number that Councilmember Tibbetts was looking for that I'd heard was the CARES Act spent about $18,000 per person in this country, and yet the average employee got about $1,200 if they even got their stimulus check at all. And we know that that wasn't the case. It's unfortunate that we have to step in and fill that gap, but I think for the health of our community, that's what we need to do here. As I mentioned, I was a little bit torn. I still don't understand fully why there is this request for the hospital workers to be exempted. It makes me a little nervous that every other jurisdiction has done so. I'm going to tonight be erring on the side of supporting the employees, though, and not push for an amendment to that. If folks who represent the hospitals feel like reaching out and explaining to the council a little bit better why that exemption is necessary, I am all ears. I do want to hear to make sure that we do continue to provide the proper health for our community. But in the meantime, I have not heard specifically what it is that we need to exempt them for in order to keep our community safe. And so I'll be moving forward as it is. There were some additional amendments that I know were sent in from folks who felt like it either needed to be clarified or strengthened in some ways. And so I wanted to, if the council was open to making a substitute motion that is the ordinance plus a couple of these amendments. The first one was a clarification that is a lack of access to childcare as well as elder care. The second one was a clarification that particularly for low-wage workers, that they don't have access to healthcare and won't always be able to or need to get a doctor's note. There was a clarification that was requested. And I see it in the language, but I can understand how folks would want it to be clear that the emergency leave balance that we're creating does not get paid out at the end, that this is to be due during COVID. I personally would like to see this tied to the emergency declaration, not necessarily the end of the year. And there was clarification that the emergency leave is in addition to accrued time off, which I think we heard that it is.
So process-wise, did you want to submit those all as one friendly amendment, and I'll see if Mr. Sawyer, Mr. Oliveros accept them, or do you want to break it down?
Yeah, if there's an issue, we can talk about breaking it down, but I'll submit them all as one and see if we can just do it easy.
Mr. Sawyer, let's start with you. This is your motion, friendly amendment by Mr. Rogers on, I think, 4 different points.
Okay, so I'm going to need some clarification, and I have staff indicated to me that they would be tracking any, because we were expecting potentially a fair number of amendments to this particular ordinance, and so I know that they are diligently tracking the amendments as they are stated. Ms. De La Rosa, do you have the 4, I believe, that were just articulated by Councilmember Rogers?
If I can step in, I think I have 3.5.
Okay.
Can I get clarification, please, on the 4th? So
why don't you go? Can you read those? Can you read them again for us?
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think there was a request to make it clear in section 0.0504 that the employee, when is caring for someone, that includes A1 or A2 above. And I think we should delete who is quarantined or isolated and make sure it's clear that it covers both of those. The other one that I heard was to modify the child care piece. Right now it says a minor child because a school or daycare is closed. And if I'm understanding it correctly, and it's consistent with the federal law already, or the child care provided is unavailable. And these are all, of course, due to COVID. The one area that I didn't understand is about the documentation. I wasn't sure if you simply want to say a doctor's note is not required, because that's consistent with the federal law, or instead to say an employer may require documentation as provided under the Act.
Yeah, I think that this may be one of those areas, as some of these are, where it is actually in the federal law, but I think that that has generated some confusion, and it might be beneficial for us to reiterate it within our ordinance so that way folks can see it.
And
for example, the other one was the elder care that needs to for sure be stated as well. Even if it's in the federal, I think it would be helpful to clarify it in our ordinance as well.
So what you're doing is you're emphasizing what is already in the federal language.
Correct.
So I need to talk about that for a minute. So you're wanting to add another category to section 0.050, the scope of benefit, to include folks who are 65 and over or have certain respiratory conditions?
What my interest is that if you are a caretaker for particularly somebody elderly or somebody who is a child, and they are exposed, you are exposed. So that's where it starts there. And then also we do know that there are folks, just like with childcare, there are many in our community who are responsible for taking care of an elder or a loved one. And if the individual is not able to have a in-home supportive caregiver come into their home due to COVID issues, and they have to step in and do that, they essentially become an essential worker as well. And I think that that should be reflected.
Mr. Rogers, through the mayor, might I ask Mr. Rogers a question? Could we just call it a dependent? So if it's a child, an elderly person, or for example, a 40-year-old with an autistic disorder whose facility is closed, whatever the case might be, a dependent family member, to reduce confusion around this, would you be comfortable with that? Or are you looking specifically for an elder person?
Yeah, I think that dependent is correct. I think it goes back sort of to our discussion, Jeff, earlier about in the scope of the benefit, the caring for someone is
maybe
fairly
I can
vague.
help. I think I understand. So the term someone is actually defined in the federal law. I'll read it to you. It says someone means an employee's immediate family member, a person who regularly resides in the employee's home, or a similar person with whom the employee has a relationship that creates an expectation that the employee would care for the person if the individual were quarantined or self-quarantined. So I think it covers all what you're looking for. And we could say the employee is caring for someone as that term is defined in the act, if you think that's helpful.
I think that gets directly to the point that we're trying to get to here.
And it actually removes the potential for the legal definition of dependent. So someone is actually, it captures it all. It sounds like a great alternative to dependent.
Okay, so the last question then for me at least is this documentation. Did you want it to simply specify that a doctor's note is not required, or do you want there to just be a reference to documentation as provided in the act?
However you are most comfortable doing that. I think the amount of questions that we received specific to documentation for folks who weren't seeing quite the interplay between the local proposed ordinance and the federal, there might be value for us to add it. But if that further complicates and confuses things, I understand why we wouldn't want to add that as well.
Through the mayor, how difficult is it to get a doctor's note?
Well, I think it depends on your access level to healthcare. I think that there are many folks in our community who don't have a primary care provider, particularly for folks who are lower income. And so I think that that's an additional burden for folks to try to go through. And so that's why I think that there's that concern that's out there.
Yeah, I agree that that would be a concern of mine.
It's not required under the federal law.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have those three. We have three. Then is what I'm hearing.
Understood.
So we had those, and then I guess we can take this as a separate discussion point, Mr. Mayor, is rather than end of the year tying this to the end of the emergency, whenever that comes, we can have that discussion if you'd like. And then there was one more concern that I'm not quite sure how it's addressed in Councilmember Sawyer's motion, but the idea of a credit for the businesses that after COVID was declared did add additional hours as well. Is this going to be additive, whereas those that did specific COVID add to it, or does that count as towards their 2 weeks that we're providing here? And I think it's clear as I read it, I think it's clear in the ordinance that if due to COVID they added additional, then that counts as a credit towards them. And I think there was some concern about that.
That's my understanding of the intent of the language.
So Jeff, could you just for clarification then, the employee has used up 30 hours. Then once this is passed, they would have 80 plus the 50 left on their original 80, if that's what they're normally got.
So you have to start with the question of whether the employer provided an additional 80. That's the way the language is written now. So if the employer did, which is required under the federal law, if the employer provided additional 80 hours, then if the employee used some or all of that for a COVID-related reason, then the employer's off the hook. They get either a full or partial offset.
Right.
Madam City Attorney, did you have a comment or question?
Yes, I do have a question, and not to confuse the issue, but to go back to the, we're looking at making the change to the subparagraph 4 of 050, the scope of the benefit. So the employee is caring for someone as defined in the Act who is quarantined or isolated due to COVID-19. What I was hearing was that you were looking for, in addition to that provision, that it would cover someone who is caring for someone because that person's caregiver is not available. So if you have an elderly a parent or relative that you're caring for because they're not able to be in their care facility, So I guess my question is am I correct in hearing that? And then if so, we were talking about making some amendment maybe to section 5, which is the employees caring for the minor child. And I think we hadn't worked out what that language would be.
So I think you need to be careful because those are two different things. And I thought that the definition of someone under the federal law, and we're going to add as that term is defined in the act, would cover the situation that you're referring to.
Mm-hmm. Even though that language says that that person is quarantined or isolated.
Yeah, no, so I was intending it the way that you were describing it. And I think that, Jeff, when you gave us the definition of someone, in my head, it was separate from whether or not they were quarantined or isolated. I think that quarantined or isolated is a given. But then you've got the additive issues that the Vice Mayor articulated well of, to go back to John's term, somebody who is dependent, who is unable to receive care as well.
I think if you want to add something that isn't covered in the definition of someone, then I wouldn't suggest you move it into number 5. If you want to add, it sounds like maybe you want to add a new category. I think it could be confusing. So I think you maybe want to create a number 6 if you feel, because most of the ordinances are written this way. I think that if the definition of someone is still not getting at what you're looking for, that you may want to add a new item.
Yeah, I think the definition of someone is, it does actually get to what we're trying to do.
Okay. I'm not sure the city attorney agrees.
I love when attorneys disagree with each other.
Yeah,
I defer to Sue.
Well, I don't want to make things more complicated. My concern was that number 4 has to do with that. Yes, the someone is very broadly defined, and I understand that. And yes, that captures who we're talking about. But number 4 talks about if that person, that someone, is quarantined or isolated themselves, as opposed to that person is now unable to go to a care facility because the care facility has shut down.
So if I could ask, how about the employee is caring for someone who is unable to receive care due to COVID-19?
Yes, who is quarantined or isolated or otherwise unable to receive care due to COVID.
So I think maybe we're saying the same thing differently. What I was going to add into number 4 is to include 1 or 2 above, which I think gets to that. And that's what the intent of it really was anyway. Does that, Sue, does that answer the question or no?
Well, I think 1 or 2 also still have to do with whether you're quarantined or isolated, not whether your caregiver is unavailable.
Right,
so it is, I think, Jeff, just really specifically about item 5 under 0505. It is broadening that definition away from minor, but more towards someone.
I think if someone isn't sufficiently satisfying that definition, then I think I would encourage a number 6, but maybe we can hammer out the language, whether we add it into 4 or create a number 6, we'll get where the council wants us to go.
Okay. So I can just accept the friendly amendment. Are we clear? Are we good enough to go for that?
We generally want to have, when we adopt an urgency ordinance, it's going to go into effect as soon as you adopt it.
Oh, that's
so
true.
If we do not have the language, that's an issue. I'm not weighing in on this on the substance. I just want to try to make sure that it includes what you're intending it to include. And again, the definition of someone, that's great. That's ideal. but it was just the issue of whether it's kind of the secondary effect of your caregiver isn't available rather than that you or that person is quarantined or isolated. But I think the Councilmember Rogers had some language in there that but we could add to number 4.
So if the caregiver isn't available, then isn't that creating an expectation that the person would care for them?
But I think the issue is that number 5 says the employee is caring for a minor child because a school or daycare is closed, is how I'm hearing that issue.
Right, and that number 4 says someone who is quarantined or isolated.
But that language is going to change to the employee is caring for someone under A1 or A2 above. That's what I was proposing to change even before this issue came up. Does that still not get to what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I think my suggested language for number 4 would be to say the employee is caring for someone who is quarantined, isolated, or otherwise unable to receive care due to COVID-19.
That's what I heard that seemed to work.
I'm okay with that.
So
got that in that? That sounds to capture it. It's not in my dead head.
So let's just go through this process. Yes. So motion is second. So Mr. Rogers, I just heard you for a friendly, let's just do this one at a time. Restate your friendly amendment, and then I'll go to Mr. Sawyer, Mr. Aldares.
Okay, so you want to do them one at a time?
The way this is going, yes.
Okay. So the first one that I will offer is for that subsection 4, the employee is caring for someone who is quarantined, isolated, or otherwise unable to receive care due to COVID-19, comma, or.
All right.
I accept that friendly amendment.
And Mr. Aldares?
Yes.
Okay, one done.
Okay. The second one is to change the sunset to not be date certain, but to instead be tied to the emergency due to COVID-19.
The question about that, if we were to if we just put the date and the emergency is over in November, that would, well, then this becomes moot because it's all COVID related. So the other option would just be to extend the ordinance. Could we not do that as it unfolds?
We could do that.
And that would therefore not require an amendment at all. Correct?
Mm-hmm. True. So I will withdraw that friendly amendment then.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you for doing that, because then we're going to get in the definition, the federal, the state, or a local health order, which emergency.
Yeah. If we need to extend, we will.
Okay, Mr. Rogers, do you have more?
I think there was also a request under 10-47.050 for the looks like 1 for the employee is subject to quarantine or isolation by federal, state, local order, or 2, the employee is advised by a healthcare provider to self-quarantine due to COVID-19 or is caring for someone who is so advised by a healthcare provider, that we add in language there to make it clear that they do not need a doctor's note.
Right. I would accept that friendly amendment.
Mr. Aldares?
Yes.
And just for the attorneys, if I can get clarification, is doctor too specific versus a healthcare provider?
You could say medical provider.
Okay, medical provider.
And you wanted that located in subsection 2?
Where I'm again, this is trying to do it a little bit on the fly, so I apologize. But that seems to be in 10-47.050, the scope of the benefit seems to me to be the most appropriate place to put it.
Okay. I was just clarifying.
If that's acceptable to you, Jeff, then I'll accept that friendly amendment.
And Ms.
Yes.
It is.
All right.
Yes.
To acceptance. Okay.
Okay.
Is this what they call sausage?
All I can say, John, is I've been eating vegetarian for the most part. So,
After watching all this, geez.
Touche.
Mr. Rogers, do you have any other additional friendly amendments you'd like to offer?
I am looking at section 10-47.060, the exemptions offsets, and wondering if the comment that we received or the request for an amendment, if that's the appropriate place to clarify that somebody who has an employer who has already provided additional sick leave due to COVID gets a credit as this ordinance is concerned.
I believe that that's what that section provides.
Yeah, I think the confusion for folks was this chapter is intended to provide additional COVID-related paid sick leave beyond what an employer normally provides. I think that normally is the operative word there, and I think that that's okay. I think I'm good, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Do we have any other comments, friendly amendments?
Thank you all.
So, Mr. Sawyer, could you restate your motion? You don't have to go through each of the friendly amendments, but just so we're clear, since that was about an hour and a half ago that you made that.
Yes.
Motion.
Let me get back to that section, to that part of my documents here. Okay. It is recommended that the council adopt an urgency ordinance adding chapter 10-47 to the Santa Rosa City Code to establish temporary sick leave requirements for certain private employers, which will sunset on December 31st, 2020 and waive further reading.
And that included those amendments we just...
Including the amendments stated and approved by our legal staff.
Okay.
And the amendments stated in the PowerPoint presentation as well.
And the amendments stated in the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. And Mr. Oliveras, you're still good with the second?
Yes.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments from council before we do the roll call vote? And Mr. Sawyer, your hand's up, but I've taken.
Oh, that's old.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, could we do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Aye.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Aye.
That passes with 7 ayes.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you so much for that. All right. Item 15, public hearings. We have none. No written communications. Madam City Clerk, do we have some public comments on non-agenda items, either remaining from item 13 or for item 17?
Yes, we do. And our host will start with live public comments, and then we'll move on to voicemail public comments, and then email and e-comments submitted.
Thank you. Now is the time on the agenda where we'll hear public comments for item 17, non-agenda matters. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you are dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. This is the time for public comment by members of the public who are unable to speak under non-agenda matters under item 13. Therefore, if you spoke under item 13 non-agenda matters, you will not be permitted to speak again at item 17. Okay, I'm seeing no hands being raised for live public comment. We'll move on to recorded public comment on items 13 and 17 for non-agenda matters.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Laporta, and I'm calling about agenda item 13. I have lived in Santa Rosa for 8 years with my family. I implore the City Council to create an urgency ordinance to stop the construction of small cell towers until the telecommunications code can be updated to sufficiently protect the residents of Santa Rosa from the harmful radiation emitted from cell towers. I find it extremely concerning that after 2 years, the City Council continues to drag its feet in creating a comprehensive telecom ordinance that addresses small cells and protects its citizens. This has been the overwhelming consensus from the public and neighborhoods with small cell applications. This inaction has made me question the safety of our community and the integrity of its leadership. I find it admirable that cities like Mill Valley, Fairfax, Walnut Creek, Sonoma, and Petaluma have listened to their constituents and taken action to protect their safety. I hope that Santa Rosa will do the same. The failure by city manager, mayor, and the council to act is discouraging, to say the least. My fear is that once the adverse effects from small cell towers begin to surface, the citizens of Santa Rosa will unjustly be burdened by the reckless decision of 8 people to allow this deployment to continue unchecked. In my opinion, the fact that residents have only been given 3 minutes to ask open-ended questions in past study sessions, and the city staff has done nothing but regurgitate industry propaganda and allow their reps to make long presentations and have time to answer the council questions, blatantly contradicts the spirit of collaboration we were meant to embody. Is this truly a democracy or just democratic theater orchestrated by the city manager? If the city manager and council truly don't see a risk in deployment of 5G and 4G towers, then I urge them to lead by example and offer up their own neighborhoods and addresses as the next sites for small cell tower placement. If you fail to create an ordinance that protects the city of Santa Rosa, I don't think it's fair that the city council and staff use residents as guinea pigs before offering themselves as subjects first. Thank you for your time, and I hope our city council, manager, and staff do the obviously right thing by listening to and protecting our community. I am an environmental health specialist. I have studied environmental health. That's what my degree is in. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Dave Molador, and I am calling about agenda item 13. I've lived in Santa Rosa for over 20 years with my family. I implore the City Council to create an urgency ordinance to stop the construction of small cell towers until the telecommunications code can be updated to sufficiently protect the residents of Santa Rosa from harmful radiation emitted from these cell towers. I find it very concerning that after 2 years, the City Council continues to drag its feet in creating a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance that addresses small cells and protects its citizens. This has been the overwhelming consensus from the public and neighborhoods with small cell applications. Your inaction has made me question the safety of our community and the integrity of its leadership. You know, I find it very admirable that other cities like Mill Valley, Fairfax, Walnut Creek, Sonoma, and Petaluma have listened to their constituents and taken action to protect their safety. I hope that Santa Rosa will do the same. The failure by City Manager McGlynn, Mayor Schwedlein, and the council to act is discouraging, to say the least. My concern is that once the adverse effects from small cell towers begin to surface, the citizens of Santa Rosa will unjustly be burdened by the reckless decision of 8 people to allow this deployment to continue unchecked. In my opinion, the fact that residents have only been given 3 minutes to ask open-ended questions in past study sessions and the city staff has done nothing but regurgitate industry propaganda and allow their representatives to make long presentations and have time to answer the council's questions blatantly contradicts the spirit of collaboration we were meant to embody. Is this truly a constitutional republic? Or just theater orchestrated by the city manager? If the city manager and council truly don't see a risk in scaled deployment of small cell towers, then I urge them to lead by example and offer up their own neighborhoods and addresses as the next sites for small cell tower placement. If they fail to create an ordinance that protects the citizens of Santa Rosa, I don't think it's fair that the city council and staff uses residents as guinea pigs before offering themselves as subjects first. Thank you for your time, and I hope our city council manager and staff do the obviously right thing by listening to and protecting our community. We will be filing notices of liability if you fail to do so. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Aina Platuni, and I'm calling about agenda item 13. I'm opposed to the rollout of 5G wireless towers and other future similar technologies in our community in order to protect the health and well-being of people, wildlife, property, and privacy. And I do think that the burden of proof for safety must lie with the industry introducing the technology, and jurisdictions' decision-making must be guided foremost by the precautionary principle. I want to further oppose any FCC rules and other state and federal laws that remove or limit local decision-making that seeks to protect the well-being of local communities. No vague promise of future benefits is worth jeopardizing our democratic principles, our freedom of choice, or our health, safety, security, and privacy. I want to thank you for your time and really appreciate listening to our voices, and wanted to voice my concern as someone in our local community. Thank you. Happy 4th of July, and God bless.
Hello, my name is Dr. Joanna Mike, and I'm contacting you about agenda item 13. I would like to address the City Council members, Mayor Schwedhelm and City Manager McGlynn. It is imperative that Santa Rosa updates their outdated telecommunications ordinance to prevent small cell towers from being placed in residential neighborhoods or in the vicinity of schools, as well as from being placed within 1,500 feet of each other. The inability of our city to act sooner on this matter has led me to question its leadership. It deeply saddens me that Santa Rosa is choosing to be on the wrong side of history by exposing its residents to a proven carcinogen, one that belongs to the same category as lead. In the 1950s, big tobacco suppressed scientific information that led the general public, physicians, and even pregnant women to believe cigarette use was safe. People would freely smoke around children, pregnant women, and the immunocompromised without a second thought. Cigarettes were thought to be harmless, which allowed the use of them to proliferate, causing a cancer epidemic. The tobacco industry suppressed the voices of prominent scientists and health experts for years, until a lone whistleblower dropped off documents to UCSF and the press, giving the others who knew better the courage to speak up. This tactic is currently employed by the telecom industry, similarly providing a false sense of safety and a false consensus of harmlessness regarding the deployment of 5G and small cell towers. Analogous to the vast number of cities who expose their population to the dangers of smoking, Santa Rosa runs the similar risk of exposing its citizens to permanently harmful radiation through its acquiescence to the telecom industry's premature rollout of small cell towers. Given this reality, permitting companies like AT&T and Verizon to place these towers feet away from our homes and schools is simply careless and potentially devastating. Similar to how big tobacco obscured the adverse health effects of smoking, the telecom industry is bearing non-industry funded research, which at a statistically significant confidence interval links the radio frequencies of small cell towers to declining bee populations, various detriments to agriculture, and cancer. For these reasons, it would be reckless, if not careless, for the City Council members to allow the further construction of small cell towers. As citizens who ran for council because they care about the well-being of Santa Rosa and its residents, I pray you all will carefully consider the consequences of failing to act. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Hi, my name is Ian White. I'm calling about agenda item 13. I'm opposed to the rollout of 5G wireless small cell towers and antennas and other future similar technologies in our communities, just because I'm interested in protecting the health and well-being of people, wildlife, property, and privacy. The burden of proof for safety must lie with the industry introducing the technology, and jurisdictions' decision-making must be guided first and foremost by the precautionary principle. I further oppose any FCC rules and other state and federal laws that remove or limit local decision-making that seeks to protect the well-being of local communities. No vague promise of future benefits is worth jeopardizing our democratic principles, our freedom of choice, or our health, safety, security, and privacy. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name's Tom Laporta, and I'm commenting on agenda item 13. I'm not even going to get into the hundreds and thousands of studies there are showing 5G/RF radio frequency radiation damages our biology. Instead, I'd like to talk about the fiber optic network we could have in this town. Be a great investment for the city. It's environmentally friendly. It's energy efficient. It's even faster than wireless. So why not go down the safe route? And then second of all, I'd say, you know, if you guys really think these wireless antennas going up everywhere are okay, then I would challenge you to offer up your own address as the immediate next site for a small tower placement. Yeah. And then maybe when we drive by, we'll say, gee, the mayor and the city council are willing to have these in front of their houses. Maybe it's okay. I don't know. But anyway, thank you.
Hello, my name is Diana Mike, Esquire, and this is for agenda item 13. I would like the council to know that Santa Rosans have submitted hundreds of peer-reviewed scientific studies onto the public record that absolutely prove the widespread biological harm from these radio frequency microwave radiations. These studies are Supreme Court admissible and cannot be legally ignored or disregarded. It's proven that insects, trees, birds, and other animals, and most importantly, humans, are and will be continued to be harmed by these small cells. It just should be a high priority for the city to invest in its own fiber optic network and infrastructure. It's a great investment for the city, and it will provide people of Santa Rosa access to the safest, fastest, and most secure and environmentally friendly and energy efficient broadband connections. It will become a significant asset to the city, and it will allow you to offer to the constituents affordable broadband connection. It will also attract the right kind of people to Santa Rosa, and they will bring their businesses and families here for such services and healthy environments. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ari for agenda item 13 or 17, the non-agenda matters. Hey, what's up? Just want to say, as always, defund the police. That's not just a fun slogan, it's a demand, and we will repeat it until you do. You have the power to approve a budget that's below the mandatory minimum set by Measure O. Yes, it was something that people voted for, but it should be clear to you that the public opinion has changed, and your policy should reflect that. I know it can be hard to imagine because we've gotten so used to it, but to everybody listening, not just the council members, I ask you to imagine a community where we don't need violent policing or policing at all because the causes of crimes have been addressed at the root. Imagine more community services, especially in low-income neighborhoods, like career training programs and pathways to decent-paying jobs that eliminate the need for people young and old to turn to illegal sources of income. Some of these jobs could be working in the community in these very programs and giving back. Imagine community de-escalation and transformative justice practices being widespread, even taught in schools. Speaking of which, Santa Rosa City Schools permanently cut ties with the police department, ban military recruitment officers, and teach a much more comprehensive history curriculum on both the white supremacy this country has been built on and the contributions of people of color to society nationwide and across the world. But all of that is for another public comment, another time. I want you to imagine this super crazy community utopia and hold on to it and realize that we can make it a reality. It won't happen overnight, but we owe it to ourselves and each other to try however we can. That starts with defunding the police and investing in community services. I love this town. I know you do too, and I believe in our ability to change and grow. Thank you.
Hi, this is for agenda number 13. My name is Katie John, and I was born and raised in Santa Rosa, and I work as a registered nurse at Kaiser Hospital in Santa Rosa. I'm requesting that the City Council do the right thing and demand the city staff to take action and protect residents from the invasion of the telecom industry and their ability to place dangerous and ugly cell phone towers in our neighborhoods. I have now watched previous study sessions the city has had on the issues of 4 and 5G small cells, and it's infuriating how the city's staff presentations were obviously dictated by the telecom industry, the same industry who is trying to take advantage of the people in this town by placing powerful antennas next to their homes, threatening their health, well-being, security, privacy, and property values. City Council has commented at the end of each study session that they would like more local control of the placement of these hideous things. Why hasn't anything been done? Maybe it's time the city manager, a 7-year incumbent from out of town, be fired and replaced with someone who will follow through with what the community and council want. Sean McGlenn seems to have his own agenda with this project in the telecom industry. The whole thing seems really shady. How is it that the city has not yet made a telecommunications ordinance that addresses small cells? This has been an issue for 2.5 years. I'm upset and angry to learn that there is a PG&E pole cell phone application ready to be approved on West College Avenue, just down the street from where I live and walk my dogs. It is enlightening to learn that the entire Proctor Terrace and Hidden Valley Strip was able to stop 4 cell towers from going in. But Piner Road, West College, West 3rd, and Fulton Road all have small cells on their PG&E poles. Wealthy individuals living in the Proctor Terrace area did not have a cell phone or a cell tower placed in front of their homes after they addressed the council, but the woman who lived on Link Lane did. I guess money and power is the only hope the residents of Santa Rosa have in stopping Verizon and AT&T from coming into our neighborhoods and ruining the quiet enjoyment of our streets. I'm also stunned about the fact that Montgomery High School denied a cell phone tower to be placed on their football field. Then a year later, Verizon literally put a cell phone tower on the sidewalk in front of the school without any notification. I just really don't understand how that's fair or right. Please do the right thing. Thanks for listening.
My name is Alex Crone. I'm leaving a comment for agenda item number 13, and it is regarding the placement of small cells on city-owned light poles and wooden PG&E poles. I promise you this issue is not going to go away without your action. As a lifelong resident and healthcare provider in the city of Santa Rosa who has followed and studied this issue very closely, I hope you can listen and learn from what I have to say. Here's what I think you ought to do at this point. Create an emergency ordinance that places a moratorium on the approval of any small cell applications until a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance that addresses small cells can be created. The ordinance will indeed cover PG&E poles, a fact that the council is somehow still unclear about after 3 previous study sessions on this issue. I think another study session, as Mayor Schwedhelm has requested on this topic, is very important and will give city staff the chance to be more transparent with the council and the authority of the city to regulate small cells with an effective ordinance. In the next study session, the city staff will also have an opportunity to be transparent about the 7 current applications for AT&T to place cell towers on PG&E poles. Many of these poles are in residential zones, something they had failed to do and be transparent about in the prior study session on December 10th. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and Mr. City Manager, I have another request for you regarding this issue. Please make it a priority to have the city invest in its own fiber optic network and infrastructure so you can provide your residents with safe, fast, secure, environmentally friendly, and resilient broadband connection. This will become a tremendous asset for the city years down the road and will allow you to provide affordable broadband and unlimited bandwidth to the homes, schools, and businesses of Santa Rosa without the need to blanket the city and environment with radio frequency radiation. This is a turning point in our history as a city. Are we going to go down the road of allowing telecom to stranglehold our neighborhoods and dictate our technology, or are we going to maintain the charm and beauty of Santa Rosa and keep it a desirable place to live? Thank you for listening to me and your consideration. I hope you do the right thing.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Castello, and I'm calling about agenda item number 13. I'm a local oncology nurse in the area, and Santa Rosa needs to update their outdated telecommunications ordinance to prevent small cell towers from being placed in residential neighborhoods in the vicinity of schools or within 1,500 feet of each other. I'm concerned for the safety of our community, and the amount of radio frequency is proven to be a carcinogen. Please do the right thing and stand up for the people of Santa Rosa and deny current applications of small cells in residential or school zones until an updated telecommunications ordinance is in place. You can create that urgency ordinance and a moratorium on the approval of any new 4 or 5G small cell phone towers until a permanent ordinance can be completed. Of note, I also teach at Santa Rosa Junior College, and please just support your community by denying 5G wireless small towers and antennas. Thank you.
Hi, my name is JoJo Sanders, and I'm from Sebastopol, and I want to comment on Agenda Item 17. I do not support Measure O, and I urge the City Council to overturn or revise this measure. I recently learned about Measure O, which is a temporary sales tax that automatically allocates sales revenue to emergency services, including fire and the police. I'm worried that this measure pads the already disproportionately large Santa Rosa Police Department budget. Police receive 32% of the annual budget, while only 1% goes to housing and community services. To me, it is clear that the police do not need to receive more money, and in fact, we must reduce the amount of funding for the Santa Rosa Police Department. I urge the Santa Rosa City Council to consider overturning or revising Measure O so that this money is not tied up and automatically allocated to the police. I'm determined to defund the police, and overturning Measure O is a step towards reallocating money to support the community through housing, healthcare, education, drug and substance abuse rehabilitation services, and mental health services and workers. Thank you.
Hello, Santa Rosa City Council members. My name is Dr. Richard Boyd, and I'm leaving a comment for Agenda 13. As a concerned Sonoma County resident, I would like to add some perspective for the upcoming meeting session on 4G, 5G small cells. I strongly support the City of Santa Rosa in drafting a comprehensive telecom ordinance to control the placement of small cell wireless transmission facilities, as well as the radio frequency emissions. I'm a retired professor of both physics and astronomy, tenured at a major Midwestern university. In my research work, I have dealt with electromagnetic radiation ranging from the lowest frequencies, that is radio waves, to the highest frequencies, gamma rays. Anyone involved in such work realizes that electromagnetic radiation of any frequency can be hazardous, depending on its intensity and duration. To authorize placement of any radio frequency emitters of any frequency without first establishing that the exposure of people near the emitters will be at a safe level fails to recognize the basic facts of science. The safety has not been established for 5G frequencies, FCC guidelines notwithstanding. Therefore, I suggest that you proceed very cautiously in authorizing the placement of radio frequency transmission facilities. Anything less than that would be grossly irresponsible. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Hello, I'm calling regarding the defunding or abolishing police topic that's on the menu for you guys. Anyway, I am a sixth-generation Sonoma County resident, and I find it appalling that defunding our police is even considered. I know for a fact that many of these calls you received were scripted and from a small group that were challenging the police department right now. How do I know this? It's because not only did I see it on social media, but I work at a high school here, and I saw a group of kids who graduated a year ago who are spreading all this around and quite involved. So I would say that's about at least 100 kids that I know of. My question is to you is why now? Why not months ago? Why is this happening now? Our officers were heroes during the fire, and now they're villainized. I'm hoping you're not being bullied into this decision, because you need to do what is right for all the residents of this city, not just a few who are claiming to be victims of our officers. Sure, there's problems, but deal with the problem. You cannot punish an entire department, defunding them And, you know, fire season is upon us. How can we go through what we've gone through twice already without our police? So I'm hoping that you will support them. And my friend made a comment recently. He said, Santa Rosa is quickly becoming a city designed for leaving. So it's up to you guys to change this, because the way this city looks now, after, again, I'm sixth generation here, with the homeless, the mess here, and now taking the police out of the picture, I don't think this is the right thing for everybody. So I hope you consider this. Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Tim Martin. I'm responding in reference to the defunding of the police, and I am a retired juvenile hall youth supervisor and also have been a local high school teacher. I think even the idea of defunding the police shows that we are departing from common sense, let alone social sense. And I entirely oppose defunding the police. In fact, it just destabilizes all the sense of security our community has with having good law enforcement. I'm for reform or retraining or all the things that are necessary to proper policing. But there are many, many more good police people than there are ever bad ones. And I think we need to not react, but we need to maintain stability and wisdom and actually just common sense. There will be an increase in crime, and the anxiety of the community will rise to levels we've not known. Santa Rosa will become a place of, very uncomfortable place, as will many other cities who would follow such a ridiculous plan. And I know you all have common sense and common wisdom, so I'm very much trusting that you will find the right response to this notion of defunding the police and oppose it. Thanks so much. All the best to you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Dr. Monica Mike. I live in Santa Rosa, California. I'm calling regarding agenda number 13. And my husband and I are both healthcare providers in Santa Rosa with offices in Santa Rosa, and we have our home in Santa Rosa, and our two very small children go to school in Santa Rosa. And the city needs to stand up for the people of Santa Rosa and deny current applications of small cells in residential or school zones until an updated telecommunications ordinance is in place. The city can create an urgency ordinance and a moratorium on any new close proximity 4-5G cell towers until a permanent ordinance can be completed. It is the fact that property values go down if it's near a cell tower, and if a cell tower is placed in our home, near our home, or schools, we will be moving homes or schools. And please make it a high priority for the city to invest in its own fiber optic network and infrastructure. We would truly appreciate this and think that it would be a great investment for the city. Thank you very much, and I hope that we could get something in place to make Santa Rosa a safe and healthy place to continue to live in. Thank you very much.
My name is Cassandra Cox. I am calling to comment on agenda items 13 and 17, just public input. We want to defund and disarm SRPD, and we want you to vote to approve the budget to be below the mandatory minimum for SRPD that was established by Measure O. We want to redistribute the money from SRPD into community-focused programs that serve specifically Black, Indigenous, Latinx, people of color, and undocumented people in Santa Rosa. We also demand that you drop all charges against protesters who were arrested for protesting and for breaking curfew. We also want to hold SRPD accountable for the way they reported the Porsche incident. The lady driving the Porsche drove through a crowd of people
and it was incredibly irresponsible for SPD to let that woman go when she tried to inflict harm on other people. It's their job to arrest people who pose a threat to society, and she did, and they didn't do anything about it. We also want justice for Marcus Rivera-Martinez. We need you to be held accountable for that too, SPD. And we also need SPD to take accountability for shooting up peaceful protesters with less than lethal rounds and gas and other chemical weapons that have been banned in war. We need you to address those. We need you to listen to our concerns and do what we're saying. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Martin Miller, and I'm calling about agenda item 13. I implore the City Council to create an urgency ordinance to stop the construction of small cell towers until the telecommunications code can be updated to sufficiently protect the residents of Santa Rosa from the harmful radiation emitted from cell towers. And FCC representatives in congressional hearings with Senator Blumenthal admitted that absolutely zero safety tests have been conducted in regards to the effects of 5G on human beings. No tests at all have been conducted, and yet this program is being foisted on the American citizens. The FCC is currently being sued for refusing to update their safety standards since the dawn of the cell phone age in 1996. Cities like Mill Valley, Fairfax, Walnut Creek, Sonoma, and Petaluma have listened to their constituents and taken action to protect their safety. I don't understand why Santa Rosa is not up to that same level of action. The fact that residents have only been given 3 minutes to ask open-ended questions in past study sessions, and the city staff has done nothing but regurgitate industry propaganda and allow the representatives to make long presentations and have time to answer the council's questions, contradicts the spirit of collaboration we're meant to embody. Is this truly a democracy or just a democratic theater orchestrated by the city manager? If there's one thing that we know about the failure of citizens to be allowed to have sufficient input into their society, that's one of the big lessons we've learned from the civil rights activity as a result of Mr. Floyd being killed. In other words, if individual citizens are left out of the conversation except in the most minimal way, the ultimate response or the ultimate result is not going to be good for anyone concerned. Thank you.
Hello, this is Scott Wagner, and I'm leaving a comment for items not on the agenda specifically. I'm deeply concerned about the tremendous cost of the various homeless proposals that have made their way through, mostly in the county. I've had a great deal to do with the villages stood up so far, and even setting aside remarkable infrastructure costs, per head costs of thousands of dollars per month for general population residents seem common, and they seem considered acceptable in these discussions, and I don't understand that. I feel like hiding and downplaying these per head per month costs is yet another way that the city can create a tiny rickety pool of winners and a vast pool of people that we kick around on the streets. The government refuses to really consider RFPs besides these prison-like affairs that overemphasize security and underemphasize efficient and effective preferred methods of delivering good quality services. Massive security and staff budgets are not sustainable in the coming COVID-related budget resettings. These cost structures guarantee that any villages and even safe parking will be dismantled, and that the county and the city will continue to address homelessness with only about 10% of those on the streets. these villages systematically undermine dignity and autonomy that we've been trying to create. That's why each has been so difficult to initially fill, and why so many people walk away from them, despite the desperation for housing out there. Preferences of people on the streets matter. People need a sense of involvement and belonging. They don't need militaristic, paternal fishbowls for selective tiny groups. Co-managed villages are designed to cost $800 a month or less net of client rents, including quality case management, in keeping with many programs that work across the United States now. Not perfect, but good enough. Our county agencies are capable of doing similar things, just as many agencies are doing in America. So please open up the RFP process to co-management, especially with safe parking in town. Start programs that actually work and that we can hope to keep through the coming budget blizzard. Thank you.
Hi, this is Catherine Dodd. I'm commenting on item number 13, which is public comment. And I just completed the first draft of a chapter on environmental health for nurses. I'm a registered nurse with a PhD, and I'm doing it on wireless radiation. And what I learned was that when we put up a 5G tower, we also have to have a 4G and a 3G tower. Those all have fields of radiation, and right now we have them fairly far apart. When we add 5G, we're adding 3G, 4G, and 5G, and they have to be close together because of the 5G. So we are going to have those fields overlapping so that people can have their individual 5G, and I just think it's too much radiation. It took me a long time to understand this, and I hope this will help you understand it as well. Thanks for taking care of us during this COVID crisis. Take care.
Hi, this is Martha Glazer. I'm calling the City Council to leave a message to be for the July 7th meeting, and this is for agenda item number 13. So thank you again for your hard work on behalf of all citizens of Santa Rosa and people who work there and go to school there. I want to ask that you continue to, or I want to continue the request to deny current applications of small cells in residential and school zones and parks, senior citizens housing, until an updated telecommunications ordinance can be put in place and can be created. I'm asking for an urgency ordinance or moratorium on the approval of any new 4 or 5G cell phone towers until a permanent ordinance and solution can be created. And I just want to say I'm reading an excellent book that's available online. It's called Reinventing Wires, The Future of Landlines and Networks, and it was put out by the National Institute for Science, Law, and Public Policy. I have a hard copy, and they're also, as I say, it's online, available to anyone. And what's so interesting is it's talking about fiber optic networks and the infrastructure that would be such a great investment for the city of Santa Rosa, and it would allow people in Santa Rosa to have the safest and fastest and most secure and environmentally friendly and energy efficient broadband connection. I'm also reading the City of San Leandro's Fiber Optics Master Plan, and there's some really amazing, very interesting broadband planning guiding principles that they're using. They're making their city to be, they're calling it a smart city, broadband smart city solutions. And in addition to talking about their long-term perspective, so they have a long-term vision, and I do think that's what the city of Santa Rosa needs. I also really appreciate that on this study done, if you look at San Leandro, you can look it up easily. It was, they're looking toward a utility-oriented cultural shift so that we can look at the broadband as just another important utility like all our other utilities, like water, electricity, and that broadband and the deployment of broadband should be visible and an open process, a transparent process, just as any other public utility has a transparency, should certainly have transparency. So I'm really hoping that Santa Rosa can use the fiber optics and fiber optics to the building.
Mayor, that concludes the previously recorded voice message comments. Now, our City Clerk, Stephanie Williams, will read the email and public comments received.
So we have 11 email public comments received. So first comment from Amy Levine. I am opposed to the rollout of 5G wireless small cell towers, antennas, and other future similar technologies in our communities in order to protect the health and well-being of people, wildlife, property, and privacy. The burden of proof for safety must lie with the industry introducing the technology, and jurisdictions' decision-making must be guided first and foremost by the precautionary principle. I further oppose any FCC rules and other state and federal laws that remove or limit local decision-making that seeks to protect the well-being of local communities. No vague promise of future benefits is worth jeopardizing our democratic principles, our freedom of choice, or our health, safety, security, and privacy. If City Manager McGlynn, Mayor Schwedhelm, and City Council truly do not feel this is a risk, then I urge them to lead by example and offer up their own neighborhoods and addresses as the immediate next sites for small cell tower placement. Thank you for your time and consideration. Comment received from Debbie Harlan. I am opposed to the rollout of 5G wireless small cell towers, antennas, and other future similar technologies in our communities in order to protect the health and well-being of people, wildlife, property, and privacy. The burden of proof safely must lie with the industry introducing the technology, and jurisdictions' decision-making must be guided first and foremost by the precautionary principle. I further oppose any FCC rules and other state and federal laws that remove or limit local decision-making that seeks to protect the well-being of local communities. No vague promises of future benefits is worth jeopardizing our democratic principles, our freedom of choice, or our health, safety, security, and privacy. The city needs to stand up for the people of Santa Rosa and deny current applications of small cells in residential and school zones until an updated telecommunications ordinance is in place. The city can create urgency ordinance and a moratorium on the approval of any new 4 and 5G small cell phone towers until a permanent ordinance can be completed. Comment received from Megan Jerkovich. I am a teacher in Santa Rosa and a mother of 2 young children. I am against the 5G wireless small cell towers. I am also opposed to any other future technologies that have proven to cause harm to people, wildlife, property, and privacy. The industries that introduce these technologies should be the ones to have to prove they are safe. I am also against any FCC rules, any state laws, and any federal laws that limit local control in the decision-making process to protect our community. Decisions for our city should be guided by the precautionary principle first and foremost. Convoluted possible future benefits promised to us are not worth our health, privacy, security, and safety. Comment submitted by Laurel Green. Santa Rosa must prioritize preventing small cell towers from being placed in residential neighborhoods in the vicinity of schools or within 1,500 feet of each other. Here are some of the main reasons. The amount of radio frequency is a proven carcinogen. There is more than ample non-industry funded evidence pointing to RF radiation being linked to cancer. We must put our community first, the way that neighboring cities such as Mill Valley, Petaluma, Fairfax, San Rafael, and Sonoma have done. Santa Rosans have submitted hundreds of peer-reviewed scientific studies onto the principal record that prove widespread biological harm from RF microwave radiation. These studies are Supreme Court admissible and cannot legally be ignored or disregarded. Small cell towers will affect our agriculture, property values, and create numerous adverse effects. Santa Rosa staff and City Council have claimed to have made improving our environment a top priority. Supporting the deployment of these small cells and towers is the opposite of improvement. As we know, they will greatly increase our carbon footprint via greenhouse gases. Insects, trees, birds, other animals, and humans are and will continue to be harmed by small cells. It is a fact that property values go down if near a cell tower. Here are some solutions. Make it a high priority for the city to invest in its own fiber optic network and infrastructure. This will be a great investment for the city that will provide the people of Santa Rosa access to the healthiest, safest, fastest, most secure, environmentally friendly, and energy efficient broadband connection. Investing in its own fiber optic network and infrastructure will become a significant asset to the city of Santa Rosa, and it will allow you to offer your constituents affordable broadband connection. Please make it a priority to update your antiquated telecommunications code to include small cells and allow the city to control the placement of close proximity 4 and 5G small cells phone towers. Prioritize the creation of a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance that addresses small cells and protects its citizens. This has been the overwhelming consensus from the public and neighborhoods with small cell applications. We can avoid a public safety hazard and environmental catastrophe if Santa Rosa updates their ordinance immediately. Thank you for your serious consideration of this matter. Comment received from Andrea Kenner. I implore the City Council to create an urgency ordinance to stop the construction of small cell towers until the communications code can be updated to sufficiently protect the residents of Santa Rosa from the harmful radiation emitted from small cell towers. I find it concerning that after 2 years, the City Council continues to drag its feet in creating a comprehensive telecommunication ordinance that addresses small cells and protects its citizens. This has been the overwhelming consensus from the public and neighborhoods with small cell applications. This inaction has made me question the safety of our community and the integrity of its leadership. I find it admirable that cities like Mill Valley, Fairfax, Walnut Creek, and Sonoma have listened to their constituents and taken action to protect their safety. I hope that Santa Rosa will do the same. The failure by City Manager McGlynn, Mayor Schwedhelm, and the council to act is discouraging to say the least. My fear is that once the adverse effects from small cell towers begin to surface, the citizens of Santa Rosa will unjustly be burdened by the reckless decision of 8 people to allow this deployment to continue unchecked. In my opinion, the fact that residents have only been given 3 minutes to ask open-ended questions in past study sessions and the city staff has done nothing but regulate industry propaganda and allow their representatives to make long presentations and have time to answer the council's questions blatantly contradicts the spirit of collaboration we are meant to embody. Is this truly a democracy or just democratic theater orchestrated by the city manager? If the city manager and council truly don't see a risk in a scaled deployment of small cell towers, then I urge them to lead by example and offer up their own neighborhoods and addresses as the next sites for small cell tower placement. If they fail to create an ordinance that protects the citizens of Santa Rosa, I don't think it's fair that the City Council and staff uses residents as guinea pigs before offering themselves as subjects first. Thank you for your time, and I hope our City Council, manager, and staff do the obviously right thing by listening to and protecting our community. Comment from Terry Moon. I am writing to urge you to stop, by whatever means necessary, the deployment and installation of small cell towers in Santa Rosa. My concern is the health and well-being of our community members. Research has revealed the detrimental effects of RF microwave radiation for years. I encourage you to take whatever the necessary steps are to deploy and implement a fiber optic network and infrastructure. This technology would provide for all the needs you are attempting to meet in a much safer and more reliable way. Please remember that the health and well-being of humans are not the only ones who will be adversely impacted by this small cell technology. The birds, plants, insects, and all other wildlife will also be adversely impacted. I urge you to protect the residents, visitors, and wildlife in Santa Rosa by saying no to corporate pressure. I'm confident that installation of small cell towers will result in inefficient use of resources for decades to come, just when we need to use our resources even more efficiently for urgent issues as the climate crisis and the global pandemic. Comment received from Sarah Amanoff. Please make it a priority to update your antiquated telecommunications code to include small cells and allow the city to control the placement of close proximity 4 and 5G small cells phone towers. I want Santa Rosa to maintain a healthy and beautiful place to live. The city needs to stand up for the people of Santa Rosa and deny current applications of small cells in residential and school zones until an updated telecommunications ordinance is in place. The city can create an urgency ordinance and a moratorium on the approval of any new 4 and 5G small cell phone towers until a permanent ordinance can be completed. It is a fact that property values go down if near a cell tower. If a cell tower is placed in my neighborhood, I will move. What is the city of Santa Rosa going to do to prevent this from happening? Will the city compensate me from financial loss if or when this happens? Santa Rosans have submitted hundreds of peer-reviewed scientific studies onto the public record that prove widespread biological harm from RF microwave radiation. These studies are Supreme Court admissible and cannot legally be ignored or disregarded. Insects, trees, birds, and other animals and humans are and will continue to be harmed by small cells. If City Manager McGlynn, Mayor Schwedhelm, and City Council truly do not feel this is a risk, I urge them to lead by example and offer up their own neighborhoods and addresses as the immediate next sites for small cell tower placement. Please make it a high priority for the city to invest in its own fiber optic network and infrastructure. This will be a great investment for the city that will provide the people of Santa Rosa access to the safest, fastest, most secure, environmentally friendly, and energy efficient broadband connection. This will become a significant asset to the city of Santa Rosa, and it will allow you to offer your constituents affordable broadband connection. This will attract the right kind of people to Santa Rosa, and they will be willing to bring their businesses and families here for such services and healthy environments. Comment received from Dr. James McIntosh. I'm currently looking to move out of San Francisco, and I'm looking at neighboring Bay Area communities to move to. I want to join a community which I know is creating ordinances to protect its community against these small cell towers. San Francisco has failed to do so, and I do not want to wait around to see the inevitable health effects that have been proven in the scientific literature. Updated ordinances are important for those of us going through the San Francisco exodus as we choose the new city, which we hope to join and call home. Even though I have found employment in Santa Rosa, I am hesitant to find a residence there because I fear Santa Rosa will blanket its residential and school areas in ubiquitous radiation. I also worry that in this community, the city council, mayor, manager do not see this as a direct to its constituents. This is an opportune time for cities in Sonoma County to grow, as many people are looking at these neighboring cities of the Bay to see where they can create business and become valuable citizens. I would prefer to commute from a city in Marin County or a different city within your county than to live near my office to avoid these kind of health detriments, and to know that I am living amongst a leadership who cares for its constituents. It is important for the city to create an urgent ordinance to prevent small cell towers from being placed into residential neighborhoods near schools and within 1,500 feet of each other, and to be left behind in regret. I am calling upon the City Council, City Manager Sean McGlynn, Mayor Schwedhelm, and the city staff to create an updated telecommunications ordinance to address small cells and prevent this from happening. During the time this takes to develop, the city must create an urgency ordinance to put a moratorium on the construction or application approval of any new small cells. Comment received from Moshe Shafir. The toxicity and the danger to all living organisms from EMF, electromagnetic fields, is not controversial anymore. Hundreds of studies by independent scientists prove the hazards, while the FCC and the telecom industry has not done any safety studies and research, but are pushing aggressively this position on all of us. It is a question of time when people that manufacture, own, promote, design, approve, install, and maintain will be legally and criminally liable for injuring and killing people with these EMF toxic systems. Electromagnetic sensitivity is recognized by the ADA. Governments and private organizations are going to face costly litigation. After several childhood cancer cases at one school, parents questioned cell tower radiation. 1977 CIA study, 5G 60 gigahertz may cause death, according to Dr. Kaufman. 5G was tested in Russia on humans and animals with disturbing results. Wireless, Wi-Fi, 4G, and 5G are all dangerous and toxic, and now adding 5G will make it 1,000 times worse. The first duty of public, elected, and appointed officials is to protect public safety. By allowing the installation of 5G in the city of Santa Rosa, the Santa Rosa City Council is going to betray its people. Will any of you, City of Santa Rosa officials, allow 4G and or 5G cells in front of your homes? In every city and street in the U.S., there are millions of miles of reliable fiber optic networks, and all the toxic and dangerous 4G and 5G systems are not needed at all. Donald Trump and Bill Gates do not want 5G radiation near their houses. I am electromagnetically reactive, and being exposed to Wi-Fi, 4G, and 5G makes me sick. Currently, I live in Healdsburg. I regularly go to Santa Rosa for shopping, business, visiting my friends. My daughter, son-in-law, and their baby live in Santa Rosa. If additional 4G and 5G antennas installed in the city of Santa Rosa, the town will be off limits for me. Lloyd's insurers refuse to cover 5G Wi-Fi illnesses. Please see the presentations given by highly skilled and independent scientists explaining the EMF hazards. Dr. Martin Paul is a published and widely cited scientist on the biological effects of comment received from Lynn Marie de Vincent. Honorable Mayor and City staff, I am calling on you to stand up for the people of Santa Rosa and deny current applications of small cells in residential or school zones until an updated telecommunications ordinance is in place. Please sign an urgent ordinance and moratorium to your next possible council agenda. This is an emergency. It is a fact that property values go down if near a cell tower. If a cell tower is placed in a neighborhood, those homeowners' investments immediately lose value from 5 to 20%. What is the city of Santa Rosa going to do to prevent this from happening? Will the city compensate these property owners from financial loss if or when this happens? Did you know that the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development considers cell towers as hazards and nuisances? HUD requires its certified appraisers to take the presence of nearby cell towers into consideration when determining the value of a single-family residential property. HUD prohibits FHA underwriting of mortgages for homes that are within the engineered fall zone of a cell tower. The appraiser must indicate whether the dwelling or related property improvements is located within the easement serving a high voltage transmission line, radio, TV transmission tower, cell phone tower, microwave relay dish or tower, or satellite dish, radio, TV cable, etc. Thank you for hearing my concerns. Comment received from James Mills. I addressed the City Council during last week's meeting via voicemail, and I'm writing today to reiterate my message. It is time for Santa Rosa to lead by example. We need to start taking money from the SRPD budget and distribute it to community-focused programs. These programs will provide social services to our citizens regardless of their citizenship status. We need to fund and support programs that benefit the Latinx and indigenous population of our city. For too long, they have ignored and over-policed. It is our responsibility as citizens of Santa Rosa to recognize the system put in place to oppress our neighbors and dismantle it. After that, it is our job to put systems in place to mend the damage we created. The community action plan was proposed by the Santa Rosa City Council was sad. So much talk and so little action. We need less talking from the City Council and more listening. Start listening today. I demand action to be taken to change how we treat our people. Set up a plan to reduce SRPD's budget now and continuously. Invest in your neighbors and watch how they'll grow. Thank you. And that ends email and e-comments submitted.
All right, thank you for that. And no additional items to report on. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all for your attendance.